Hello?
Blah 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 blah.
That was awesome.
What's up?
Hey, good morning, Elijah.
What's going on in here? Sounds pretty quiet.
Yeah, I
Might
just
have
woke
to
up.
be the one to jump off today, and you guys know how shit my mic is when I'm moving around.
I don't know, it's okay. You already got me smiling. That's pretty fun to wake up and start the day with a smile.
I found a curve today.
What's up, man? Oh yeah.
Yeah. In my imaginations. But not in the real world. Couldn't find one.
Figures.
I had like this really weird dream that everyone I knew started buying me like these really old like 80s board games, like the Jetsons or the Flintstones. You know, like really like weird. All you do is roll a dice and move around the board, and the first person to land in like 8 spots wins. Just reskinned or rethemed over and over again. Like, why do people keep buying me these? I don't collect board games. These are dumb, right? They're like recycle the stuff, put it back.
And I was just playing shoots and ladders with my girl.
No, that one's okay.
Like 2 days ago.
But I'm saying like playing shoots and ladders, GI Joe themed. So it's like ropes and hand grenades or something like that, or ropes and jetpacks. And then you play the Flintstones one, which is like pterodactyls and water slides. It'd be like, how many different versions of shoots and ladders do you need? Like, do you have to buy them all too? Like,
Shoots and ladders. Yay.
yeah, it's a fun game, especially like with kids and stuff.
Yeah, being 45, I grew up playing all them Candyland, shooting ladders, Operation, Life, Risk. Risk was my favorite.
Yeah, the Risk is another one that constantly gets rethemed. It's like Risk Star Wars. Like Risk. Trying to think of some other stuff.
Yeah, when I play Risk, I modify it. I'm the central bank, and then the other players are actually, playing the game. I just fund everybody.
Yeah, there is a version of that. There's Monopoly mixed with Risk. I can't. It's like a Riskopoly, where you can kind of win. Like each of the squares has like territories that they represent. Like the 4 streets represent the 4 different continents, and as you get like monopolies and stuff, you can basically buy people out, and you can also use the money to buy soldiers and like conquer them. There's actually a website of how to mix the two games together. And it takes like 6 hours to play or something like that.
Awesome. Awesome.
Cobra Kai was so lacking this season, huh?
I had it on my list, I just haven't jumped in it yet because it looked like from the thumbnail that the preview is that they kind of switch roles. Like in the first one, the kid, Karate Kid, was like the underdog getting bullied and stuff, and now fast forward in the future, it's like he's just a loudmouth hotshot trying to relive his one moment of glory, and kind of being rude and obnoxious to people in the past.
You mean what's the
Rough.
black haired kid?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's like that. I think they misunderstand him. Like it seems in the second season, there's just a lot of misunderstanding. But maybe that's because I'm biased to his character from season one. I mean, because Miguel, right, is his name. So Shorty starts practicing with Johnny's son, and then there's a lot of jealousy going on there. And then LaRusso never liked him anyway, and so I just thought he had an unfair shake.
Okay.
I started to get into it because, like, the entire Karate Kid series movies was all Miyagi based for me. And once that whole, like, philosophy left, I tried to look for it in the series in Cobra Kai, and I'm like, well, this is a totally different monster. So I lost interest after a few.
It's kind of there with the Miyagi though. But of course, you have your ups and downs with kids. When do they not rebel?
I watched this live stream a couple of years ago about this guy going through all the different movies and stuff that kids, Hollywood targeted for kids, about like, and just all woke, right? He made fun of Karate Kid, talking about that the teenage boy goes over to the neighbor's house who's always drunk with his magic hands, teaches him an illegal, right? So you see where this is going, right?
I still think that in part two, when Daniel and Kumiko are in the shed drinking tea before the storm hits, it's like one of the most romantic things, in a movie. One of them.
Oh, for the number 2 you're talking about,
Yeah.
right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, in part two.
So does the story continues? Do those two get married, or what happens?
You know what? They have a nostalgic moment. Are you talking about Daniel and
Yeah,
Daniel.
the blonde hair girl?
No, the
Daniel.
They
one.
never.
Daniel and Kumiko.
Yeah, when they go to China, go to Japan or Okinawa. Like they go in the second one, they go to Okinawa because the guy, I'm trying. What's his name again? Ortega or
Sato.
yeah, Sako.
Isn't that the third one though? Or am I
No, that's
bugging
two.
out?
So the third one's a chick.
There's. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I see. Yeah, you know what? In season 3, this season of Cobra Kai, they kind of wrapped that up beautifully. They actually goes to visit, and he meets up with her and the dude. What you call him, Seiko?
Well, Sato was the grandfather,
Yeah.
and the grandson or the nephew of Sato, I forget his name, but he was the guy he fought Daniel-san at the end of 2. I forget his name. It's
Yeah.
a one word name, but yeah, those two.
So they end up meeting at some point. I mean, there's a lot of love stories. Like you wonder, okay, what the hell? Like he's married to her. This dude is lonely. So what happened to the previous relationships? And they kind of tie them up good, even with the blonde girl. That Johnny and this guy Daniel was fighting over. Like it all comes back. It's kind of cool.
I enjoy like movies. Like for instance, the the movie that's basically a part two to The Shining. It came out a little while ago.
Oh, Doctor Sleep.
Yeah, that's up my alley of entertainment.
They did a really good job tying the scenes together and stuff, bringing the really look like actors and actresses.
I was telling Lou to get into DOA on Netflix. He watched a couple of episodes last time we spoke about it, and he said I was right. It was a really good series. So you should definitely check out DOA. Very interesting.
I kind of do the whole ghetto flicks thing.
Fun.
I don't pay for anything. I just find it on a different app or a generic app that is, I call it ghetto flicks.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. Yeah.
I've had to shrink my.
I liked the first season of DOA, but it took so long to come back that I didn't watch the second season.
Yo, bro, watch the second season. I'm telling you, it's amazing. Amazing.
See,
I didn't think
I
it.
can binge watch season one because when they come back, it's like, I mean, it's a totally different looking person, right? So I lost track of, because I watched the first episode. I watched the first episode. And I was like, "What's going on?" I was like, I don't remember none of it.
That's but that's I've been watching both seasons at the same time, so it was kind of weird seeing that black dude. It's like, who are you and what's going on? But like very quickly they tie in like the characters from season one and season two. Like it doesn't take long to get into why it's essentially a different timeline.
Right.
We've all jumped to. So that's what.
Have anybody been following the election in Georgia?
Yeah, one Democrat, the other one's still up in the air.
Looks like they've cheated again.
That's what it seems, right?
At first glance, yeah. Like they stopped all the counting again. Like they needed to figure out how many votes they needed.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of it. Like once you see it, it's like, okay, you got to see it a second time to make sure. I've seen it the second time with Tulsi Gabbard and all the bullshit that went on this time, and now with the local. Let's don't even shit.
I live in Europe,
Nova?
and it was pretty obvious to me that this is all made up or faked, but
that's
a lot of
why
people just don't see it here.
Do you think that's
Did
why
anybody
they started this whole, orchid Byzantine thing? Like, like because people all over the land are just getting tired of politics, tired of the lies, tired of promises. Like, could it be that they're just losing control in every sense, including Flat Earth?
Has anyone seen that they've got the 1776 flag at the White House? No, instead of the United States flag, they've got that.
That's treason, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, it's just a slow boil. It's just a slow boil in America to an excuse to militarize every suburb. You know, it's just a slow boil to that point. Like on the world news last night at 6 p.m., every station was like, "The Capitol building is under threat of attack. The military's mobilizing in Kenosha. Every corner, you know, there's threats of protested organized violence." Dun dun dun.
Well, a friend of mine suggested the idea that, Trump said like the army's positioned all across America to give out this vaccine and whatnot, but really they're just positioned across America ready to do something else under the guise of giving out a vaccine.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, it's just a sleight of hand to get people distracted by the shiny thing while everybody's positioned to do the real thing.
That's what they always did. Also here, they just I don't know, big the World Cup football is going on, and then the politics say something that what they will do, but no one listens because everyone is watching football.
Yeah,
or soccer.
I noticed that in England because like obviously everyone watches England when they're in the World Cup, and we beat Colombia on penalties. It was really dramatic. The whole country's cheering and everything. As that happened, the news directly after announced the story from 2 years ago that they hadn't announced yet about a former prime minister being accused of being a pedo, and they just dropped that then when nobody was paying attention. Nobody cared. It was just everyone was just focused on the football.
Yeah, this is common practice.
It happened a lot during 9/11 as well. When that happened, all the politicians released all the dirt when no one would pay attention.
Did y'all see what happened in Pennsylvania though?
It's flipped, hasn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, the guy that was supposed to take they were supposed to sworn in. They pretty much like the Republicans said nope. they tell them it's in contention, so the election's in contention. So it's they didn't swear him in.
Have you seen all the stuff that's on the streets of Washington DC? People are photoing. It's just pallets of bricks everywhere.
Yeah, I saw that.
Gas canisters, 2x4s, all that stuff is just on the street.
Yeah, pay to play isn't just for the politicians. It's also the grassroots protesters. Wink, wink. Hey, here you go. Have some bricks, sticks, rock.
But the way I see it, right, I mean, I think it's all a show, but I think Biden, 100% a bad guy, and Trump, 90% chance he's a bad guy. So at least it's like a 10% chance he is fighting them all.
No, they're all bad guys.
But they're probably all bad guys, yeah. I mean, Trump's been on Epstein's jet. He's on the flight logs.
All intrinsically connected to this game. Like, even, those of us who say we don't want to play, we still are. Come on. And it's like, why? Like, what is this game, and who really is orchestrating all of it?
I look at it just like I did when I played Red Dead Redemption 2, I knew when I started it was all created, right, to pull you into a paradigm. And I enjoyed all of it, the ups, the downs, whatever. But at the end, I knew it was all just a created paradigm to absorb people in. So if you can't tell the difference between reality and, augmented, wink, wink, because they create the whole damn paradigm.
But one thing I can't deny is the mainstream media hate Trump. And if
No way.
that's got to be a good sign. They hate the guy. They used to love the guy before he was running for president.
Yeah, it was
That's controlled opposition. They
the
want to
hero
pretend.
of America.
Yeah, that's he's the media and him. They're in each other's pockets. It's like he's basically dominated Twitter. He turned Twitter from like just basically a left wing shit show to like all these right wingers are now using it to follow Trump. This idea that
because
somehow.
remember,
Oh, go ahead.
Because remember, before he took the Republican position, right, when he first was stepping into the arena, no one had a full, I mean, in the media and in the population, had an idea whether he was going to run on the Democratic ticket, independent ticket, or Republican ticket. When he was solidified, when they put him forward as the Republican contender, then the media said, let's get this guy. But,
Well, it really started with the Never Trumpers because a bunch of those, 2016, all those Republican guys who really take themselves seriously, the Marco Rubios, the Ted Cruzes. I mean, these guys see themselves as God inspired. It actually said so. Some of the quotes, you look up Ted Cruz, are you running for president? God told me to. So then they got pissed that they got beat by a showman, an actor. So they formed this thing called the Never Trumpers. I mean, it's actually a thing. It's like, So it's crazy that somehow it's the media that's against them when really it was his own party who was trying to get rid of him. But like that thing,
like you heard it. You've heard of the
ahead.
Lincoln Project. You've heard of the Lincoln Project, right?
Yeah, the
Right,
same thing happened then.
Yeah, that's where they flocked to, is the Lincoln Project. They all come together to attack Trump and the whole conservative paradigm.
Yeah, as a controlled op. That it's not real.
Yep.
It's just pretend.
Absolutely.
It's like basically, it's almost like they were the Flat Earth Society and Trump is NASA. It's just pretending to be against them, but what they're really doing is feeding bullcrap into a false paradigm that will never get any traction.
In reality, it's like being asleep, right? Like when George Carlin said, "The American dream, it's real, but you got to be asleep to believe it." It's all a created thing to brainwash the American population to play the whole political game.
Yeah, it's really. Oh, go ahead.
And everything's been tried so many times before. Well, this is just a new angle to keep people captivated in the game.
I guess we'll know for sure soon enough. If we start seeing people like Hillary and Obama actually getting arrested, then you'll know there's a chance it's different, but they'll never get arrested, will they? So.
Yeah, and she really messed up. They get overzealous sometimes and spit too much out their mouth, but she really, really messed up. Back in the summer, the waning parts of the summer, she said that Biden should never concede under any circumstance. Now, there's only like a particular mindset you have to be in if you're going to say those words, because in that world, you know what I mean? She said, Biden should never concede under any circumstances. And then here we go.
If she genuinely thought that, why did she concede? She conceded straight away. She conceded on the night.
Yep.
It was too much of a switch, I think. But now they planned it previous a long time forward, and even Biden said they pulled the biggest fraud in the entire land or something like this.
Yeah, they've got the biggest fraud team in history or something like that. They said.
Yeah.
No. They have the biggest voter fraud ever. Like the biggest voter fraud system. Him and Obama had created it.
Yeah, it's something like that. I see Facebook the other day deleted the fastest growing group in history on Facebook, which is Biden's Not My President. At like 1.7 million followers. and they just deleted it. But for the last 4 years, they've had one running that's called Trump's Not My President, and they haven't done anything.
Probably had to do more than the title, the actual content. There could have been some, a threat or,
Yeah, but
organized. See, the Biden is not my president. I'm actually on that group, or I mean the Trump one, because it's funny. People just post memes about Trump. It's like basically a meme sharing group. But maybe the Biden one they took a step further than that, talking about
it's pretty hard to take a step further than what the left have been saying about Trump. They all want him dead and tortured and stuff like that. Like they say crazy stuff.
Well, the whole Biden thing, anything having to do with the whole exposing the pedophilia and all the child trafficking rings, Facebook and YouTube try really hard not to let any of that information, like it gets even more heavily censored than Flat Earth sometimes.
Yeah, it gets crazy censored.
In that department, Biden isn't any different than the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's just the spotlight is on him because he's the contender, but that, as we know, that's so damn rampant throughout the entire world. It's retarded.
Well, I came across a guy, someone put me onto him 2 days ago, called Tory Smith. He's on YouTube. Now, take what he says with a pinch of salt, but he died 4 years ago. In his last few videos, he's like, "Oh, they've poisoned me." And then in his last video, he's like, "I think this is my last video," and he looks terrible. And but all these videos are about child trafficking. And he's just naming loads of politicians in America and stuff. But then he dies.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden as well. In his last few videos, he's like, "Oh, I've got anthrax poisoning from the government." And then in his last video, he looks terrible. And he's like, "Oh, I'm about to die." And then he's dead.
I mean, to modernize that, that's been going on for even probably millennia. But to modernize it, at least from an American focal point, the CIA's had a hand in that since at least late 50s, and just exploded in the 60s and 70s. And the black helicopters can come get me if they want to. I ain't afraid to lose my life. But our ABC intelligence corporate agencies, they've been flourishing in that department for a long time.
Yeah, we never hear about blackmail in the news. It's never a crime that's reported, but there must be so much of it going on, like blackmail teams and all sorts.
There was also a comedian, a female comedian. She said that Obama's wife is a tranny.
Yeah, oh yeah, she died. She literally she
died instantly.
Yeah, she was actually, when she says it, she's on the way into the hospital to do some, like, to see a doctor or whatever. She literally died, like, within a few days of saying that. I forgot her name. She was a really good comedian, actually.
Yep. It was her daughter, Melissa.
You don't talk about Big Mike on telly.
The one thing, this might sound counterintuitive, but bear with me for a second. It's actually really good that the Democrats won, because people will start fighting the federal government now. They went, Trump won, and everyone just, Space Force, gun grabs, Trump care, massive payouts.
Too insane, you mean, right?
No, they just stopped. Whatever Trump did, whatever the federal government was doing, there was no backlash to it, because they tried to make this seem like this scary group Antifa was out there. So if you were against Trump, you were some sort of communist terrorist. The same thing Nixon did. Nixon tried to portray that if you were against the Apollo missions, you were some kind of Russian agent.
Portray them as the enemies.
Yeah, Nixon did the same, or Trump did the same playbook that Nixon did. Created a controlled opposition group. There were some people who got fooled and actually probably joined it and did some stuff, But the leaders of Antifa, they're all FBI or CIA. You know, the government had that by the control right from the beginning.
It just doesn't seem organic at all, Antifa.
No, it's like, where do these people come from? It's like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
No one knew what Antifa was until Trump was in office.
What is a little bit before?
Oh, they were probably ramping it up just in case, right? Because they had a plan right from the very beginning. So in 2016, we got to start kind of lay the groundworks for a supposedly organic communist movement. Because when we get a Republican in there, we want to redo some of the Nixon stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I guess the best word would be sympathetic towards the people that believe the paradigm, you know, right, left.
Yeah, as soon as the federal government does something, I almost guarantee you the exact opposite is true. It's really about making what is a lie truth. If they can tell you that you live in a lava-filled, water-covered space ball, directly opposite of your own observations, they're trying to make people believe anything they say is true.
Have you heard Trump's comments on Flat Earth? Someone asked him about it, and he just said, "I've been on loads of flights, and it looks flat to me." That was his answer.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I haven't seen an actual quote of it. They're just memes.
Yeah, I've only seen memes, actually, come to think about it.
I've asked people, like, hey, have you seen the interview? And they say, like, oh, no, it was for a newspaper or something like that. And, like, dude, that seems really weird because Trump is always standing in front of a camera. You're trying to tell me no one captured him?
I've seen the video. I don't remember. It was on YouTube one time.
Oh, okay.
Same. I've seen the video too. I can't remember where. It was back when I was actually like months ago when I was researching the Q thing.
There's some crazy Trump quotes out there. There's one from the 90s. I don't know if it's true. And it's a Trump quote where he says, "Why are time travelers trying to kill me? I'm just a real estate developer." And he says, "Why do they keep trying to kill me? I'm just a real estate developer." But I don't know. I don't even know if it's true.
You guys seen that whole Donnie Darko reference?
I watched the movie yesterday, actually, with my missus. She's never seen it.
There was an episode of the Other Limits where they talked about that, like a populist candidate that the time travelers kept trying to kill, but they would kill him, and some other one would
Did anybody here know? And this felt like a Mandela effect to me because I'd never heard of it. But there's a Donnie Darko 2.
No.
I didn't know that. My missus said yesterday there's a Donnie Darko 2. I was like, really?
Maybe it's one of them straight to video, straight to cable things.
I don't know, but it's got a 13% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it's meant to be terrible. But I felt I would have known if a second one had come out. 2009, 2010, I think.
I mean, it's like a Steven Seagal or Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. In the 90s, yeah, they took the theaters, but now there's like 75 million of both of them on the internet, straight to cable.
Yeah. But regardless what you think about politics, today's a big day in America. 1 million armed people going to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, luckily I live in a very rural part of Kentucky where reality is king. We don't wear masks. We don't give a damn what they believe. We're just good to go, kick back. Population of 2,000.
Oh, that's the dream. That's lovely. I would love to live in America. So much land, like you can just. What I love is the idea that I could just be living somewhere where it's cold, and just get in a car and drive to somewhere where it's tropical, like Florida or wherever. Like you can just drive across the country. It's amazing.
I don't know if I'd do that right now, simply because there's every single state is basically like its own little country right now, where you drive through some of them, they'll quarantine the fuck out of you. Or maybe not anymore, but that was going on hardcore because of all the different states and their different regulations.
Okay. But
Feel like
I'm
you
in
would-
London. I'm not even allowed to leave London. I couldn't go home for Christmas. There's police at the train station.
Yeah, how dystopic is that? I feel
It's
sorry.
mental.
Yeah.
But in the UK, like I could go anywhere in the UK. It's going to be cold and wet, most likely, and there's not so much land. It's going to be the same shops in every place. I was looking at buying land in America, and like you could buy hundreds of acres, and it's like $100,000 and stuff. It's not much. Like
Speaking
there's
of
some areas
paradigm,
of London where just to buy a one-bedroom house, a terraced house with no garden, and it's £1 million, over £1 million.
speaking of paradigms and like slightly turning up the heat on the frog in the, or the pot of water. Here in America, at least, it's well known now that the media, MSNBC, Fox, CNN, all of them, in 6 months are going to officially disclose the UFO. You know,
Yeah, that's scary.
so you have to sit back and just contemplate what's their next. I mean, we know their end game, but what's their next step in that evolutionary process when they release all that so that the masses believe it? What's their next grip tightening move?
So regardless of what happens today, it's gonna be a shit show. Either the Dems, either Biden gets it or even Trump gets it. Either side, they're still gonna start some kind of civil war or somewhat of a civil war. I mean, that's the whole. I think that's the plan. The end plan.
That's the deception. All this political crap is just a deception to close off access so that at the close to the end game, you can consolidate everyone to take a signifying mark to buy, sell, trade, get your medical information all into one, so that, hey, are you sick? I don't know. Wave your hand. We'll find out. No need for all the mumbo jumbo. And people are going to buy it, protection. I mean, even in both, in America, in both political paradigms, red and blue, there is a mass amount of both who believe that this C virus is absolutely what they say it is, and they're absolutely believing what they have to do to prevent them getting it.
Well, I look on Reddit occasionally, and all the people on Reddit, they're terrified. They think they're going to die. Like, and these are young people on Reddit, in my opinion. And they all think they're absolutely terrified. And like, some of them are looking at old pictures where there's crowds, before the C virus, and saying that it gives them anxiety and things like that, It's crazy.
I was just gonna say what blows my mind is that you'll see the young kid wearing masks, but preparing for the next one.
You're breaking up very harshly. It's really robotic.
Yeah, it's really robotic. But I think I understood what you said. The young kids are wearing masks and the parents aren't wearing them. Which is madness. But here in the UK, check this, that apparently was announced yesterday. I haven't confirmed it yet. But the BBC?
Yeah.
Apparently they've decided to do the homeschooling for the kids. 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon through the TV. Homeschooling for primary school kids. Which is insane. It's just like homeschooling's coming straight from the government TV. It's like North Korea or something.
Yep. They're just turning up the temperature on that boiling pot.
And the BBC is already like the worst of the worst when it comes to news stations. Imagine what they can just push on all the kids.
I mean,
You guys don't have a TV license in America, do you?
No.
No, we do here. Enforced by law. If you've got a TV, if you've got, I've been to court for it. I had to go to court and pay the fine. Like I had to speak in court because I didn't have a TV license.
Now, I've heard of that, but
It's insane.
I never did ask about is there an application process, like do you have to have references or?
Basically, what happens is these people, the TV license inspectors, they go around the country going door to door and they come up to your house and they start looking in your windows to see if you've got a TV, right? And then they tell people they've got a van outside which can detect whether you've got a TV in your house. And then they try and get in your house when you open the door to go and have a look to see if you've got a TV in your house. It's proper Gestapo type shit. And if they find you've got a TV in your house, you've got to sign up for a TV license or pay a fine. And if you don't let them in, you can get a court order to come back with the police and have forcible entry into your property. More people go
TV
to
license, though. I mean, you had to have a license to have a TV.
To have a TV, yeah. So more people go to court in the UK for TV license than any other reason.
And in the UK, are you allowed? I'm not exactly clear, but are you allowed to own your own firearms in the UK?
Fire alarms?
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much thought that's where you were going. Fire. What's that?
Because if somebody here in America, in Kentucky, at my house, if that happened here, a van pulls up, hey, we can detect if you have a TV, and they try to come in my house as I open the front door, I've got 6 buddies I want to introduce them to.
Right. Yeah, but the easiest way to get rid of the TV license people I've watched on the internet is just get your phone out and start filming them. They don't like being filmed, and they walk away. And they work to targets. Like all these people in the UK that are trying to fine you over different things, they all work on commission.
you couldn't get me to sell like insurance door to door, let alone going and inspecting quote unquote people's houses for televisions. That's messed up.
I've seen them, like they come up to your window and start looking through your window, to see if they've just caught you off guard, and you can just see inside your living room. You can see your TV.
Yeah.
Never again will I ever pay it. I mean, but when you're a bit younger and you don't know the rules, you just cave into that voice of authority. It catches you off guard. You're not prepared.
That's right.
And nobody wins in court. Nobody wins. If you try and fight it, you can get an even bigger fine. Like I got a £200 and something fine for going 2 years without a license.
Yeah, it's a mad world.
Actually, if you don't pay it, the maximum sentence you can get is 2 weeks in prison for not paying your TV license. And when I was in court, right, there was all these like young, like chavvy sort of mums. By chavvy, kind of like what rednecks are, or white trash are in America, I guess. And they wanted to go to prison to get 2 weeks away from the kids. They were all talking between themselves, going, "Oh, if I get 2 weeks in jail, like a 2-week holiday sort of thing."
I welcome the prison threat because that's where I do my most productive work. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands of men who are cut off from any distractions except their own reality. And a big percentage of them are looking for truth and have open minds and critical thought. They just have no idea where to look. Enter me, give me a 10-year sentence. Boom. I love it.
Maybe that's why they're not allowed to vote.
That's one big part of it here in America. As personal experience, but I did 10 years in a mixture of high security, maximum security, and then lower security. When a right-minded individual is incarcerated and then comes back out into society, you've seen the card trick. You know that the puppet's, on some strings. You know how the game is played. It's not a mystery. So you don't get to speak anymore. And they have this Star Trek mentality that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, so they don't let ex-felons vote, en masse.
There's a book called 11 Felonies. I think it's called 11 Felonies a Day, or maybe it's 3 felonies. It's a number that people commit. So many are committing crimes without even noticing it. Just going about their daily life. I could interact with no one. Just do my own thing, and I've committed felonies according to the federal government.
Yep, that's real. My dad told me about that. That is so real. You walk out your door and you commit like 7 felonies just by like walking down the street.
I take my dog for a walk. At some point, I committed a felony. This idea that somehow, and the weird part, the federal government would say I was a criminal, but I was also the victim of myself.
Yeah, we became enemy combatants in the government's eyes simply by having a social security card.
There's something strange going on here, and what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there. Right?
I had a bit of an epiphany actually this morning about how to prove that the government definitely owns you. Okay, when you die, even if you wish for your body just to be buried by your family members, the government or the doctors or whoever, they're going to come and take away your dead body because it's their property.
Yeah, they own the corporate you. Absolutely.
Yeah, they come and take their property back. Like, you can't just have a burial and not report it. They have to come take the property back, and then you have to go through all the paperwork, and then you have to take all that. So it must be like a big payday for them when you die, because they get the inheritance tax and all the other costs.
Death tax.
Yeah, I got a great example of this. There was this dude or this woman said she had died basically with Alzheimer's, and in her will said, "I want you to donate my body to science so people can dissect my brain and figure out what happened here. You know, where did this? What was there heavy metals in her brain or whatever?" Well, it turned out that they moved their body to some sort of lab, and then the government came and picked it up and tested weapons on it to see what the new projectiles would do to a human body.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, then you can Google this one because it became a court case actually. Then the son was like, "Hey, I was just curious. It's coming up on my mother's 5th year anniversary. We were going to do like a vigil and show what she did for science, what her death did for science." And they kept stonewalling the guy, not telling him anything. And then finally, through Freedom of Information Acts, he said his mother was used as target practice by the federal government.
Yeah, that's shocking. It's horrible.
That's actually something that makes my wife really mad about the whole death thing, because, like, what if I just wanted to go off in my woods and die? You know, what if I just wanted to go die? Personally, when I get to be that old, I might just go off on a camping trip and no one's ever going to see me again, because I don't want them taking my body. I don't care what they're going to do with it. They ain't going to do it.
It's not your choice anymore, I guess. It's the same with not only when you die, but when you give birth. You can't just have a baby at home and not tell anybody.
Used to be able to.
You used to be able to, yeah. It's got to go through the government now. It's got to be signed off. In the UK, we have 40% inheritance tax. That's horrible.
It's at 40?
40%. So you work and pay taxes all your life, and then when you die, they take 40% of everything anyway. I think it's over a certain amount they take 40%. If it's a small amount, maybe not so much.
That's why after I hit a certain age, you know, when my children were grown men and gone, personally, you know, this works for me alone. I'm of the homeless variety mindset. I own nothing. I ascribe to nothing. I don't have any bills. You know, I float wherever I want to go. I drop into a homeless shelter and grab a bite to eat. You know, if I meet friends, I, you know, hang out for whatever. But I don't depend myself. I don't become codependent on a paradigm that tries to trick me into submission. So I don't have to sacrifice anything to get anything. I freely go where I want to go. Right now, it's here at my mother's home to take care of her while she's elderly, you know, in her last years. But when she passes, I'm dust in the wind. And I'll be damned if I'm going to sacrifice what I know to be a part of something I have to, you know, cuck to. But as I was raising my, you know, 2 sons during the early thousands, you know, it was completely frustrating because I had to battle them against the government. because they had this schism of who they believed. Well, then why do you send me to school, Dad, if blah, blah, blah? So, cool, I yanked them out and homeschooled them, you know. It ended up being good. They grew up into smart, critical thinking men. But it was one hell of a battle being a part of a system that is a lie, raising two sons who are looking to their father for truth. That was a fight.
Did you win?
Yes, yes. I took them out of the paradigm that the Globers are in, presuppositions, and just said, look, stand objectively outside of everything and weigh the evidence before you make any decisions. Don't walk into anything with a bias. Weigh everything. And they're critical thinkers now, and they're 21 and 20.
Sounds like you did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of fights, but they were all based upon that schism, of what they were teaching them in school and the fact that I send them there, right? And then how can I trust you, Dad? You sent me to school. They taught me. So how are you credible? So I said, screw it. I pulled them out in the 8th grade and in the 6th grade and said, okay, let's go. And they were afraid, their friends, they had, basketball, this, soccer, that. So they had to, deal with the whole stigma of knowing something that the others in school did, or the others that were at soccer practice, they didn't know. But they grew up out of that. Said, I don't care what others think about me. I want to know what I can know. They grew up well.
Yeah, my kids are home, or I was homeschooled, and my kids are going to be homeschooled. Thankfully, I have the ability to make that decision. Also, the kind of the work I do allows me to be there to be able to help the wife homeschool them.
Yep. For the foreseeable future, I take great comfort in. I returned here. I used to I would say root in Denver, Colorado and surrounding areas, but then in late 17, my mother took a real turn for the elderly, and as her youngest son, I flew home and stayed here, and I'm here now until, the inevitable. But after that, I look forward to going wherever I plan to go, wherever I go, just telling people truth and, moving on to the next. think there's some audio issues, like periodically. Some people can be heard and some people can't.
No, but I can definitely hear some type of like tapping on a mic or something. It's kind of what it sounds like.
Well, my audio returned.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I also hear something that sounds like this.
Yeah, like a thumping or something.
It's probably the CIA.
I don't know. I think Jenga is lit up. I don't know if that means anything.
Django is unchained. Hey, Django, try to totally disconnect and then come back in. My avatar was doing that a few days ago, even to the point where I totally turned off my Discord and it was still lit up for a good 3 minutes. I'm like, well, I wonder what that's about.
Weird.
There's a live stream, I think it's like 146, where my avatar is up there almost all day. I'm not even on Discord.
Need to get some Glovers to come in. Isn't there like a link for this Discord?
Yeah,
You know how to put it in the chat?
not specifically in the chat, unless you can just share it. And then when you go to like who you want to send your message to, hit the 24/7 live stream friend, post it that way. Maybe that's it.
Okay.
I posted it in the chat.
All right, that'll work.
I shoot it all over Facebook and YouTube chat rooms and things like that. I just started using Discord about 3 months ago, so I'm not the most, technically astute with it, but I'm learning it.
Me and my wife were thinking we got to figure out how to like set up servers for internet or whatever, because eventually we're not going to be able to buy or sell if we don't take the mark or whatever. And so that means that all of our phones and internet and everything will have to go. So it'd be really amazing if, I don't know, I don't know anything about it, but me and her were talking about it.
Hey, crypto. Mic check.
Hello. Mike. Anybody here?
What's up?
What's up, everybody? What's up? Anybody there? In CBR1 in the house?
Yes.
How's it going?
Hello.
How you guys doing? And how you guys doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh yeah, very well, thanks. Can't complain. It is
Good to
currently
hear.
11:45 p.m. Wednesday evening here in Japan. Been a good weather.
Holy shit. That's a lot.
That's right. I'm moving into Thursday already. It's almost Thursday here.
May I ask you why did you move to Japan?
Oh, good question. Yeah, I left England to marry my wife, who's Japanese, and to teach English here in Japan. That was the main reason why.
Oh, you're teaching English. Oh, okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Interesting.
Yeah, but not only am I teaching English, I actually, when the kids at the youth club that I used to work at for 12 and a half years part-time, Jin, why are you going to Japan? I said to them, whatever you do, make sure you do it for the love of it. That's the main point here. Now, Jin is going to Japan to marry his wife, his fiancée, and to teach English, sports, and black history. The history of black people. Because the Japanese don't know.
Nice.
That's what I said.
Never heard of the history of the black people.
Well, they don't. They're not
That's
aware
a
of this. They're
very
not aware of.
different history.
Yeah, they're not aware of black history regarding slavery and that part of it. They're not aware of that.
Yeah.
They're aware of the hip hop and the dancing and the music. Yeah, and maybe in the movies,
Nothing.
but they don't know the history of black people at all, really. So I want them to
And
get
how much they lie about it.
Yes, that's it. You see, and in doing that, I'm going to be teaching them about the history of the world because everybody's involved.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. You see, and that's what I said. And I was 38 years old at the time, or should I say 37, going to be 38 at the time.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's why I came to Japan. Really, I've been here now 21 years now. I am now 59 years old. Just
Long live you.
Oh yeah. But I still feel like I'm 20. You know, you don't get me wrong.
That's good.
Oh yeah.
It's really interesting that there's English teachers in Japan that know the earth is flat.
That's right. There are a few. There are a few of us. There's a guy called Ruben. He's in Yokohama. Then you got Flat Earth Banjo. He's a Brazilian Japanese mixed, and he is a flat earther. Flat Earth Banjo.
I got married in Japan in January last year, so if I come, that'll be another.
Can I ask a funny question?
Well done. I mean, whereabouts in Japan did you get married?
Osaka.
Osaka. Yeah, that's the other city. So you got Tokyo main business. Business city number 2 is Osaka. Yeah.
It's so easy getting married in Japan. You just turn up at the office.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Sign some papers. It doesn't cost anything.
No, that's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, just register it.
Can I ask
And
a
that's
funny
it.
question though?
That's what my wife wanted as well. You know, she didn't want too much fanfare. She said. I said, well, I don't mind. I mean, you sure? Okay, let's go. So we went to the registry office and we got that done. Yeah, but that's why I'm here in Japan. Really, I've had a great 21 years. I've had some one or two red tapes, should I say, regarding my stay in Japan, because at one point I used to get 3-year visas, but at the same time where I live in England, it would be known as the poll tax or the council tax. Everywhere else, it would be known as the residential tax. Well, back in 2005, 6, it quadrupled. It quadrupled suddenly. Suddenly, I had to pay 4 times more than anybody else, and I thought that doesn't sound right. And of course, when you're born in England, you're born to make sure you know your rights, and if it's not right, you go on strike. All right, that's the mentality from where I grew up, anyway, in the areas I grew up in.
Oh, by the way, Jin,
I'm working class. Go on.
If you ever, I'd love to know more about African history, like, because it's one of those things where we get taught about slavery, but then after slavery, nobody knows anything. Like, I've kind of looked into it, but I hear different opinions and stuff like that, and like nobody seems to know anything like post-slavery or what's even gone on in Africa for the last thousands of years. I know Ethiopia had a really big kingdom and all that stuff, but
that's right. Yeah, you know, Africans were living. I'll go into that. I'm not saying I'm an expert, so I'm going to give you a layman's viewpoint. But as I was saying earlier, before that, that's the reason I came to Japan, was to teach English and obviously African history wrapped in with world history. Okay, that was the main reason why I'm here. So we got married. We've had 4 kids in that time, 4 boys. Most of the Japanese are just not aware. You know, they only know us through the Americans. Really, American blacks is what they really know, with the hip hop music and the fashion and that, which they are into even today. Some of them are still into that, you know. But as for blacks' history in Africa, basically, you know, before I was born, you know, Africa was under some serious, you know, back in the 1800s, 500 years of slavery, at least 600 years of slavery happened, where Africans were taken from their land to build the new world. Okay, don't get me wrong, black people were also complicit in that slavery. So it wasn't all. I mean, initially it was the Europeans that came over and took us, but in order for them to have an easy ride of it, obviously black people were setting that up. And also in America, it turns out that black people had slaves as well in America, black slave owners. So there you go.
Yep. Well, I heard the case of Liberia, where there was an experiment in America where they decided to send the slaves back to Africa. I don't know which president it was. And he sent them back to Liberia. And when they got there, they enslaved the indigenous population, the former slaves. And Liberia, they call it like mini America or something like that. It's
I would have to look into that. That I don't know that part.
It's a strange one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a man, Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, an African, he was trying to educate the blacks in the Caribbean to return back to Africa. Basically, Marcus Garvey. He was killed in the end. Nice guy though. He was, you know, he was very educated, a wealthy man. And he was trying to educate the blacks from the plantations and that to return to their homeland. He actually prepared all the ships for them. So he laid it all on red carpet. Let's go back home. And some of them did, of course. But in the end, he was, you know, he died. I took him out. He was interfering.
I've seen a video from the Middle East, you know, like Saudi Arabia somewhere. And they still had slavery going into the 1960s. The video was from, they had like African tribes people and they're auctioning them off. And this is a colour video. It was like, it was insane. Like,
that's finished now. It's gone underground now. I mean, slavery still exists all over the world anyway. I mean, we are slaves. I mean, let's
It's a global thing
let's be
now,
realistic.
yes.
We're all slave to the system. We are all slaves at the moment.
But
So
this black slavery actually is the worst thing that happened in mankind's history. It made in 1,000 years above 100 million victims, and nobody talking about it.
yeah, that's right. No one's talking about this.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to put it. I would like to put black slavery amongst other atrocities that have happened on the flat
It's
Earth.
the worst.
Yeah,
the
it's one of the
worst
worst.
that
Yeah, one
happened.
of the worst. Because
in the
many things
UK,
have happened.
we don't really talk about it because the slaves weren't here. They were in the Caribbean, they were in Jamaica, so they were owned by, you know, the really rich British people, and then they were working on plantations in.
They came to Liverpool. There were blacks in the UK because you had Liverpool as a slave port, for example. Liverpool.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, like the majority or whatever. I mean, when they came here from Jamaica and stuff, like to start a new life, but the plantations they weren't in the UK.
Yeah, back in the days.
But anyway, my point was,
of slavery, there were black people working in Britain, and they were sent from Africa, from Liverpool to the Caribbean.
yeah. Well, my point was before the massive bailout of the banks in like 2008, the biggest financial bailout by the UK government was bailing out the slave owners, which was crazy. So when they abolished slavery, they paid off what would have been billions to all the slave owners, and the slaves still had to work 40 hours a week. It was phased out. It wasn't abolished overnight.
Yeah. There were many slaves working for a 40-hour week, even those living in nice homes. You know? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
The main reason, that was the main reason I came to Japan, really, is to teach the truth. And that would be not only just black history, but world history, and where Japan's role in that history. So, and it worked out good. It worked out very good. Because, you know, when my brother came to visit on occasions and it'd be party to the lesson, the students would say, your brother teaches us exactly what we don't get in the schools, you know. And I thought, thank you for that, because that went a long way to them understanding. I mean, I teach flat earth here.
What, in the school?
Yeah, I've got the flat earth maps up.
Wow.
I've got them laminated A4 size on the tables. They can't avoid it. You know, it's unavoidable.
You know, this guy who said he's interested in black history, I recommend watching the videos from Israel United in Christ. And there is a guy, is called now Bishop Nathaniel. But his older videos, he's just a regular black preacher in the US. And he's he has a lot of videos about black history and many.
Wow. Can you post a link in the live stream? Can you post one link if you've got one?
Did you say Israel United in Christ?
Yes, yes. IUIC.
Okay.
It's a very big movement now in the US. And these guys, at the first look, they look a little bit fanatic and stuff. But if you come across their older videos, they are very informative videos about history and this stuff. Very good ones.
IUIC, cool.
And the guy is his name now is Bishop Nathaniel.
Oh, Nathaniel, Bishop Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Cool.
It's nothing.
Well, you see, that kind of information goes a long way.
Yeah. He has thousands of
educating
videos.
us.
He has thousands of videos. He's having this religious point, but back in the days, in the 2010, 2005, he was making video about the fake history we learned. Cool.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
And that is important to know, which is what this is exactly what I'm trying to tell people.
I've seen a video about the French Revolution, how fake they teach us about the French Revolution, the reason why it happened.
Yeah, I've just posted a video. It's called "The Century of Self." Now I watched this. Wow, let's have a look. More than 10 years ago. So let's have a look. That's 2010, 2007, something like that. I watched these videos. Okay, this is a three hour. There's actually a much longer version, but this is the short version that I posted. The Center of Self, and basically it documents how humanity was kind of like brainwashed and manipulated to end up in the situation we're in now. So, and the main characters you will hear are Sigmund Freud, Edward Bernays, Anna. I think Anna Freud, which is Freud's sister. And these characters played an important part in manipulating and psychological control. They even helped the CIA and etc. etc. Good video to watch.
Yeah, Sigmund Freud was a massive pedo, wasn't he? Supposedly. Massive one. But you've posted that in live stream voice text 1, by the way. Just in case
that's
anyone
right.
can't find it.
Have I posted? Are we in voice text 2, are we?
I guess so.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that again then. Sorry about that. Cheers. Thanks for that, because I wasn't sure. Okay, let me get that corrected now. Yeah, live stream voice text 2. I shall post it in a minute. It's a very good documentary. It's nearly 4 hours, nearly 4 hour documentary. But you know, it takes you through from the 1900s, basically. Yeah, 1900s, right up to today.
The Europeans call it Dark Ages. The 1,000 years when the black people ruled in Europe.
Yes. Yeah, we used to be ruling in Europe, you see.
Yeah.
Back in the day. That's right. There were black people ruling in Europe, in Britain, all over the place. Yes.
But you know what? I did read the white and black people, originally we are brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
But there is a third race which look like human, and they are not white, not blacks. And in ancient Romanian culture, they were calling them gypsies. But they had a word which evolved into this word gypsy. And they say that these people only look like human from inside and out. But the problem is that they are acting being human, and that is not being human.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like reptilians.
Yeah. But you know, you cannot differentiate one from another, actually. But this concept is very weird for us. Back in the days, acting, it was like a crime, you know. Nobody tolerated acting because they knew the problems which give birth. This.
Yeah. Yeah, so funny today, I was earlier on today in the afternoon, I went out for a jog, and then I went to the laundrette to dry the family's clothes in the afternoon. Very rare occasion. Usually I do it in the morning, but there wasn't enough in the morning as a load to go to the laundrette, so I waited till this afternoon. My kids had returned back from school, and okay, let's get that all done. Only 2 are back at school. The youngest one is not back at school yet, but the 2 eldest ones are back at school already. Should I say the 17 and 15? The eldest one is working part-time. But yeah, so I'm in the laundrette, right, and I'm folding the clothes up now. And then this woman comes in, and the body language I'm looking at here looks like she's not sure what to do. So I ask her, do you want a washing machine or a dryer? Because you're standing by the dryer. Oh, dryer? Okay. Put your clothes in. Then please choose the heat that you want, the heat regulation you want, egg regulator, how hot you want this to be, press, whatever. Okay, lovely. And then with this load, I think 200 yen would be enough. So she put it in, she sat down, she said, thank you. I carried on folding my clothes. And then I asked her, are you, because she's got the mask on, are you worried about the bacteria that's out there? And she says, yeah, I am. I said, why are you worried? Oh, well, it's dangerous, isn't it? I said, yeah. How do you know? Oh, well, they're telling me on the TV. I said, have you noticed I haven't got a mask on? Yes, because it's not dangerous. And then she says, how do I know? I said, I've done the studies. Let me show you how your mask doesn't work. So I've got two videos. One's 2 minutes, one's a minute. So she watched both videos for 3 minutes. And then I asked her, do you see how there's no point? Then she says, I've got a cold. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, I've been in your country 21 years. I haven't had the cold once in this country. Okay? So, that's why I don't wear a mask, because the bacteria out there it's normal. Okay? It's nothing special that you need to be wearing a mask. And don't you think it's odd that because you go to the supermarkets, you'll see the adults, and you might see some like 6, 7, 8 year olds, but all the kids younger than that, they're not wearing masks. In their little buggies, they're being pushed around in the buggies and that. So I asked her, don't you think that is strange that you wear the mask and your children up to like 7 are wearing masks, but under that, not wearing a mask? Does that make any sense? What, the bacteria doesn't attack the youngsters or even the baby? And then she started to think, yeah, I thought that, she said. I thought about that. I said, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Right. So I said to her, you needn't worry. There's nothing out there going to kill you. Mind you, she's older than us. I'd put her in her late 60s, early 70s. Right? So I said to her, look, there's nothing out there that's going to kill you. But she knew me. She said, I know you. I've seen you jogging and cycling. I said, because I used to cycle a lot. Well, I still cycle a lot. But I used to cycle a lot with a bike trailer. And I used to have my kids in the back. I used to cycle them to their nursery and back and to the picnics and the parks. So, and I've still got it. I occasionally use it when I'm shopping. But I said, yeah, that's me. Same guy. I haven't changed. But I haven't worn a mask at all through last year. I'm not going to wear the mask because there's no danger. And the mask doesn't work. She says, yeah. And then I ask her, have you traveled abroad? She says, no. I said, why haven't you traveled abroad? Because she says she hears on the TV all the troubles, the drugs, the fighting. And look at this corona. I said, it's got nothing to do with that. You should travel the world. If you've got a chance, you should go and see it. It's really nice. But she didn't even travel because of all the story she heard. The propaganda she heard from her television stopped her traveling all these years. Isn't that a shame? Ain't that a shame, guys and dolls?
It is a shame. I agree. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Turn off the TV.
Yeah, straight off the TV. She never traveled anywhere. And I said, that's a shame. I said, look, well, how do you think I'm here if I didn't think traveling was good? Sightseeing, meeting the people, tasting the food, smelling the air. Because you've had a big miss in your life. That was a big mistake there. It's not that bad. What the TV's telling you is wrong. Shame. She never went once. Into her late 60s, early 70s. I think she was. And I asked her, if she had a chance to go tomorrow, where would she like to go? She said she'd like to go to America. I said, yeah, all right, nice. That's what she said.
And to comment on what you said about the kids with masks, sometimes I see on the tube around here babies with face masks on, with iPhones in their hands.
Now that is mad. A baby can
It is mad. And a baby doesn't have a choice. They've got literally they must be 1 year old, even younger, just like newborn babies almost, with face masks on.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, fuck's sake.
the baby could suffocate. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's ridiculous. And I asked the woman, I said, don't you think that's strange when you're walking around in the supermarkets? All the adults have got them, but some of the kids are not wearing them. And, so and you know for sure that their immune system is not as well developed as yours, right? So, it doesn't make sense, does it? Okay. And then I asked her the last question, are you going to take the vaccine? And her hands were moving very quickly. No. Very quick. You can tell the martial arts are in them. It was that quick. No. I said, yeah. I said, you see? I said, can you see how your action doesn't make sense? You're sending the wrong message. You're wearing the mask because you're scared, but you're not going to get the vaccine. Well, I mean, does that make any sense? Then she started to laugh. She was laughing. Man.
I mean, none of it makes sense when you really think about it, but people aren't thinking about it. Like, you can get the vaccine and then you still have to wear a mask. What's that all about?
It's crazy. I heard that about an hour ago, just before I came on here. Yeah.
Or even the vaccine itself, so you can get the C virus in its full force and catch it again, but they can inject you with a tiny bit of it called a vaccine, and you're now immune.
Yeah, but the thing is, even that immunity, they don't know how long it's going to last. They said they don't know how long.
Minimum 3 years.
Well, that's the first time I'm hearing that. That's the first time, because they've said with the stuff that's coming out at the moment, they don't know how long the immunity they're going to offer you with the vaccine they're giving you. 3 years. That's the first time.
Yeah.
But if you catch it, it only lasts 4 months, your immunity, or 6 months, whatever they're saying.
Anyway, you gotta be insane to take the vax. Really insane. You gotta be nuts to take the vax.
Oh,
you really have to be nuts.
Yeah.
No.
Really
Or just misinformed or uninformed.
I say it's stupid to fear from the vax.
Yeah. You see, when you're healthy and you're fine, why would you go and endanger your health by taking something you don't know what's in it? Mad. But that was this afternoon. I was talking to that woman. Yeah, she made me laugh. I got a cold. I said, really? Okay, well, I'll let you have that one. You got a cold. Okay. And then I asked her, do you get a cold every year? Because I said, I haven't had a cold in over 35 years. And in 21 years in your country, I haven't had a cold. Do you get a cold every year? And she went, no. I was like, okay, not every year you get a cold. But you got one year. Okay. But yeah, people are just like headless chickens, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I said to some of my family members who are going to get the vaccine, and I said to them, I wouldn't get it until you know what the side effects are. And their answer was, the side effect is you don't die. And I was just like, fucking hell. I know, yeah, it's so bad. The side effect is you don't die of it's impossible.
Seen the videos where people have been injured. Haven't they seen those?
They haven't seen anything, and they won't look at anything because it's on the internet. It needs to come from the BBC for them to accept it. It needs to be on TV.
Of course.
Another side effect is paralysis.
Yes.
Yes.
And I hope not. Actually, I honestly, I don't even know what I want this vaccine to do.
It's just mad, isn't it? A woman.
I just worry that they're going to say you don't have to take it, and then say, oh, but you can't travel until you've taken it.
They're going to do that for sure. It's like, so in my country, they weren't talking about possible banning of travel or something like that if you don't have the vax. They weren't doing this like months ago, when in America, well, in the US, basically this has been in debate, and in Canada it's even been like implemented. That phone app that says if you're vaccinated or not or whatever, like that's been months ago. And everybody's been asking me, why do you want to do research on what's going on in the US and Canada? Like, who cares? We're here. We're a different country. And I'm like, nah, buddy, what's going on there is going to happen in the whole goddamn world in the next months or years. It's only in advance. If you do the research there, you'll know the future in your own country. Anyway, I've done that, and apparently, like 1 day ago or 2 days ago, I hear somebody on the TV. Not that I watch TV, my parents do, but sometimes I hear some stuff that's going on there. I hate it anyway, but it happens. And I heard how they were pointing out how, well, it was definitely impossible in the past to like have mandatory vaccines, but now we're debating. I mean, you could make them mandatory, and I'm like, bruh, you just said there's no way you're gonna make it mandatory, and now you're having debates about whether or not you want to make them mandatory. Then probably in the next month they're gonna be like, well, we're not debating anymore, it's kind of clear. And then 5 months later on it's gonna be like, nah, okay, we'll actually have to force you to take the jab. And then 1 year later, if you don't take it, you're just gonna die. It's like they keep on saying they're not gonna cut off of your freedoms and all this stuff, but as time goes by, it's different. They slowly begin cutting your liberties and all the things that you can do.
They've got to try so hard. I mean, I can't stress the importance of that documentary that I just sent, because it shows you how they brainwashed and manipulate society from America and Europe. It's all there. Okay.
What's the name of it?
It's called. I posted it already. It's called the Century of Self. The Century of Self. So it documents 100
4 hours.
years.
All right.
Yeah,
Take some time.
Yeah, that's fine. You just take your time to watch it, because that is like a blueprint of what we're living today. It's the blueprint.
Have you seen Vaxxed?
Sorry?
There's a documentary called Vaxxed.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Good.
Del Bigtree and Robert Kennedy Jr. and various others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I saw that one years and years and years ago. It's not a new one. I mean, I started watching the vaccine thing from 2005.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, because there was the SARS virus and the swine flu. You see, so I had to make sure that I knew what was going on with the virus and the vaccines and stuff for my family, and I learned a lot then. So this is just a repeat. It's just a repeat. I already know what they're playing at.
Right, obviously. And well, this time is different because it's not a vaccine like they used to do. It's an mRNA one. So.
Yeah. There's two types, isn't there? There's a regular one and then the mRNA one, RNA.
Yeah, like this is fundamentally different. It has nothing to do with what they used to have.
Yeah, because there's a new one on the scene. Terrible.
They done all this many times before, and there is no surprise for them, no surprise reaction for them.
Yeah.
They know all the outcome.
Yes, that's right. They know the moves.
Yeah. So we stand no chance because they did this for thousands of years. And I did read that actually this co-hoax and stuff vaccine it has actually been planned 50 years ago.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's how long they know before it happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's people arguing that the Ebola stuff was... Basically, there are people arguing that Ebola, when it should have been the COVID of today, but probably they just delayed it because they thought, well, we kind of need... I don't know why they delayed it, but I'm pretty sure that Ebola stuff was meant to be this. It either failed or they just stopped it.
Ebola stopped when scientists started to find out what it is actually.
Yeah, maybe that, right. Yeah, it didn't go well.
Yeah.
It was very, very bad. And they blamed it on the fruit bats. But it's got nothing to do with the fruit bats, because fruit bats are not dying. You go out to Africa and those bats are living good and strong, eating their fruits.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with them. Right?
They always blame something that has no connection.
Yeah. And when you look into the history of germ warfare, it tells you that germs from animals don't jump onto human beings and contaminate it. It doesn't spread like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
That's true.
That does not happen.
There
And
has to
also,
be a
what?
blood exchange thing, like
Yes, cuts.
you grow a ill animal, you feed him to cannibalistic methods, and then when that animal is completely defiled, ill, the worst thing that exists in this world, you sacrifice it and eat it. It's pretty logic. You're not going to be fine.
No, you're not. You will be sick.
Yeah.
And if you notice with the Ebola, it was introduced in the Congo, 1976. Suddenly, Ebola arrives on the scene in Congo. And if you look at the map of Africa, it's right in the middle of Africa where it can do the most damage because it can spread everywhere
Yeah.
all at once. Right? That was the first thing
Yeah.
that I noticed. Because after so many years of hearing about Ebola over the years, this is in London. So now into Japan, I'm still hearing Ebola. But let me look into Ebola because this is driving me mad. I put they eradicated it. And then I learned that it was 1976. It started in the Congo, Central Republic of Congo. And I said, that was definitely man-made. Nature doesn't suddenly make an Ebola virus. It doesn't. It doesn't do that. There'd be some kind of evolution to this. Steps. There are none. So I said, well, why didn't it happen in 1975 or 74 or 73, 72, 71, 70? What happened in 1976 to the fruit bat that this happened? What happened? No. Obviously, it was introduced into Africa. Africa being the laboratory of the world when it comes to chemical warfare and
ground.
experimental.
Yeah.
It's the experimental ground. We are the guinea
Yeah.
pigs. We were now. Yeah, that's what's going on there. AIDS virus and everything else. They blame the AIDS virus on Africans sleeping with monkeys. They don't do that sort of stuff, man. Nobody does that. Only a warped Western mind would think of that. No African mind is working that out. Do you see what I mean? That kind of scenario, an African wouldn't think of that. Just wouldn't. It's just clearly obvious.
Yeah.
It's a Western stupid idea.
Even with the mask. Even
Yeah.
with the mask. When
Yeah.
you look about masking history in Japan culture or the Arab culture, you find in the Arab culture that this mask thing has been studied in the slavery era, like 1400.
Yeah.
The Arabs found out that when you mask your slaves, you are crushing their individuality and they become more obedient.
Mm.
You know,
the psychology of the mask.
Yeah,
the
it's
psychology of the mask. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the other case of wait a minute, you made me forget now. You're talking about the masks.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I was going to say
viruses
something. I had something to say there.
Ebola in Congo.
Yeah. Now I've lost it. It was going to be a good point, but I've lost it.
You're gonna get it back.
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brain's tired. It's not hanging on. But you were talking about the psychology of they worked it out, the mask.
AIDS virus, 1975, Ebola, what happened in the 70s.
That's right. We're talking about the. That's right. It's come back now. Even like if you go back to the modern times, the shoe bomber, for example, the shoe bomber and the underpants bomber. The underpants bomber was a Nigerian. Okay, the shoe bomber turned out to be some British guy with a bomb in his shoe. No normal citizens thinking of that. That's CIA and movie stuff. Do you know what I mean? They think of those ideas. So when you hear these stupid stories, it's not possible. You know that it's the powers that shouldn't be that have concocted that idea up. Yeah? The idea of terrorizing someone. A shoe bomb. on an aeroplane. You know. I'm not there. Yeah, dropped. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine all the way.
It went completely dead there, yeah. So basically, yeah, I was saying that, you know, these ideas like the shoe bomber and the underpants bomber, who's going to put a bomb in his underpants? Come on, man.
Yeah, Richard Reed.
Yeah. Silly.
Yeah, there's a lot of Americans buying ketchup popsicles.
Yeah. Why am I not surprised? But you get my meaning, though, yeah? You know, the CIA and the powers that shouldn't be, they're the ones who have all these stupid ideas. And they attribute it to the Islam fundamentalists, or, you know, the would-be lunatic assassin on his own.
Yep, everything from cocaine, child trafficking to state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah.
Pick your poison, right?
Yeah, pick your poison. It's all in-house. It's all down to the old CIAs in there. So-called brainstorming team working out ideas. Crazy world we live in. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. Still, something's got to happen this year, surely. Let's see where it goes. No one's died yet in a bomb. No attack, terrorist attack, not yet.
I'm just waiting for the eventuality of the T virus from Resident Evil.
Yeah. Is there anything happening stateside, your side? Any events, marches, marching on White House? Anything going on? Protests, demos today? Is there anything going on? Any events happening in the US today, right now? Except for the voting is still the recount's still going on, isn't it?
Yeah, they're still hammering out that creation.
Yeah, that's it. A creation is what it is as well. It's what it is. It's a creation. Now Biden's already in, man. Biden's already in. Trump's on his way out. That was the plan all along. This is all just theatre. What's going on now? Trying to make sure everyone thinks it's a democracy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. 70. They had their Gulf of Tonkin. Boom, we got the Vietnam War. Nice. We got, political separation and all these different paradigms. We got a virus. Boom. That's Gulf of Tonkin's equivalent. And here we go. Remember the war on drugs became the war on terror. Now it's the war on, the virus.
War on the virus and mass.
Yeah, we got this 6-month, warning that worldwide, they're going to release the UFO information.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say that earlier on. Yeah, you said that earlier, something about the UFO. 6 months warning. Where did you get that from?
Well, it's, part of that oil the frog slowly shit. Part of the plan.
I don't even know how they got the gore to do that. I mean, are people that stupid? Huh? Anyway, I don't know if you know the character Edward Bernays. He would be Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he casted a massive shadow over the 20th century, okay? Edward Bernays. And he kept calling everyone stupid because he was able to manipulate them so easily. He said people are stupid. And that was his number one word. Stupid and, what was the other word this woman said he used to use regularly? Stupid and another word. It wasn't flattering anyway, but 2 words he used to use. But, he used to call everyone stupid. Anyway. Everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, we're that stupid. We're that gullible.
Yeah, groupthink is, it's like ice cream. There's many flavors to groupthink.
Yes.
You could pull one dude out of that group and convince them and show them how to critically think.
Yeah.
But you
What's
put that same
famous,
dude.
That's right. What's that famous ice cream brand you have? Is it 39 flavors, is it?
30, hold on a second. Baskin Robbins, 32 flavors.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We had in England, we had a similar one during the 70s. It was known as Marine Ices was the name of the ice cream chain, Marine Ices, and they had about 32 different flavors. It was good there. Really good restaurant. Restaurant with the ice cream, and you could have anything you want to eat. The Italian, anything Italian, and then you have your ice cream, and you choose from 32 different flavors. Marine Ices. I used to live about 10 minutes from there. Chalk Farm, Camden, right across from Chalk Farm railway station, right across the road, and I used to live 10 minutes from there. So when NASA was going to the moon, I used to go to the Marine Ices and get an ice cream. There was even one called Zoom that we used to like. Yeah, that was an ice lolly, by the way. That'd be an ice lolly, not an ice cream as such. Shaped like a rocket. Zoom. Different flavors, though. Still had different flavors, though, yeah? Called Zoom. Yeah, man. Back in the day. Yeah. Zoom. Strawberry, vanilla, with some 1,000. Now, what do you call that? With chocolate bits and pieces. I forgot what it was called. Remember, they sprinkled it on. Yeah, I can't remember the name. It'll come back to me. But yeah, used to call it Zoom. There'd be another flavour like strawberry, orange, lemon, pineapple, all in a rocket shaped.
I like to buy that Neapolitan that has the vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. Oh man, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. We used to have that Neapolitan. Yeah, strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate in a kind of like checkered pattern. Yeah. That used to go down a treat in England.
Waffle cones. Ain't nothing like a waffle cone.
Yeah, that's right. We used to have the one with we used to have the wafer as well, like a sandwich. That used to go down well as well. Yeah, man. The 70s were good. Good times, the 70s, when it came to that kind of stuff. Yeah, I used to enjoy it. We were all naive back then, and they were ripping us off all along. All along, they were taking advantage. All along. I often go back and look at programs I used to watch in the 70s, British, European, and American. And American would be mostly would take up at least 70% of the viewings that I used to watch. The 70% would be American programming, and then the other 30% would be British and European, and probably European 5%, 25% British. Yeah, American influence in back in the 60s and 70s was quite a lot, I have to say. Yeah, keeping an eye on what the Americans are up to.
Being American and looking across the pond, I'd have to say Benny Hill. was my funniest
Yeah, he was a good
influence.
export. He was a good export, Benny Hill. Yeah, he was very funny. I'm not surprised to hear you say that. He was really good. Love him.
Now, Rowan Atkinson was another comic I enjoyed.
Yeah, right. That's good, Mr. Bean and that. Yeah. Another good export, I suppose. And then you had the Monty Python team. They seem to do well in the US as well. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few greats that ended up in the US as exports. But we watched all kinds of stuff, from the US, from like Lost in Space, Land of the Giants, going back into the 60s stuff. Even further than that, like Flash Gordon from the 1950s, kind of, maybe. Flash.
Yeah, I would have had more respect for them if they just would have titled every show "Pissing in Your Faces."
Well,
Season 1.
Yeah. But it was all predictive programming, I suppose. Yeah. Then you had let's have a look. What else? Of course, Star Trek, of course, and Space 1999. We had Thunderbirds.
Hey, have you seen the Have you seen the somewhat modern movie Man of Steel with
Man of Steel, Superman?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, where the beginning you had the whole entire population of Krypton, which had been cultivating their progeny from artificial means. There was never a natural birth for hundreds and hundreds of years.
That's right.
Yeah, that in my opinion now, that's the predictive programming for the future here.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
yes.
Like
yeah.
Truman Show, the movie completely, pissed in our face in the 90s. Turns out, yep, the world is flat. They just, it's the dome, the creation they made to trick us, right? But
That's right.
in my opinion, that's where they're trying to go. That whole.
Yeah, definitely. They've had it under control. You see, by the time Edward Bernays passes on, the control and the brainwashing machine was well and truly switched on now, and that was it. They were in control, and that was their main objective is to control the masses and influence you any which way they could, and they've been very successful at that. Very successful. I mean, when I arrived in Japan in 1990, I get at the lights, and the first thing I'm on my motorbike here, another biker stops. He's on a scooter. What does he do? Sparks a cigarette. I mean, you're riding in traffic. What the fuck? Where's the time to smoke? For the hot ash to go down the back of your shirt and you'd be on fire. Silly ass. Silly, isn't it? I mean, that's how much control they have. That they'd pull up at the lights and spark up, just like they saw in the movie, I just laughed. I thought, I got my helmet on and I don't even smoke. And if I'm going to smoke weed, not tobacco. Anyway.
Yeah, especially on a motorbike with a helmet.
Yeah. I'm on a sports bike anyway, so, you haven't got time to be smoking anyway. And I'm a serious rider, so, I'm looking at making sure I don't crash, saving time and gunning it down. I ain't got time to play the movie scene. Yeah, get out me Zippo and at the lights, and then the lights, and you've got to ride off. What are you going to do with your bag then? Come on. What, throw it away? What a waste. I mean, that, all the time that happens. At the lights, you get these Japanese, and they pull up and they light up a cigarette, thinking it's the coolest thing to do. No, it's not cool. You look stupid. You're telling me you're not in control. The movie has obviously impacted you that much. Yeah, silly. But that's the kind of thing that happens. People are not really in control of their lives, and we're living that right now today. right now, today, it's a joke.
Yeah, there's too many ways out of reality for the average person to actually deal with reality as it is.
Yes, that's it, you see. And when you're dealing with reality, you're being called, Jim, you're too serious, man. You want to relax, Jim. You're too serious. I said, I don't want to relax so much that I become too loose like you. I don't want to be loose like you, mate. I ain't got what's going on. Sorry. Or Jim, you want to relax? I said, no, I am relaxed. I'm happier than you because I know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. I don't want to live your life. Today I watched a program, should I say, a little documentary by DW, their European company, and they put out jackpot winners. Some Americans won the jackpots and the life that they led. One group really, what I thought was doing okay-ish. They won $62 million. The guy was working as a mechanic in a place, so he stopped working there, bought a nice house, had an extension built where he's got his own garage and he's tinkering and restoring old cars. He's enjoying that to the highest degree, which is great. Then, during the weekends he has parties, his friends come round, and that's great. They're all his friends that he's known through his life, so they all come round, sit down, have a laugh, have a drink, use the pool. He's got it set up so they can all have a good time, and I think that was great. The only one mistake I think he made was he bought a lot of land, and I thought, well, now what are you going to do with it? He's going to go shooting. Okay, you can go shooting without buying land. He wants to start some farming. Okay, that's cool. If you're going to do some farming, fine. Rent the land out to people who want to be farmers. Okay, great. But his wife was totally pissed off with that. That was the only thing. Another young guy, he was in his 50s, 52 years old. He won about $14 million. He was living off the interest. So he gave up working, plays golf every day. He's not married, he's single, he hasn't got a girlfriend. What else was he doing? Basically, it was golf. He wasn't traveling the world. Neither did the first couple either. Didn't travel. They couldn't understand why they wouldn't travel, but there you go. With all that money.
I'll tell you some things that, like, a few, things real quick about, like, how I unplugged. But, like in 2012, late 2012, I received about $15,000. Just boom, there it is, right?
Oh, great, yeah.
And I was I was homeless. Homeless is like a stigma. I was purposely homeless for a goal, for an agenda of mine, and still am in a lot of regards. But what I did was, I was in Denver at the time, around the 16th Street Mall in Denver. Anyway, I had a bunch of friends, all homeless. And what I did was, I analyzed their situation, because a lot of people use that homeless thing as a hustle. But these friends actually had a lot of family that were poor, faraway states. So I bought their tickets home on Greyhound and sent them home to their family. About 6 different individuals, and then I didn't have any of that money left. But the point of me saying that was, other than at the current moment where I came home to Kentucky to take care of my elderly mother, where I'm centralized until the inevitable happens. I unplugged like in 2011 from having a career, from having a job that I would have to cuck to keep. No, man. With the amount of wisdom and knowledge and skill set that I have, I can walk the country freely with no gainful employment, wink, wink, and be a farmhand, be an apprentice carpenter. You know what I mean? Help people out in a full sense, both with their truth paradigm. I made a choice to not be plugged into the system.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was thinking that if I that kind, I'd be plugging out the system rather rather than being in the system. It's still going to cost a little bit of money to do that, though, funny enough, you know, the
Sure,
way I
and
want
you.
it done.
Yep, and what I do is, you know, in my journey, in my travels, I acquire that currency, whatever form it is, whether it's food, clothing, money,
Yep.
by
Yep.
working for somebody on their farm. Or, like, for one instance, I came across a guy in Ohio, you know, and he wanted a deck built on the backside of his house.
Yeah.
And he was first contemplating buying a contractor and all this crap. I said, well, why don't you and I do it? And we established a good friendship over about a 3-month period. We built his deck, just him and I. And I left. You know, he offered me a place to sleep, some food. We built his deck, 3 months, and then I was off. We still are in contact today. You know, and that's
it's a good existence. It's a good existence.
Yeah, the world brainwashes people to think they have to have stuff to be successful.
That's correct. That's exactly what this video that I posted earlier said. You know, it was going on that. You know, people seem to think they need stuff to survive, but really, when you look at it, you don't really. You don't really need that much to survive. You don't really. If you work it out properly, reduce your needs, you can be rich.
I mean, you can be like isolated in your mind in the sense that you think you have to, and therefore you can build up a success in your own mind. You know, I have this PhD, I have this amount of property, I have this clout in my. But what do you really have, right? What do you really have?
Really, you haven't
when
got
you
anything.
wake up every day and believe the mainstream media's, you know, narrative,
Well,
and
that's
you're
it.
in fear.
You haven't got anything. Yeah, you're in fear. That's right. You really don't have a life, really. If you're living the life that the system tells you on TV, then you're not really living. And that's the one thing that I kept saying to people in London. Because I don't want to live the TV life, man. I want to live real. I'm not living. I don't want to watch TV and see the life that we live on TV out on the streets. I can't be doing that. See you later, boys. Good luck. I'm off. Started travelling around Britain. Yeah. Those who wanted to follow did. And that was it.
Agree.
Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah, that's it. Really, you got to make your own way, man. Make it, and when you do,
And there were several times where I had significant others offer me to stay. You know, hey, let's spark a relationship. Let's move in and, you know, root ourselves here. I'm like, no, because what, you know, my projection of thought is whatever time in the future it's coming where some government force is going to say, look, I will take this from you if you do not choose to cock to this. So I'm like, nope.
Yeah, he's cut off, but I know where he's coming from. Yeah.
Did you lose me?
Yeah, we lost you. Yeah. You're back now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you get my point.
Yeah. You're saying it gets to a point where the government comes up and says, we're going to take this from you if you don't comply to this. Then you cut off.
Yep.
But yeah, you know. So yeah, you've got to make your own way. Got to make your own way, really. At the end of it, that's the best one. You know, and it's a good existence, moving around and meeting people. One day you will settle down, but by that time, you would have gathered enough knowledge and information to be able to do that open. But at the moment, man, this stupid bacteria thing, this bacteria game they're playing is hideous. Just can't believe people are just sitting back and taking it. Just can't believe it. Too much. Enough is enough, man. Sending out all the wrong messages, these people. I wear the mask, but I won't take the fucking vaccine. Why wear a fucking mask then? Send out the right message like me. I ain't taking a mask and I ain't taking a fucking vaccine either.
I have decided to have a little fun. You know, I'm a giant horror movie fan.
Oh yeah.
And Michael Myers is my favorite slasher. So I've
Right.
had an authentic Michael Myers mask for a while, and I own a mechanic's outfit. So when I want to be humorous, in like if I'm going like into the city or something, oh, you can bet your sweet ass that's what I'm putting on, all the way down to the work boots.
Right. A real mask.
Yeah.
What kind of reactions do you get?
Oh, it's mixed. Some of them know I'm poking fun. A couple of them, think that I'm some kind of, murderer about to make a point or something. But nothing that's ever been threatening.
All right. Yeah. No, I haven't bothered all that. I haven't worn a mask. Just gone about my business as usual. So I'm glad that that whole year went by. 2020 went by, and yes, I lost some clientele, so it did affect me in my business. But as for my going shopping and doing my business and that, no mask. It's not a requirement. When there's no danger, I'm not going to wear it. Even the government's requiring it, I'm not following. Yeah. See who wins. Let's see who wins this. Because it is absolutely amazing what's happening. People are just following it along, man. Wow. They really have got control. Right, I'm going to disappear now. It's coming up for 1 a.m. in the morning. So I'm going to take a break and then I'll be back later. Enjoy yourselves, guys and dolls. It was nice. Short
You
visit
too.
today. No globe heads in the house to debate with. Next time.
Okay, can we get some order in here? There's too many people talking at once. One at a time, please. Reporting from Kentucky, January 6, 2021. Is that our date? Currently, we still do not live on a spinning oblate parallel, going several directions in speed through nothing. This is
Agreed.
24/7. Thank you. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
The Earth is flat.
And that is that. It's to be a generally level plane of existence with
gravity.
mountains, valleys. Gravity's a made up word.
But scientist.
I was
Scientists
thinking about that
imagine.
word gravity and how it has the word grave in it, right? Grave. Which gravity pulls you down to your grave. Some bullshit.
Yeah, most people just don't understand the gravity of their situation, do they?
Is such a weak force that you cannot detect it between two rocks attracting each other. But when they join, actually their gravity force increases and still it's not detectable.
Yeah, that checks out. Makes sense. So I'm assuming we have no heliocentric enthusiasts on here right now. That'd be a correct assumption.
Correct.
Fuck it is.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson said is around.
I see one guy that's a closet glober. Let's see if he's at his mic. Denmark. You live on a ball? He must be busy. I was just bullshitting. He's been questioning this shit for 5 years, just like me. If anybody's got anything they want to talk about, feel free to discuss it. They don't call me Dead Air Dave for no reason. I usually kill the airwaves when I show up. I don't have a whole lot to say besides calling bullshit on the globe because I don't anymore. I'm 58 years old. I don't like making claims I don't know the answers to. I don't like to believe stuff anymore. I like to know it.
I don't watch the news often, but I'm getting tired of these news reporters.
I know what you mean. I make myself watch like 10 minutes or so every 2 or 3 days just to kind of see what they're telling people.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean about the news reporters. It's just literally like AI sitting there reading whatever script they want.
They keep up an act. They laugh at all the essential stories, the real stories. They laugh. They do this fake fucking laugh. And, oh, it burns me. I have to turn it off. Like, I don't know, a whole city might see something and they'll totally make fun of it, you know? They really know how to bury stories.
I missed everything you said because I got Discord dropped me like NDT dropped his microphone. Boom. But yeah, the news media is full of shit. It's pretty obvious. I don't know how those people sleep at night, sitting there parroting all that bullshit. But anyway. There's somebody on here named LOL. No roles. I've never seen moderators in here right now. Is your mic working, LOL? Guess not. Who else can we bug here? Let's go to the Netherlands, see if Roger's at his mic. He secretly thinks he lives on a ball. Let's find out.
Sup? Sup? Oh,
Dude,
man.
is that what I heard?
What'd you say?
You think you live on a ball, sir?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. It's flat, man. Flat and stationary.
You used to think that, though, before you looked into it, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to think that. I was a space nerd, man. Marvel fan with all the I don't know, Guardians of the Galaxy and Iron Man. Man, I was a fan.
So there are no Guardians of the Galaxy. Telling me.
No.
Well, there you're wrong. There are Guardians of the Galaxy. You're wrong, man. Didn't you heard? Haven't you heard? Space Force, branch of the U.S. military, has come up with a new name called Guardians. Took them a whole year.
Do they have a theme song yet? Like Space Force, Space Force.
Maybe next year, right?
Okay.
Took a whole year to come up with a name.
There's got to be at least a few people that at least thought for a second, like, what the fuck is the Space Force really going to do? But, you know.
Not much.
Go up there and shoot down some NASA satellites and shit. Get out of orbit. Anyway, we're hopefully waiting for the next curious mind to find their way in here and get the whole world paradigm shaken up.
Yeah.
Here we got a new person that might be a Glober. Wolfgang Hope, you have control of your microphone. You think you live on a ball? Wolfgang Hope.
Yeah, no, bro. I'm a moderator here.
I'm just joking. I was just bugging you.
How's it going, Dave?
It's going. Another day here in Kentucky. Kind of dreary weather, kind of drizzly.
Yeah,
other than that, all right. But sorry to bother you if you're busy, man.
Yeah.
Just waiting on a Glober and just feeling some air. I know you're a moderator, man. You have the most patience I've ever heard of anybody. I've heard you go off on anybody. I'd like to see you do a rant sometime.
Thanks. Yeah, I haven't been in recently, so I thought, God, maybe they have forgotten I'm here.
Nah, you're unforgettable, man.
Well, I've been trying to drum up some Globers in the lobby in Cogdis while I've been working, but they've all just either totally spazzed out, so they can't even get out of Cogdis, or they've just ended up failing.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of slim pickings these days, and not many people want to defend this globe thing, whatever this is. People keep talking about. I don't know.
So there's some new people in now. Who's lol new here?
LOL. I tried to. I don't think he's got a mic or anything. I tried to rails him up, but
Maybe he needs the verified role. Let me try and give him the role.
all
Hey,
right.
LOL, are you there? Can you unmute your mic? LOL? Nope. All right, well, if you want to take part in the conversation, LOL, you need to jump up to VC check-in 1 or 2, or put a message to one of the mods or golds, and they can unmute you. I'm going to take your role away now. Easy come, easy go.
Yep. Well, hopefully we're reaching a few people, getting them to think about their reality. That's all we can do, right?
Definitely. I feel like we're getting way more people coming in and way more flat earthers coming in over the last few months anyway.
Yeah, it does seem like.
Like a lot of people had time to study over lockdown.
Yep. Could have something to do with it. And just in a general sense, we're seeing lists of the full of themselves glober egos coming in to preach about their globe, you know. They know that ain't gonna fly here.
Most of them are too terrified to even state a claim. Most of them can't even bring themselves to say, yes, I think the lakes and oceans curve. Most of them can't even say it.
Exactly. I mean, you ask them that question, like, if it's not curving anywhere, what is it? They'll do anything but say flat, most of them.
Yeah. So, it's just an emotional thing. It's not about the evidence at that point. They're just too emotionally attached. So, what can you do?
For whatever reason, they just cannot let go. They can't take that last step. There's no way that everything I thought was real is really not real, if that makes any sense. It is a hard step to take. But
yeah, I mean, I sympathize with them because it is pretty daunting at first. But, I mean, if you're not willing to discuss it, why would you join a server for discussing it? That's what I don't understand.
Exactly.
I mean, if you don't want to discuss it, just listen. But it's these people who want to argue, but they don't want to listen.
Yeah.
You made a good point. Why would they join the server if they don't want to discuss it? You're right about that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's literally what the whole server's about. And then you get people coming here like, well, I don't want to talk about it. It's none of your business. Like, well, why are you here?
And I've heard a few people last week or so, they just came in because there's a lot of people in this Discord. They just want to see what we're talking about. I guess that could be legit, but it still says Flat Earth on the title. You know what you're getting into.
Yeah, it should be no surprise to anyone who's got their eyes open on their computer. So
yeah. Anybody's got functioning brain cells should realize what they've got into.
But then most of these people are surprised when you point out to them that they actually only observe a flat and stationary Earth. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You don't observe it to be curved. You don't observe it to be in motion. And then they're just instantly like, well, that's because... It's like, okay, but this is the point.
They go right into their programming, It's like they never even take the chance to take a step back and actually observe reality for what it is showing to them,
Yeah. I mean, this is how I usually start it. I'm like, if you can't agree the base observation that we all share, then you're not going to be honest or reasonable enough to actually have this discussion with. Like, if you can't just agree what we actually all observe and experience, I don't even say to them, I'm like, doesn't mean it's the end of the discussion. I mean, you can still say that's not what it is, but you have to understand that you're the one that has to prove that claim then.
Yeah. That's the hardest point to get across to the deeply indoctrinated is the positive claim, the outstanding claim is something beyond everybody's experience. So
yeah. I mean, just getting that to people is a mission enough.
Such a simple point that seems so hard to get through to anybody.
Yeah. And
But
it
all these
changes the whole
scientists, they got
discussion.
it all figured out. We got pictures and blah, blah, blah. They don't want to get below the surface level of that thinking about it, you know.
Just wondering, what was the first truth that y'all came across? Like, Flat Earth wasn't the first thing that I came across. There were many other things that I came across that I tried to tell people about, but I was ostracized for it before. So I kind of developed a thick skin, right, before I came to the Flat Earth. Now, other people out there, they never even looked up the truth, much less talked to people about it. So they're like thin-skinned tenderonis out there. And I think a lot of time thin-skinned tenderonis join the server not knowing what they're going to get and get destroyed, you know.
Evolution was mine.
The fact that some kids will come in here and the very first red pill they take is flat Earth, or that's the first trip down the rabbit hole is flat Earth, and it took us 20 years to get there, 30 for some people. That shocks me. It's astounding that that's your first red pill is flat Earth.
Yeah, I always say that.
What a
I always
world.
say that. I can't imagine coming into this place without ever having looking at not only flat Earth, but all the other examples of government corruption through history. I mean, if you don't know any of that and you just come in here, first off, I'm not surprised your mind implodes. It's like
That's why they would ask, why would they lie? When someone asks, they legit don't realize that they're being lied to all the time. When I realized that we were being lied to about 99% of things, and then this flat Earth was just the last 1% of things they're lying about. Well, you know what I mean. But it's like then it's very easy to come there. But it's like if I never knew of all that other stuff, I could see a legit reason why you might ask that. But still, you have to trust politicians, and I don't know.
My first was evolution as a kid.
Evolution.
I was probably 13 years old when I knew that was a lie.
Wow,
that's a good one, right?
Young,
because that's often overlooked, right? Things like evolution. These arguments, even for truthers, are not commonly examined, even in their adult lives, right? I would say, I remember being a kid and seeing the film JFK and going and asking my mum, did the U.S. government kill President Kennedy? And she was like, probably. And since then, I was remember being like, well, that's crazy. And, from then I've pretty much always just been open to 9/11, the Satanic Elite, and the moon landings, Antarctica generally. So, yeah, you hear about the flat Earth, it sounds crazy, but you start to piece all these pieces together. Why there's 666s all throughout the model. Why we can't go to Antarctica, why they faked the moon landing. All of this stuff makes sense, but if you've never even looked at that before, I can see why they're spiraling like little crazy people.
Interesting. In my teens and my 20s, my only thing I thought the world was fine. My only problem with the world was, why is weed illegal? That was my only thing. I just couldn't understand why the whole world looked criminal. Anyway, I thought the world was fine. And then I got into politics. Ron Paul. I found out about Ron Paul. From there, I found out about 9/11. From there, I found out about evolution. And then I found, I found so many things before I came to the flat Earth. And I tried to tell people about it. And, my friends and family and things. And, of course, you get the laugh, the blank stares, whatever. Nobody wants to talk about it. The ones that like me will say, yeah, okay. And then try to get me to, not talk about it anymore. The ones that don't like me, I don't know, will fight me, disown me, whatever. It's fine for me because I just feel so much better. I know the truth now, and I try to tell people about it. But I've had a thick skin from it. A lot of these guys are thin-skinned. They never looked it up, and they never tried to talk to people about it. So they're just thin-skinned tenderonis.
Yeah, like one microcosm of the whole world that I was, blessed to be able to experience was the prison environment. And I had to separate who was not thirsty for anything, but was well satisfied and placated by living in this ignorant paradigm that the world's created. But there was a lot of people who, accidentally ended up in prison and were thirsty for a way to see what's true. Why? So, I'd see these people and then start a friendship and then a trusting dialogue and boom, 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 boom. There we go.
Mic check.
I'm here.
Dave's here from Kentucky to give us a full report.
Did anyone start to hate NASA before the flat Earth, like I did?
Oh, yeah. No little globe in the classroom, no little moon spinning. I've always hated those bastards.
I was starting to hate NASA before I found out the flat Earth.
I was mad when I had the magnet pin that floated, but not the little globe or the little moon. It pissed me off, and I was like 10. I don't know.
Hey, Denmark, why does your Lincoln guy look like he's wearing a small hat?
He is. He's got a yarmulke.
That's cool.
He's got a small hat. He's a military man. Good old Lincoln. Stinking Lincoln. It's because he was a Jew. He was a Nazi Jew CIA defector. So they put the soldier Jew Nazi hat on him. Pretty cool penny.
Back to NASA's full of shit.
What is it? And that's full of shit, yes.
Robot and pretty deep there, D-Bob.
I think I'm roboting too. Mike, check.
Mike's good here.
Thanks, Ramastan. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Aramiston. Like Aramis,
Aramis-
the cologne.
Aramiston. Close enough.
Just chilling here in Owenston, Kentucky, waiting for the harvest.
Yep, we need to schedule a Kentucky meetup. I'm literally within 70, 80 miles of you right now. I used to live in Frankfurt for a long time. Ran the Sonic over there.
Red River Gorge would be a good place to meet up.
Yeah. We got a few of us Kentuckians here and there. Hear them on here. I think Rockin' Curves, he's either Tennessee or Kentucky, isn't he?
Truth Prevails is Kentucky.
Yeah, of course, true. We got Demock up here in Illinois. You can come to Kentucky meetup. If they'll let him out of the city. He's all locked down and stuff. Gonna get the COVID-19. He must be away from his mic, or that would riled him up. I gotta give Demock props. He's been on here since 2015, 2016, bitching about this non-existent globe, just like I have. So we got wide open airwaves here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We have many respectable ladies and gentlemen here to answer your questions, or show us on the globe where it hurts you or whatever. You're going to have to deal with the fact that it's just a belief, in my humble opinion. No one else, shut up.
Yeah, we have. Oh, he jumped. Never mind.
Roger had one on the line and he's wiggled off.
Yeah, that's why I fish with a net.
Yeah, pretty much the first wall any new person's going to run into here is going to need some curvature measurement of the Earth's surface. Real world.
We need to zoom in on that cube.
Yeah, Demock lives on a cube.
No, I don't live on a cube. I'm saying they need to zoom in on the cube at eye level, right? Get it at eye level, put it away from you at the horizon. Zoom in on that motherfucker. If you can see the bottom of the cube, hello globe. If you can only see the front face of the cube, hello flat. And that's all we see is the front face. So, good morning, America. How are you?
Yeah, DM, we pretty much established this globe is not reality, but it's taking other people a little bit to catch up, seems like.
Yeah, they want to put a piece of, like a piece of material out there, like a square or a flag, and color it different colors, and like, which part can you see? Well, you can see the flag still. Welcome to Flat Earth. Any part of it.
Yeah, and even that one you're talking about right there, you can still see the horizon behind where they're looking at the boat.
Exactly. Yeah, even the helicopter. you can still see even stuff behind the helicopter when they do that one. Yeah. So I don't know what they got going on, but I think they're retarded.
And that should be a red flag that's the mainstream's proof of curvature.
Yeah, clearly Stephen Hawking and us were retarded. They were retarded. Yeah, let's go put this helicopter over here, but no, don't pay attention to the water and the mountain behind the helicopter.
And the birds.
Yep.
They faked that one. They chopped it up with the birds.
And even the laser experiment they did at the first of that video, they could have easily just tilted the laser up a little bit and hit that 6 foot or whatever it was. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They had a boat out in the middle of the lake, and supposedly it was 6 feet above the water because it was curved.
What about tides?
Yep, that's all we need is proof of curvature, motion, and the actual place that exists being real. We exist in nothing, according to the mainstream media. Well, near nothing, I guess, to be fair, right? It's a near perfect vacuum surrounding our pressurized atmosphere. That checks out, correct? No. Somebody came in robotic.
I just don't understand how any of them weren't smart enough to say, hey, man, we need to see the underneath or, something that's to go around a curve. I don't think they even know what that is.
Like you've always said, Dan, if it was real, there would be like in a museum, there'd be a little suspended globe there showing us how it all works, right?
Yeah. There'd also be somewhere like a waterfall where we would see a curve and see someone actually act like they were going around a curve, like a waterfall, like going over the edge of it. Like if you have a longboat and you hit that edge of that waterfall when you get ready to go over it, the end of your boat's going to stick up in the air and you're going straight down. So if I see that somewhere, then yeah, that's a curve.
All waterfalls in the southern hemisphere are actually water ups. What's the opposite of fall?
A rise. A water rise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the waterfalls go both directions. I want to see one going down and one going up towards each other. I want to see that shit.
And that would check out. Then the Glovers would have something. Right now, all they got's a belief. We just need to get them to understand that.
A lot of people are mesmerized by the card trick with absolutely no concern about how the trick is created.
No, it's worse than that. They don't know that they're. When you're watching a card trick, there's a magician involved and there's a trick being done. People don't even know they're watching a trick. I mean, they don't know whether or not they're watching a trick, let alone how the trick would even be done. They don't even know that. They don't even know.
Yeah, it's an elucidation to their lack of critical thinking.
They don't know what they don't know, right, Gus? Well.
I'm still not even sure about where gravity starts.
Some dude turns on the Discovery Channel or NASA and hears somebody talk about quasars and boom, mind trick.
In the nebula of the galaxy, we're going to explore deep into the universe. We're going to explore orange holes, blue loops, horizons like never before. Journey with us as we lie our ass off and we don't know shit. And we make up all these epic adventures. Join us next time on What Are You Smoking? We're going to watch live the black hole.
Hey, D-Mark, you see the...
You must be a radio reporter or something.
What? See what?
In 6 months, there's a UFO declaration of the official nature about to be handed down from our masters, wink wink.
Oh, they're going to tell us about the aliens?
Yep. 6 months.
I've been working with aliens since day one. The aliens are us.
That's funny because you literally sound like an alien right now, too.
If you come to my planet,
Open your mind to me.
Both of you guys, the good, especially, I haven't heard of Rammstein do it, but in a world, you know, Hemlock does a good one there.
In a world.
Imagine if you
in
will.
a world. Imagine, if you will, in a world. An alien race has been contacted by our government. We've been communicating with them for a long time, thousands of years. They've been controlling the narrative. We control the horizontal, the vertical, the volume. Don't touch your TV. The aliens are here, and they want to be our friends.
It's perfect, man. You're still roboting like an alien, too. It's kind of fun.
We only have to feed them half of America.
We literally are in the Twilight Zone. Could be a flat Earth episode.
What if it's not aliens they talk to? What if it's nature they communicate with and they're thinking it's an alien and they just picked up some kind of signal, you know? Kind of like the tree puts off some kind of thing if it doesn't want to be ate by a certain bug or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe they're picking up on something. They're like, man, this is alien communication, and it's not like even at all. Just a vibration of well puts out when it has to fart. You know what I mean? And they're like, alien communication, look. It's just a well fart. Go back to the drawing board.
Well, they're going to have the movie Contact on every fucking cable channel for the next 6 months or better, day in, day out, day in, followed by the Shawshank Redemption, of course, but Contact is going to be all over cable and satellite television.
I got a question for you guys. It might work.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you do when you see a spaceman?
Well, they're not from space. Second, they're from around here, Nephilim. They've been hidden or hiding from us. Where? Probably under the sea, some continent we don't know about.
That's a good answer, but it's not correct. The correct answer is you park your car in the space, man. Anyway, get it. What you do when you see a space, man? You park your car in it, man. Anyway, back to whatever bullshit y'all were talking about. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm assuming it's going to be some underwater, um, blah blah blah, based upon release the Kraken, all the aquatic references that we've seen in politics these days. There's going to be like a bifocus, like from outer space, wink wink, and then from underneath the deep.
I
Like in
think
the
that's
movies.
one of the reasons we don't know about what's under the water. Supposedly, we know less about 2% about what's on the ocean flora. We know all this stuff about fake outer space. I think there's a reason for that. There might be some things down there they don't want us to see. Maybe giant bones, maybe buildings, maybe both.
Hey, hold on now. I'm gonna say a phrase, make y'all think about. Hold on. SpongeBob SquarePants. Maybe it's just not a cartoon. Dum dum dum.
Looks like SpongeBob killed the convo. Everybody's contemplating. That is pretty deep.
Maybe it was just conditioning for what's really, 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 really down there. Who knows, right?
Sometimes they say those UFOs are actually also USOs, unidentified submerged object. These things go up in the air, come back down in the water. There's no doubt there's something down there, and and it's bullshit to me that they don't know what's down at the bottom of the ocean. That's unexplored. That's just crap. I bet you while they distracted us with all this space crap, they were actually down there, you know, hanging out, exploring, whatever. Did somebody say something? I couldn't hear you.
I didn't hear anything.
I didn't either.
Oh, sorry.
Think you're good. Any new people on here yet? I can't check the list right now. I'm guessing that's a no. Just checking.
Niggas 24/7 Flat Earth live stream 3-Point Fight Club. Get in the pit and try to 1v1.
You come out of the pit realizing that your worldview is a belief. If your worldview includes a spinning globe and nothing.
And the people of the world surprised me. They allowed a plant to go illegal like marijuana, but at the same time, they don't bat an eyelash when CERN builds something that crashes atoms into each other and could cause the end of the world. Nobody blinks about that.
Yeah, how do we know what CERN's even doing? I know what they claim they're doing, but it's still not making sense.
Agreed. We really don't know what they're doing, but based on what they've told us, it's quite scary itself.
Yeah, looking for the God particle or whatever.
Smashing particles into each other to recreate the so-called Big Bang. Like they're really they want to recreate the Big Bang, here on Earth, and nobody blinks an eyelash.
Maybe they're trying to open up a portal so that they can bring other dimensional creatures to this plane of existence. Dun dun dun.
You got the good start of a science fiction book there, man. Keep working on it. If there happens to be anybody out there that's you 100% know you live on a globe and you know it's real and there's proof of it and everything, just feel free to get Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody a little bit below him. Come on in here and show us evidence and we'll shut up. Anybody. So we'll be waiting. We'll be here 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, waiting for this curvature proof. We'll start with that one. We'll go from there. Back to you guys or silence, one or the other.
We could shut right down the server, worship the globe with fervor, if we only had a curve.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
That was good.
Yeah.
What about this guy, LOL? Does he want to talk now?
I'm not even sure if he can control his mic or not. I think Wolfgang tried a little while ago. LOL, are you there? Feel free to speak if you wish. Or not.
Too shy, shy, hush, hush. I know why.
That was Kaji Goo Goo, 1980 something. Am I correct?
We got Neil deGrasse Tyson up there singing, "Do you really wanna hurt me? Do you?"
Now, the best Neil deGrasse one is Living on a Pear. Oh, living on a pear.
Take my hand, we'll fake it, I swear.
Oh, living on a pear.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa.
This needs to be done. Like, we need to like totally do different lyrics for this stuff. This is gold.
Hey, I'm down. Whoever wants to collaborate, I write parody lyrics like I'm breathing oxygen.
I can write the lyrics, but I can't sing them, obviously. And it gets somebody can actually sing.
Oh, Dave, I have the utmost confidence you could pull off a George Strait. Or
Well, I could do a slow country, George Strait kind of stuff. Sure, I could get away with that. When it comes to actually carrying tunes to their right pitch, you want to check with somebody who can really sing.
like I could rewrite a George Strait song called "Lead On" with Flat Earth lyrics and just throw it right at you. With practice, I'm sure you could probably record that and sell it.
DM it to me, man. I'll record it. Do the lyric. Challenge accepted.
Sure, I'll write it. I'll write it down and
my wife loves George Strait. She won't mind me singing some George Strait.
Then you got a Glober version. I'm carrying the globe with me.
That would be good.
West Virginia down to Tennessee. I'll be moving with Jesuit speed. Carrying the globe with me. It's my strength for holding on. Cog this at every turn I come on. I have everything I'll ever need. I'm carrying the globe with me.
You should go ahead and record it, man. You sing better than I do. There's been a lot of good Flat Earth music already done. The first one come to my mind is a gentleman that's passed away, unfortunately. You might remember it's in Chris Rock. He did a remake. I don't think the name of it. The song was Jumper by Third Eye Blind. Wish you would step back from that globe, my friend. And then he had
Yeah, I remember that.
good lyrics.
I remember that song.
Cut ties to the lies you've been living in.
Yeah, cut ties to all the lies you've been living in. Which is literally the lyrics of that song. Thanks.
That's why I was like, it fits so perfect.
Yes.
Well, Owl City.
Folks, look that one up. Owl City.
Owl City has
like to make yourself believe that our planet Earth turns slowly, right? I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly.
Oh yeah.
Nothing is real as it seems, or something like that in that song. Lots of clues in the music and the movies, for sure. And as George Carlin says, nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Gotta go to work. Gotta watch the football game. Gotta take the kids to band.
I absolutely love Pink
blah,
Floyd.
blah, blah. Going through the checkout lane, I got to mute up here.
Thank you for shopping Walmart. Your total is $55.60. Will you be paying with your hand or your forehead this evening? Boom.
If you believe we put the man on the moon, man on the moon.
Hell yeah. Monopoly 21, checkers and chess.
I'm still thinking they're going to disclose the fake moon landing.
I mean, they're going to have to address that because, you know, the actual evidence of its debunking is so critically obvious. I mean, now, you know, you could, like, I guess assume maybe they'll come out and do that. So, yeah, the moon landing was faked. So here's the truth, wink, 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 which is it ends up being another lie that
Right.
they spin off into.
They're gonna annex NASA into Space Force. This time we're really going. Then they can wipe out and start with a clean sheet, right?
And by that time, they've perfected augmented reality so well that your average sheep wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway.
If they go 2024, 2026, 2028, you know, and they haven't disclosed it, then they have to show the Sea of Tranquility, right? They have to show the old lunar modules and the rover.
Yeah, Stacey, I listen to that Space Force song like at least twice a day just to laugh.
Let it sink in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bad Lip Reading's channel and a few others, but Space Force song is awesome.
We're living in some crazy damn times, man. We have to have a Space Force. How funny is that? Like, SpaceX.
I missed that Space Force song.
Oh my God! Somebody post a Space Force song and look that up, Roger, and and enjoy. Just if you don't have washboard abs now, you will.
You will. Yeah, it's like you gotta listen.
Space Force.
Dum 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 dum. Space Force.
Space Force. For what?
Did everybody hear that? I didn't mean for him to. It's the noon siren here in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky.
Siren?
Everybody knows. Yeah, at noon every day they set that off.
Why?
Let everybody know it's 12 o'clock. I guess.
Roboting pretty hard there.
You know, I was questioning that. Oh my goodness, a while back after all this COVID shit happened, I was thinking how crazy it is to desensitize people to hear that siren every Friday, and it's noon, but people they just literally don't even think about it sometimes. Like, there it goes. So when they hear it, even when a tornado's happening, it's like it's not even registering in their head. So it's like that's the wrong way to do it. To sit there every single week and play that to someone.
Is it
it's
every
not
Friday?
for what they say.
Every Friday?
Every Friday.
And because of tornadoes.
Supposedly weather and other shit, they're testing the sirens, but they let you know every Friday it's noon. It's like, what?
And we have that the first Monday of every month. Then they test
Well,
the
that's
sirens.
better. That's
Yeah.
not so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, when it happens, I'm always like not scared, but it's the correct word. They're like, oh, what's that? Oh yeah, the sirens. Yeah.
Hey Roger.
Okay.
Click on that video I just posted and give it a good listen.
I'm going on mute. 1 second.
Good
Well, I
morning to
guess the good
Stacy
thing-
B. Just joined us. Here she is talking while I'm trying to rumpus her. Go ahead.
That's me. It wouldn't be any other way. It's nice to be back. To hear you in the mornings and stuff. We used to have those conversations every day. It's crazy though when you think about stuff like that. So simple, like a siren, and what it does. But my entire life, I've grown up like that, And the good thing is, I guess, no matter where you're at in the world, in the United States, I should say, you at least know on Friday what time it is if they play that siren.
Yeah, like you were saying, that's supposedly to test the tornado alarm. Do we even need those anymore with everybody having phones, I guess people out in the country, it's useful, maybe. I mean,
So true, because our phones are constantly going off of that stuff now, and Amber Alerts and everything. So do we really need that to be happening every freaking week now?
yeah.
And when it happens, sometimes I'm just like, I even questioned it, a couple years ago, but this year I really started questioning it. It's like, if something was bad, to happen, I don't think anybody would know. We're just gonna walk around like, oh, sirens going off.
Yeah. It's going to be a delayed reaction, at least for the siren. I see what you're saying.
Exactly. It's like if you just keep hearing gunshots all the time and you start hearing them again later, like, what? Someone's shooting guns. I mean, you literally will block it out. They're doing this on purpose.
So I heard you say you're down in Texas now, right, Stacey? Right?
What's that, hon?
Are you in Texas
I
now?
didn't hear you.
You used to be in Michigan or something?
Yeah, I'm in El Paso, Texas, very, very close to Mexico.
Oh, wow. El Paso. Do you see a lot of guns
Yeah.
down there?
You know, I really haven't been seeing them, but I know people are probably still wearing them. I think since COVID's happened, they're being a lot more discreet, probably. But El Paso's really laid back here. I don't think anybody. I mean, the people believe this shit. Don't get me wrong. But the ones that don't and stuff, and even the ones that do, are kind of just laid back, chill. They don't want a lot of shit. But then again, 10 minutes away is Mexico. But I tell you, I can see way too damn far from my own house because I can see two different places, and it's unreal. New Mexico and Mexico.
So you can
You know, I'm not sure on that.
Rio Grande, maybe.
Did you?
I haven't been down there. I debunked it on a lake in Kentucky myself. You know,
Okay.
If it's curving
Yeah.
anywhere, it's going to be curving everywhere, right? And it's
Exactly.
the water's not curving. It's not reality.
It was amazing.
You like that, Roger?
Sorry for interrupting anybody, but it was amazing.
You're going to give us a full report. What did you just watch?
Space Force.
Space Force. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Space Force.
Space
Hey,
Force.
Dave.
Classic.
I'd like to go all the way through Mammoth Cave.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like 100 plus miles, if I remember right. Something like that.
Yeah, I want to see where it leads.
Yeah. Supposedly, one of the most extensive underground tunnel systems is under Kentucky. You believe the MSM. But who knows? Who knows what they've got out there on the west? I think there's a lot of shit out there under Denver and all that shit, but I can't prove any of that.
Yeah, I've been out to that Denver International Airport quite often and seen the whole get up. I was there before it was built in the 90s and then there afterwards on different occasions. And there is some seriously Twilight Zone type shit going on with the Denver International Airport.
Well, at the very least, I think that there's storage areas and bunker areas that certain people have got secure for themselves in case something happens, maybe. Total speculation. But I've seen too much evidence of the deep underground military bases. Stuff like that. Yeah. They're spending that $60 million a day on something. It's not just hookers and cocaine, right?
Yeah, Roger, you're gonna have comedy. You're gonna have comedy for days with that song.
Space Force. Space Force.
Yeah, it was amazing, man. Awesome. I need to share this. I need to share this.
You know, my horizon may not be over water, but being able to see certain land points in the mountains in the back every day and stuff that I know is way too dang far in Mexico and New Mexico and shit, it's crazy. And the horizon's pretty damn fucking straight. Even when I'm sitting down, I'm looking at my railing and I'm comparing it to my railing. That's why I took that pic in that way to say, hey, it's straight as can be. I don't know what you all are talking about, that curve that people see. Never.
You do not live on two yarmulkes.
Yes,
you do not live on an upside salad bowl.
Stacey, if you're seeing mountains, they should be tilted away from you too. You know, I know all the global arguments for that. You should be able to measure that degree of tilt.
Yeah, we need to cover that, Dave. That 1 degree for 69 miles. Because I'm looking at my backyard right now, right? And I got a barrel and a barrel. And one barrel's on the dirt, and the other barrel's a couple feet from it. And they're both more than 1 degree away from each other tilted. Because the ground right there where they're sitting isn't level. So within a couple feet, they're tilted more than a degree. What the fuck's that? How's that going on?
Yep, it should be a measurable thing. You should be able to quantify that if that was happening in reality.
Right, like in my backyard, if I put a whole bunch of garbage cans, they're not all going to equal out with each other because the dirt isn't even. It's hilly, bumpy, valley. You know what I mean? So even within 10 foot, I can see a degree difference. So I don't know where they get the 69 miles for a degree when you can't even see 69 miles. How does that work?
It's just so
How does that
big.
work? Something that's
You
not
don't
even.
understand. It's just so big.
Yeah, I know. Something's invisible. So my invisible degree that I don't understand exists. Okay. I got it. I got it, Dave.
Yeah, the cranberries elucidated where that exists very nicely. In your head, zombie.
Same old routine since 1916. Right?
Yeah. With the tanks and the bombs.
Look at the sun. It's got its own little solar shield out. It's called the sky. It's blocking the glare, but you can just see the circle of the sun. It's pretty cool. Pure white. Well, I mean, right here where I'm at, it's pure white.
Here comes the sun. Do 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 do.
Here comes the sun, little darling.
Yeah.
It's all right.
That's a little bitty sun, too. It looks just like the moon to me. It's pure white, too. It's not yellow. It's not gold. It's not fucking... It's a white sun.
I'm jelly right now, Dims. I got total cloud cover over me right now.
Right. Well, that cloud cover is making it to where I can see the exact silhouette of just the sun circle and not like any glare at all.
Yeah, I've seen those before. It's cool. How do you know it's a circle? How do you know it's not a sphere full of hydrogen gas? It's not fire. How do you know?
Oh, I don't.
Okay.
Just
like, I can see Mexico from my house.
Sarah Palin used to see Alaska from her house, right? She was doing flat earth probes back in the day.
Well, I can't find some of my pictures, but I was taking them when I was posting on Jim's one day, and I was zooming in because I was going far out, taking a picture, not zoomed in, and you could barely see this shit. Then I zoomed in, and you could see it full bottom on. I'm like, do you guys realize how many fucking miles that is? But here soon, you're going to realize it because, I mean, it's insanity. On a clear day, there are towers way out there that we could see full on. So what are they going to say on that? And then now that we're telling me the other day too, Zanuck, which is the most dumbest shit I've ever heard, he's like, hey, Stacey, you're at a higher elevation now, so you won't have to do as much refraction. I was just like, what'd you just say? It's just, the stuff that comes out of these people's mouths is double speak and bullshit.
Yeah, Stacey, you just don't understand gravitational refraction. I don't have time to explain it to you. So.
It's refraction. Where did the radius go?
Yeah, I totally gave up on that refraction shit, and I just fuck off on it, honestly. Because when I asked one day for it, he's like, "What do you want to see? Zeros and ones in reality?" And I'm like, "There's exactly what I'm trying to say. Your quantified refraction, no one can ever see in reality. It's bullshit made up in a computer. You can't even make it happen."
I mean, it's obvious that whatever you're trying to look at in the distance is going to get loomed up right exactly where it should be. Right there. It was like it was on a flat plane, but it just looks like that. It's just it's a Jedi mind trick. So nothing to see here.
That's right. It's not a clear day. You're not seeing that, right? It's a bunch of refraction.
That mountain is really not there. It's really a mile up in the air, and you just happen to be looking at it.
Do you see what I see? A globe, no, it is flat asshole. Take your head out of your ass, please. Take your head out of your ass, please.
Oh, you guys are so silly. But it is funny. I mean, there needs to be a complete comic skit made about everything they say about the globe, because it's fucking hilarious, to be honest. The moon landings, and them being able to just send a signal straight to fucking the moon when you can't even get a signal on a plane. I mean, just the, Uranus, and I know it doesn't sound like that. It smells like gas. I mean, it just goes on and on, this is pathetic. And people buy it because it's been sold, to them as a kid.
Well, I love to just drop anchor at the Nixon phone call to the moon shit. I just drop anchor there and have a house party.
Right. People, do you understand
they could
that's not possible?
Signal.
It didn't happen?
Obviously, they didn't happen, but if they were actually getting a signal to NASA, I don't think it would be that hard to actually patch that signal through a line to a specific line to the White House. I mean, that's just the receiving end of. I mean, obviously, it didn't. I know. I'm just saying to patch it into the White House wouldn't necessarily take all that.
Right, but not with that zero delay. I mean. Hello.
Correct.
Well, yeah, zero delay. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's like that Building 7. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, even if you could patch it, we could try to wrap our minds around all of it, make it work. Still doesn't work because of how they presented it. Oh, you failed.
I've posted 20-minute footage from the moon landings. And it's so funny if you watch it. You see the guys and they can't bend down. They dropped a hammer or something and they just cannot pick it up because the wires are keeping them up. And you see them being tugged up or being tugged to the side. Man, it's so funny to watch.
Well, didn't they have a rover on that one too? That they pulled out and shit? Like, how did they put it together and all that gear, or did it just fucking roll out? I mean, what happened that day?
It's foldable. It was foldable.
It was what, hun? Foldable? Sorry.
Yeah, it would fold up and then went into the LEM. Or not the LEM, the fucking whatever you want to call it.
Sweet. Foldable rovers. I want one.
Oh, the little suitcase Jetsons rover? Oh, yeah, they're like $18.99 now. You know what I mean? While prices last, I mean, since the 60s, like, how we get good with prices and material and stuff, like we should have like a little, the iCar, you know what I mean? You just unfold it and go where you got to go.
We should have flying cars by now.
Yeah.
That's the biggest lie I was told. That's the thing that pisses off. All the lies that were told to me, they said by the time you're our age, we would have flying cars by now.
We do have it. They just don't give them to us. It's a little shell. It's a little shell that mimics a bumblebee. You get in that bitch and flip the switches and we can really do it. I guarantee we can really do it.
Oh, yeah.
You got little bumblebees flying around. That's great.
You get inside the little bumblebee. You make one as big as you. You make one that you can get into to scale, and you flip the switches and go up and goes, and you start flying.
They're vibrating. They're frequency. They're hovering. They're not flying. Bees don't fly.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go.
Scarab beetles, yeah. They're not flying. They're vibrating, and they're matching frequeny to the air or whatever, and they're just hovering around.
Right. It creates a field. The sound creates a force against the resistance that holds itself up. I mean, if that makes sense to you.
It does actually, but it's hilarious coming from you, Jamak.
Why it's so hard to catch flies, or like to hit flies in midair to catch flies.
Right, because your resistance knocks them away.
Yeah, they're free to go in any direction. instantly. They're not like you don't like lead them like a bird you would lead or like something like that. They could just go backwards all of a sudden if they really felt like it, if your hand was there. Or yeah, that's why they're so tough.
Damn. We're on to something here, people.
Bumblebee flying cars, damn, that's new. Man, I love it.
What? You didn't think that was possible? We can do it. Man, I'm going to tell you what. That's why I don't like the globe, because they don't got no technology like democology for the future.
Mycology for the future.
Listen, they stole a lot of my ideas, I swear to God, and they got my initials on them. Coincidence? I think not.
You know, that's very true, though. They do take people's ideas like that. They did my mom with calling card and everything else. If you have something that's of value, they will fucking rip it from you. And they've done it to everybody,
I had an idea
to be honest.
for color changing cars when I was a kid, for grown-ups cars, for clothes, hats, the mood ring like stuff, for your hat, for pants, everything. Change color.
I had an idea
fiber
for
optics. Yeah.
I had an
The
idea
Bumblebee
for
car.
a totally enclosed
Yeah, but the
fish
cops need
tank.
to be able to track your car, so you can't be just changing colors on them.
I had an idea for a totally enclosed dance club that was just nothing but a fish tank.
Mm-hmm. That's how you can get free energy, if you can entrap something. If you can trap it, and you get the excitement that builds up in that medium. So would you have like a little world? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was an entire dance club with a restaurant down below. One floor was a complete dance club, and there was a restaurant underneath it, all encompassed in a giant fish tank, a tropical fish aquarium.
We've talked about how they can almost hear us. Well, I know they can hear us through our phones and everything. So you don't think that they're constantly stealing people's information the same way by listening to us in our homes? They provide us this, hey, look, there's an advertisement for what you were just talking about. However, no one's thinking about, if you're talking in your home about an idea of creating something, somebody's hearing that. They're taking that information on and you go, oh, wait a minute, it already exists. 2 years later. Wonder why.
Hey, y'all, we got a new person, BC verified, named Biz. Can you talk, Biz? Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the server. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
Anybody else hearing better? Because I can't really
I'm
hear.
good. How are you? Yeah, sorry about that. It's my phone. I'm just listening downstairs on my couch.
You're fine. We can hear you. Your mic's a little low, but we can still hear you, hon. You're good. But nice to meet you, and welcome to the server. If you want to just listen, that's fine.
Yeah, listening's fine. Just if you have any questions, feel free to pipe in.
Sounds good, thanks.
As long as you have that tag, you're going to have people bugging you about it. So, I mean, if you want to listen, that's fine.
What's tag? I think on the Jose G show.
You're cutting in and out for me a little bit, Dimmock. Something about Jose.
Oh, yeah, I said it funny on purpose.
Of course you did.
I wasn't breaking up. I said it like that on purpose. I wasn't trying to give.
Hey, have you talked about the Earth curve stencil over here at all?
Alright. Where's it at? Why do we have that? I mean, literally, it'd just be a piece of material that matches your curve no matter where it's at. You know what I mean?
You're so robotic for me. I don't know if it's just me, but it's super robotic.
Me too.
But just in case you don't know, the Earth per stencil is only $9.99. We are gonna start selling those though. It will happen. Me and Demonk are gonna make that happen. Nice to meet you, laugh out loud.
Did LOL say something?
No, I just happened to see the name. I was already chuckling.
Oh, okay.
I like that it has a period after two. Laugh out loud. Big ass space. Period.
Yeah, we've been trying to see if they wanted to talk, but they're not. They're just sitting there.
Well, hon, it's nice to meet you anyway, and I like your name. So hopefully you'll end up speaking to us.
Can I get some tags? I've been in here for a while.
What tag you want?
Flat Earther.
Cog this.
Who's asking for tags?
Vaz Smalls wants to be a flat earther. What's your 3 best proofs that know you live on a stationary level plane?
I've been up in planes. I saw how the horizon always rose to eye level and was flat. Watch the stars. They only move in perfect circles around the North Star, which has never moved. And they don't move in crazy directions like they should. I can see, so I live on an island. I can see land 11 miles away across the water, even though the Earth should have curved around 70 feet down, I believe it is.
Okay, that's reasonable, but I can't give you any tags, so somebody else take over here.
Yeah, and I have seen him around and heard him speak a couple times, I think. But I actually can't give roles or anything like that either. We'll have to wait till somebody can give you those roles, hon. Just hang in there. And I can also, if I'm here, I'll make sure that I tell people too that you did give really good information, because you basically have seen stuff that I've seen. And once you've come to that point, yeah, you have to deny the globe. So yeah, let me see what we can do, okay? Hang in there.
How long you been looking at this subject, Vaz Smalls?
Last March.
For almost a year.
Okay, cool.
What first piqued your interest in this?
I saw. Do you guys know OED TV on YouTube?
Yep,
Yeah.
he's legit for sure. Well, cool. Welcome to the server, and like I say, just hang around and do what you do, and people's actions will bear out their roles here. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, roles are like
Roles.
tattoos. If you know who you are, you don't exactly need a role to tell you who you are in a sense. But
Just one, and vice versa. If you're legit, it'll come through. So, no worries.
Yeah, you can just take away all my roles if you wanted to, and everybody would know who I am. They still would be like, yep, she's a flat earther. This is who she is.
I never liked the term flat earther, honestly. It's kind of an annoying term.
That's okay.
Yeah, I like truth.
There are a lot of people I know that don't.
It should be like defaulter or something, because that's what you experience normally.
The default. Never heard anybody say that.
It should be the default, Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's cute. I like it.
So I like realm earther, or the idea is it's really just flatter than what NASA says earther, but that doesn't really roll off the tongue as better. Because you're right, there is like a connotation that like, well, we know exactly how flat it is, and it's over here. I don't know, like the way it's been portrayed has obviously not been flattering, but the idea that flat earthers become a kind of a, not a poison term, but it's just like a like the word conspiracy theorist. In theory, in the idea is that's a good idea. You're coming up with ideas as to how these people are pulling off conspiracies, and but it's been hijacked.
They're trying to force flat earthers to adhere to an actual shape, in a sense, to adhere to an entirety, claim to know something in its entirety.
The flat isn't a shape like that. You know what I mean? If it's not curving, then it is flat. And that's what people need to understand is if we're not finding curvature, what does that mean? It only means one thing. But we're not claiming a size. We're not claiming a shape or dimensions or any of that because we can't do that. But as far as we know, it's level and flat. And until you can prove a curve, that's what it is. But it's been completely taken over, just like chemtrails. Like you can't say those words anymore. You have to look in geoengineering or something else because it's been hijacked, like you're talking about with Flat Earth Society and all the other bullshit that it gets looked at like it's a conspiracy and it's bullshit. It gets put in that category.
I think what we need is someone with like true power to come out and just say the truth. Someone like Elon Musk to just come out and say what the truth really is, because that's what will really get it.
Well, he with his SpaceX, I don't think he will.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was flat.
Who did?
At a certain altitude. So that was nice.
Who said it was flat?
Did he have
Neil
to go on
deGrasse
a NASA
Tyson
tour?
said at a certain altitude it's flat.
Oh
yeah.
Countering the Red Bull guy.
He said it was a pear.
Yeah, he said that, but he was countering the Red Bull guy, Felix, whatever his name was, Blomgart. He said he could see the curvature and all of that, and Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, nope, you don't see curvature at that altitude. That stuff is flat.
And others in his community have actually said that he's wrong about that, that you can see curvature or you should see curvature when he's saying that you shouldn't or you can't, because we know you can't, but...
Yeah. And oh my goodness, it's good to hear both of you, Lucky and Transcendence. It's been a minute. I just realized who I was speaking to. I'm like, wait.
Hello. Yeah, they definitely come up with these buzzwords to dismiss people immediately without investigation. Oh, they're this label, ergo they're that, ergo we don't need to pay any attention to it.
Yeah, conspiracy is a great one, isn't it? Like, because you're a conspiracy theorist, you're automatically crazy, as though there could not possibly be a conspiracy.
No, who'd ever think that there was any conspiracies? I mean, gotta be crazy, man. There's no conspiracies. Everything's on the up and up.
Yeah,
don't lie. Why would that happen? You know?
Psychopaths don't raise to positions
they
of
did
power.
on purpose. The CIA made that term so that this would happen. Honestly, that's exactly what I feel like. It's all done for manipulation,
JFK, wasn't it?
so that now when we sit here, we're all confused of what's right and wrong.
Exactly.
After the JFK incident, they didn't want people to investigate or research. So they said that if you didn't go along with the government narrative of JFK, then you're a conspiracy theorist.
To be fair, they are smart with their ways of deception, though.
Well, they've been at it for a couple of thousand years. They should be.
Yeah, they're very smart with their ways. Yeah, very resourceful.
Exactly.
But I don't know. If I can figure it out, then it's not that crazy.
Well, most people can. They just have blocks in the way. They're conditioned not to question, not to think, not to, left brain prisoners.
Yeah, it's if you're able to let go of the information that you think you know just for a moment to see whether you do know that information or not. A lot of people can't do that.
You're told to just do as you're told since you were a child. Your parents do as you're told. Teachers do as you're told. You're not told to think and be free and whatever. You're just told to shut up and do as you're told. And once people are conditioned like that, they've been moulded like that. That's how they continue the rest of their lives. They're on railway tracks. It's very difficult for them. I think those that were rebellious at school maybe wake up a little bit. Those that don't quite fit in, those that are a bit more whatever, I think they kind of escape a lot of that condition, and that helps. I think people's looking for answers to all the craziness. But yeah.
What pains me the most is I have Christian friends that their holy book, the Word of God, literally says that the earth is like a tent. So, what sort of a tent has a ball as a floor? It makes no sense. Their book literally tells them the shape of the earth, and they just don't want to believe it.
All ancient cultures talked about the flat earth. There's many examples of that. But again, it just goes down to that conditioning and whether people want to follow the truth, follow, facts, information, what comes through, or whether they adhere to a belief. Ego, bias, and belief will always stop people from continuing and gathering information to seek truth. Truth is the number one thing you should go for. Don't worry about ego, bias, and belief. Just, get rid of those things. Go for the information, see what's available, see what you can find, see what you can pick up. Don't worry about the vehicle in which it's delivered. Doesn't matter if it comes through libraries, YouTube, people, whatever. The information is all, and it will direct and it will point you. It's really the best thing that people can add, and just keep going at it. It doesn't matter how silly something might sound. Investigate it, look into it, because from the outside, lots of things can seem silly or whatever, but they could have some credence, they could have some validity, and you don't know how that can tie into everything else.
Flat Earth's definitely the icing on the cake. It's like, it seemed the most silliest thing to me. It's like I was all for conspiracies in a sense, looking into information, but I'm sure a lot of people, when we first seen Flat Earth, it's like, oh, come on now, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's only because we've been programmed, and it does sound. But I mean, once you start to determine the amount of things they've lied about, then it becomes a lot easier to accept. But I think if it's like the first thing that people run into, it's not a good one to be the first one. Moon hopes,
exactly.
No. Those are a lot better to kind of start on, those sorts of things, and then after a period of time, you can.
Nature's telling its own story as well. That sort of gives credence to there's definitely a mystery in nature that's just it's never gonna be known.
Sit down, motherfucker! Don't be standing up in my goddamn house. You keep on acting like this, you're gonna find
You're
yourself
hot, my
sleeping in a
sweetheart.
doghouse.
I'm sorry, honey. Just so you know.
God damn. Little Miss Bitch.
Dang it.
Word, Zila. Word. What you're saying ago is people don't understand how easy it is for people just to read a book or go to school, and it becomes this knowledge they think is the truth, right? Because it's been given to them, and they think knowledge is and information is truth. But they're not questioning it. They're not breaking it down. They never have. When we were going to do the university thing, I kind of got a little bit worried because I was like, can I handle it? I know all this information, I know there's no proof, but can I actually do that? And I spoke to a friend of mine who knew somebody at the IU University who was a professor. And so I didn't tell anybody this, but I was like, I'm going to be doing something with the universities. Is there any way that I could sit down and talk to you and you'll talk to me in a certain way? And he did. He was super sweet. But by the end of the conversation, because he was so intellectually honest, that he was like, no, we don't have any actual validation of a lot of this stuff. And for me, when I got done with that conversation and then an actual professor sitting there with me for 3.5 hours talking to me, blew my mind. Because people are willing, some scientists, professors, physicists, I don't care, physicists, whatever you are willing to admit that the stuff that's in a book does not make reality. It's only a little bit of the piece of information they think they're getting. They don't have anything to back it. They know this. But they still, for some reason, lean on this because it's all they've ever been taught. That's it.
I think
until they get more information, they don't know.
I think it comes down to the scale of the lies. And as I said, once you start to investigate and you start to look at how they've treated humans and how they have no respect for us, they don't care about us, then a lot of things become a lot easier to accept, and about the structure and what actually rules this realm. But if people are in their own little bubbles, it's very difficult until that bubble bursts. There's just nothing you can do or say. It comes to self-work, a lot of it. People have to do the homework. They have to put in the effort. And that is thousands of hours. It's not 10 minutes. It's not 5 minutes. It's thousands of hours of going over the information honestly and objectively and seeing pros and cons, which way things are. And a lot of people, too much effort. They just want to, but it says this and but it says that. And they want to be childish about it.
Entertaining.
Yeah, if I think about the last year, I've given so much of my time. I'm not talking about talking on the server. I'm actually talking about people that give me information. I was going to research it because everything that somebody said, I didn't just believe. I went and actually did my own research on it. And then as you get into it more and more, you just keep finding more things you have to look into. And it's crazy because this one lie is not just one lie. It's built around about 1,000 of them into one. And then when you start realizing that the complete control is everywhere, history, everything. It's fucking insane. And how do you supposed to wrap your mind around that? A lot of people don't want to. It's too much for them to even take on. But if you don't, you have to realize you're living in a fake reality and a lie every single day of your life. And I'm not okay with that.
To me, it's all built upon the fact that we've always been confused, and we've been basically taught to think that we're not confused as we grow, being given information, thinking that we know things. But at the end of the day, if we truly think about it, from basically being a baby again, what did we actually know, and what is actually true in a sense? Growing up, being given words to describe things, being given ideas to formulate things and all, that's all fine and all contextually, but when it comes to truth itself, what do we truly know? Nature should always
I've been
be
hearing
our
lately
guide.
now that science doesn't prove anything. I've heard it so many times now that I'm like, well, then what does science do? They're like, it just provides, some evidence. Well, assumptions. You guys are doing a lot of assuming and putting data to it, but there's actually no proof, and you admit that? Science isn't proving anything? Excuse me, what are we doing here?
Science definitely shows cause of effects and all in areas, but nature itself is definitely proof of things. When we look at nature itself, we'll see a lot of truth in nature. But yeah, science can change, the scientific theory and all that can change, but it definitely proves things. It's supposed to be the best it can be at any point in time, and just open to be questioned at any point in time.
And with new information, they obviously have to rejigger everything, and they can't remain the same. So new discoveries, new things have to be calculated and taken into account. But most people, I always use the Socrates quote: "True wisdom lies in the fact we know nothing." And no matter how far along we are in this journey of understanding and gathering information, we will always know nothing. and
that
compared to
that points out the miracle, like the mystery, basically, which is in a sense a miracle aspect of life itself. You know, knowing nothing isn't a bad thing, really, if we truly knew what knowing nothing actually can do
very
for a
freeing,
person.
very freeing.
And I completely, guys, I get exactly where your mindset's at on that. But then there's sometimes I see and I think, no, there's things that we do know, though, and we have to always put that into account. Like, we know when water boils at a certain temperature and why it does and all that. You know what I mean? We understand certain things of this world, and we know it works that way. Now, is there a possibility, though, that things can work in an alternative way, though? Yes. And that's the things that we don't know. But their claim that we don't know anything at all, I think would devaluing us as human beings. You know what I mean?
That's more for like sort of a spiritual sort of journey than knowing nothing sort of thing. But in a sense, to know truth itself, it's good to let go of everything and then relearn it again yourself to know for sure what you do know is actually truth.
100%. I question water all the time. I question everything. And I know I shouldn't sometimes question everything, but I go, hey, have we figured it all out? I don't think man has. Not everything. Hardly anything, probably.
And we can never actually tell. Man can't tell it to us. As I can't remember who said it just before, but you know, no matter how true it is in a book or from a man, you know, man or woman's mouth or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like we'll never know it by being told it or reading it in a book. Like we have to like understand it, learn it, and experience it for ourselves.
If you don't experience it, it's a belief system still. You don't know. You believe it. Most of the things in this world that we think that we know, we don't actually know at all. We're believing it. We're putting faith in it. You know, we've never done these tests. We've never done experiments. I mean, we have in here, but most people in reality don't do those, haven't looked into it. They just know they turn on the stove and this is what happens, you know, or when they go do something, this is the cause. They have no understanding. They don't care why it happens that way. So when you have a society that doesn't even care about the cause, then yeah, we're going down a path that's not going to be in a good manner. How are we going to grow a society, seriously? We're having certain people tell us what our growth's going to be, literally, and controlling that.
Yeah, that's the point, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Like, you know, yeah, to maintain and keep that control, which is what's it these people like. You know, we've all got it in us. We've all been in the playground, in the schoolyard. It's basically that same game, the ego.
Yeah, you know, money does control fucking everything, you know, and it's the power and it's people, you know, claim it. But for me, if you don't have the information in the first place, you can't have the power. So, yeah, money they're using against us to control us, to keep us going every single day, to be that slave. However, the information is the key to the power. If we all had it, the money wouldn't mean anything either. We wouldn't give a crap. Wouldn't control us anymore. So it's about the information, the correct information.
Exactly, yep. That's why they keep us entertained with material things, superficial things. That's what they want us focused on.
They've done a good job of confusing the people, you know, and that's why, you know, I respect everybody and what they believe their spirituality, you know, that, but the religion aspect is fighting a lot of wars and confusion, who's right, you know, your Messiah, my Messiah. It's like we're fighting over everything in this world and not paying attention to anything truly that's important. We think we are. They go, what are you fighting for? I'm fighting for our rights. What rights? You don't understand. We don't have any at the end of the day. We take it from you in a heartbeat. So it's like, what are you actually standing here? That people want to fight up and they want to stand up. Yes, and they do. But they're not actually doing it probably for the right reasons because they don't understand. They don't have that information. If they had it, would they even be doing what they're doing?
Yeah, in any religion that fights basically and goes to war or something, like if that takes place, it's like they've got to think right there. There's something obviously wrong because that's not how I've never heard any religion basically at its core express basically. I know some people say, "Oh, God said, do this and rah rah rah," but I mean, to me, that's just ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
is such a thing as that eternally forgiving, unconditionally loving, all that kind of stuff. And then you can't turn around and say, "Oh, except, but." That's when humans are trying to put their own God's got my back, and I'm going to use God as a scapegoat or something for my own personal beliefs.
Mhm. And man has manipulated everything, every single thing it's got its hands on. So for people to not think they're not manipulating us when it comes to religions and stuff too, of course they are. That's just where my heart lies. But when it comes to is there a creator? Damn straight there's a creator. I can't prove anything else but creation. It makes no sense to me to not go to that path, and that's okay if you don't want to. But I've been shown many things in my life, and there's a lot of love in this world, and there's a lot of fucking hate. But when you find that love, it is so much more powerful and strong, even if it's one or two people, than all that fucking hate combined. But that's why they got everybody hating on one another, because that love and that energy is so fucking strong that it can take over things. But everybody's focused on, right, look what's going on right now. I want to mention it, but you think people are happy? If you're not happy, how can you be expressing love? You can't. People are really seriously lost. And even the ones that think that they're not, too. It's sad. It's why I don't have a lot of anger or, frustration with a lot of people in the streets. No, because I understand that they just have no clue what's going on. And it's not their fault. They were born into this system, we all were, and lied to. You gotta have compassion for them.
I used to have a lot of anger and all going off about whatever in the world, these people there and these groups of people there or whatnot. But yeah, I realised I'll still point my fingers, I'll still have a rant I guess and all. It's not like you don't turn the other cheek and just let somebody stomp your head and kind of thing. It's like, I mean, unless you are some kind of enlightened being where it's like you're not even here in a sense. And unless you are that one, then don't go letting people just keep abusing you. But I used to do that. But I understand,
right.
as you said, they're lost. We're all lost, and they're just as lost. We're all lost.
Correct. But you're absolutely right. You can't let, just because someone's lost, though, and have that compassion all the time, let them just take over you. It's about, you don't turn the cheek or get it, but walk the fuck away. If you understand that that's not the path and those people are lost and they're going to take you down the wrong one, then you get away from those kind of people. You have to. For your own sanity, your own, self-preservation. It's about that. It's very important, And definitely, a lot of people aren't doing that.
Part of a spiritual journey is to realise that the ego is always here wanting to pull us back in, basically. It's not to do with other people in a sense, it's to do with our own self even. If we become more awakened, we realise that there's something here that doesn't want us to do that. It wants us to be more asleep in a sense. It wants to pull us back into confusion and falsehoods and such, and make us believe in things that deny basically the awakened sort of understanding. And it's a struggle between that. It's why most spiritually enlightened people, I guess, like those masterful people, when you see them, they're usually sitting under a tree or something, not really doing much, interacting, partying and all that kind of stuff in society.
Yeah. That's what I have to do sometimes, almost in a way. It's find that spot, tree, wherever it is, kind of just zone out the entire world and focus on just my surroundings, my senses, the sun, everything, with the heat from that sun beating on me, and start thinking about what's going on with myself, You know what I mean? And how I could fix what's going on and how I'm feeling. And I don't think a lot of people do that. They don't just sit there and go, what's making me feel this way? Because we're all not, capable of just being happy every single second. Of course not. Not in this world. I mean, there's days I wake up and I'm like, compassion, right? Happy, smiling. Next day I'm like, you guys suck. Not you, but, the world. And it's okay to feel that way. But you also have to get it out and figure out why. You can't be walking around like that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, don't deny the negative sort of emotions or thoughts and all. Like, at least, understand them more so than just deny them, because they'll never go away by denying them. And you got to do you first, You can't really do much for others unless you're, good yourself in a sense. Like, love to me is something, if we all loved ourselves and didn't actually seek it from another person or another thing outside of ourselves, it'd be a much better world, because we would understand that we love ourselves, and the only other.
Yeah. A 17-year relationship really made me understand people. I will tell you that. And how we work, and, compassion every single day, and that understanding. You have to find it for people. Because, when I fall, you're like, you want help, right? But when others are falling, sometimes people just want to throw, more glass at them and shit. And it's like, why? You got to understand that you've been there, you've fallen. It may not be the same way, but us as human beings, this world will tear you down and spit you out. And like, we're provided when we're first born. Hey guys, guess what? Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, this beautiful world that's going to exist when you grow up, and the white picket fence, and the nice car, and the nice job, $200,000 a year. You hear all these things, and then you finally get into that rhythm, and you're 20-something years old, and you're getting out of maybe college, and you're in debt, and all the things that you're going
work
through.
For minimum pay.
Yes. It's like, you have to understand these people are literally just, they feel like I have so much burden on them, and then they're trying to be happy and think that that's normal. You know what I mean? This is normal life. They have to find that again and readjust, and that's why people aren't happy. This isn't fun. People know something's wrong. Everybody does.
Yeah.
You feel it.
Like, for me, there's that saying, like, blissful ignorance and all. I'm sure you've been there, but I definitely realized later on, after realizing things, how like blissful that ignorance was and all. Not that I'd give up not being ignorant, I guess, in that sense, but even still, like, I was pretty happy, like 30 years of my life, without actually really having any forms of depression, getting down longer than a day. But that's only because I didn't actually let things sort of get too close, in a sense, to actually go through those instances and experiences where I had to learn those kind of lessons, basically, by making mistakes and all those things. I just avoided them completely, thinking that was the way to go. But once I did have a good few years of depression, like, it hit me hard and all, but out of that, I definitely learned, like, the compassion and all, and to sort of have more respect for other people's situations, where before I couldn't really deal with people that were, like, unhappy, in a sense, because not that I didn't care, but I just didn't know how to deal with it. Like, the emotion, basically, I'd feel that emotion, and I didn't know how to deal with that feeling, so I'd just block that feeling away, and I knew that situation was causing the feeling, so I didn't want to have any part of it, in a sense. But these days I can do it much better because I have more understanding.
Absolutely. And, when we start, I think, becoming more awake to what's happening in this world, then our senses become more enlightened. Then the people that see that there's impasse in the world, I think we all are, but we've just been desensitized and we're not connected. So when you start becoming more awake, you're like, wow, I can sympathize with you more. I can sit here and put myself in your shoes. And my entire life, I've always been able to do that from the beginning, though, the images and everything. If somebody tells me a story, I'm automatically putting myself in that story as they're telling it to me. So when something's gross or nasty or someone gets hurt, I'm like, oh, it's almost like I can feel it, And that's a good thing, and it could be a bad thing. And some people don't know how to take that, and it's a lot to handle. It can be overwhelming because it can change your energy in a second, literally. But that's the whole point. Look how easy it is for us to pick up other people's energy, and that's important. That we should be helping one another with that, and the fact that we don't even understand energy in itself.
Yeah, and feeling came before everything. I'm pretty sure, like thoughts and all that came after feeling. I think feeling was always, yeah.
It's funny you're saying that, feelings, because one of my really good friends and co-hosts were having a good conversation the other day, and he was talking about he was having another one with a friend or something about dreams, and that when you're dreaming, he doesn't remember having you have communication, but not actual language, and it's more feelings that you have in dreams, and when you wake up, you tell a story. And so I started thinking back, I'm like, no. I remember conversations in my dreams, but then I was really trying to think, am I believing that, or do I actually remember hearing words? And I'm like, you know what? I can't validate for a fact I ever heard actual words. I don't know.
Well, the words.
I'm hearing them. You know what I mean? You know what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, you feel the words in a sense, but the words you thought you heard and all were words that you correlated with the feeling. The feeling told a story in itself, and
right.
words just came about to tell that story in your mind, in a sense.
Right. Exactly. Because we have the feelings first and an image, and then we create language to it and everything to communicate. But we don't even need language to communicate before that. And I strongly believe probably in our past frequencies, other thing that whatever they're doing, we were able to be in touch with that more. And I know I could sit in a room with some people that I'm very close to, and we don't even have to say anything. And a lot of times we know exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? So if we can get into that further, and I know people think that sounds crazy, but that's how language got started.
I'm sure everyone's, like most people, have the experience of intuition, and if we're really honest with ourselves, it's never been wrong for me. I totally trust my intuition when it speaks up.
And man, when you don't and you think, oh, I'm doing right, it somehow always backfires. I don't care if it's 2 years later. And you go, I should have trusted my intuition. I freaking knew it.
Exactly, yeah. And coincidences, to just brush coincidences aside as that's all they are. There's human coincidences, sort of contrived things that can come about as, oh, that's a coincidence, but if we knew all the basically effects that led up to it, some of them can come from, I guess, human making and all, but nature has its own coincidences as well that aren't of a human making. But they're never actually just coincidences. They're all based upon effects that coincidentally, come about to the moment that we call a coincidence. But if we really thought about it, it's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I've had too many of them for it to be a coincidence. And then when they pile up, you're like, that's impossible. Literally. No. I know, and sometimes I think about predetermined things happen, but I'm not sure. And I'm okay saying I'm not sure all the time. And I kind of just let those things guide me, those signs guide me. And I don't just listen to numbers, but sometimes numbers, but street signs. In the moment, when I'm going through the feelings, what happened, and they're like, oh, you're trusting too much. No, but it guides you. It really does. And if you're sitting in a moment in your life and you go, how the hell am I here with all these coincidences happening, right? And you go, this can't be right. There's something that's predetermining some of these things or helping me or guiding me. I'm not sure, but yeah, this isn't
everything
totally
is inspiration and guides.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not at all for predetermined, in a sense it's all predetermined in a sense. I think it's just all coming about as it goes along, because in truth there's no time as we think time to be. So basically, in eternity, like, how can you predetermine something? I want something, this to happen at this point and this to happen at that point. Like, it just all correlates so perfectly in ways that we don't understand.
Life is a funny thing, I tell ya. And the more you talk to some people and their experiences and what they've either, seen or been through, that's a little abnormal, not what the mainstream would say would be reality, could happen in reality. No. I've seen things that I can't explain. And that's okay. I don't need to explain. I'm going to go around talking about them usually or anything. But when you have that connection and then the creator and all that stuff too, and you realize what light is, what people don't understand light even at this point, or energy, I start literally questioning everything then. And that's okay. Because when I question everything, I feel like I start getting to know myself more. And if that's the key, then that's fine, because that's the only thing I can know is me. I cannot know anybody else or anything else. It's all just being told to me. Someone can tell me that they love me. Someone can tell me all these different things, but do I know it? No, I only know myself.
I'm pretty sure the more you know that you can say you truly know about yourself, the more you can sort of say that you truly know about others and other things as well, because I'm pretty sure ultimately everything is one and the same compared to something else, I guess. There might be something different compared to everything else, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all one and the same.
I thought people get really good at predicting and with people too as well, or what's going to happen in a situation or a scenario, what people say, and break it down and know what they mean by it, because you know yourself so well and you've seen things, you've been through things, experiences that you're like, yep, I know. I know exactly what's going to happen here. But that's through, your own self. Be able to validate that going inside. To know other people. You can't. Unless you've been through and experienced things.
Yeah. I just mean, like, in a sense of, if you were to ask the question, like, what are you? In a sense, you can come up with all different kinds of answers and all, sure. But if you thought of an answer that would be like what you are, but you thought an answer that has to be also what everyone and everything, even, no matter what it is as well. Like, is there an answer that could correlate for all of these things, be relatable for all of these things, all-encompassing, unchanging? Is there an answer for that? And basically, like, the fact that you are and everything is, in a sense, like, show me something that's not, you can think of things that aren't, but you can't show it to me, like. That's what everything is. It's basically a fact that it is. Not to say that it is what it is, just saying that it is.
Yeah, that's my mom's favorite line. I say all the time. It is what it is. I'm like, well, but it's true. And when we talk like this, we're getting more spiritual and all that, and it's not about validating things, because we understand there ain't much you can validate unless you go within and find those things yourself and do it. And that's why it's good to do these observations we talked about and as well on here, and not just trust other people or repeat other things. It's more about validating things in your life.
Yeah.
And the more I do that, it's crazy. I become more understanding that I don't know a lot.
Yeah, but the more you question, like, the more you'll, it'll correlate. You'll start to narrow things down and all. I guess experience as well. Experiences are required. So just asking a question doesn't mean that we can sort of know it by asking it. In a sense, we might have to go, as you said, it might be a month or a day or 2 years. It might be like 10 years, or it might not even happen in a lifetime, in a sense, because at the end of the day, I don't think it's not a necessity like that everyone has to worry about. Oh, if I don't figure something out, oh no, what does that mean? I'm pretty sure it's just how it's supposed to be.
I think the whole internet and YouTube at least helps people, especially nowadays, right now, and all the spams and the fake phone calls. and this time and age that people are questioning now data. You know, it took me a minute to explain to my mom that, hey, just because you get a phone call, you won $1,000 or this and this and that, and you just and it doesn't mean that's real. To prove to her how easy it is to fake something, because it was in her mind enough. You see it on a piece of paper, see it on a computer, it's real. You know, and it's taken this generation to go, nope, it can be so easily faked. And how long have they been doing it to you guys prior? My grandparents and everything else, you know?
Exactly, yeah. It's because we don't want to have to realise, like, we shouldn't really so much have to want or learn to not be naive in a sense, you know? That'd be the perfect experience where you don't, you know, naivety isn't considered, like, you know, don't be so naive. Like, why should we have to care about deceit and deception and shit like that around us? But it is the case, we do, and we should be aware of it and concerned with looking into things and not just taking things at face value. But it's, as somebody said, it's easier to just do that, basically. Like,
yeah, because basically that's all we've ever been shown to do, you know, face value. Even people, it's so, what I'm looking for, you know, it's, everyone wants to be plastic and everything as well, do the fake nails, fake this, fake that. You're doing pictures and manipulating them online. I mean, but it doesn't take you at face value.
yeah, I'll always show like my worst. I find it best to like, you know, tell my worst and show my worst, because it can only get better from there.
Better from there, that's right. It's crazy.
Hey, Stacey, have y'all tried to talk to Blue Mito? Sorry to interrupt, but I saw a new person in here.
No, you're right, man.
Blue Mito, are you there?
What's up, Blumito? You've been around for a minute. He's I've seen him for maybe a year on different servers or here. I'm not sure, but maybe he's back after being banned too. I know Blumito's been around for a minute, and I've been gone for 3 months, so I'm wondering about that.
Well, it looks like he's not talking. Sorry to interrupt y'all. Y'all are having a good convo. Keep going.
No, you're fine, honey.
I've seen Still Dead pop in too. Was he always in here?
No, he just
I just got verified.
Well.
I just got verified.
Hi, Hen. Nice to meet you.
Hi, guys. Nice to meet you too.
So what brought you here? If you don't mind asking me. I mean, asking you.
Like to listen and think and what everybody else is thinking.
You became a little robotic.
Curiosity.
It's okay though. Yeah. Curiosity brought you. Curiosity killed the cat.
Well, I'll be careful.
Definitely.
Right? So, you know, what do you think right now? Because this is, 24/7 Flat Earth. Where's your mind at? What do you think?
Well, I mean, right now I just believe what I've been told, but I want to explore my own ideas.
Have you ever looked into this before?
A little bit. I know the basic concept of what you guys all believe in, and like how the Earth can be flat, and theories against how it can't be round. So, I don't know. It's an interesting topic to listen.
You sound like you actually know that the globe sort of thing is a belief in your mind, but yeah, you sound like you know that. Yeah, that's a good start, man. It's definitely a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I personally didn't fly up in a rocket ship and fly around it and explore it myself, so I've only listened to what the other people are telling me they've done, and you got to take that with a grain of salt.
Exactly.
Yeah. We'll just look for information on the heliocentric model, man, and try and prove it to yourself. I'm sure you'll get there.
Yeah.
Except for the part that it's not a belief. We go with what we know and what we can and have proven.
Correct. And the thing is we're supposed to be on a ball. So there has to be a curvature to that, right? You know what I mean? And we're given us signs and where there's supposed to be this curve and this drop, but we can't find that. That's the problem, the biggest problem of all. It debunks the model on about 2 seconds. You know, I grew up going to Michigan many times and seeing Chicago that's 53 miles away, and I didn't understand what I was seeing. Not until last year, and I realized that's impossible on the sphere that they claim. But the problem is these are just a bunch of claims, right? We've never seen that. Have you ever seen curvature in your life that you know of?
No, I haven't. But I guess my question is we have an ice wall holding all the water in. We could fly any direction and hit an ice wall, or what?
Any direction south, yeah, that would be the case. But we don't. Most flat earthers don't adhere to just saying there's an ice wall in a sense either, because we've never seen it.
So we've never been to the ice wall in all directions.
We're not allowed to independently explore below the 60th degree latitude parallel. So we don't know for sure what's past that.
When you learn about the control of Antarctica, when you learn about try and find proof for the globe model, and you realise, well, Antarctica could prove flat or globe very easily, really, if you could truly independently explore it freely, but you can't. It is controlled in a way that you can't do that.
Huh.
So still dead, I got a question for you. Have you been listening to this server very long, or you just got here?
No, I just got verified today. This is my first voice call.
Okay. Would you mind doing a little exercise to see what you know about the globe?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. It's just 3 simple questions. It's not a debate. It's not it's just we want to know what you know.
Okay.
Okay. So the first question, like in all the way back through ancient times up till today, what do you know about how they measured the curvature of the earth?
Something about distance and height. I don't know 100%.
So would you say it's kind of like a vague thing you might have heard in school, and right now you think somebody just figured it out or something like that?
I think that it was flown all the way around.
Flown all the way around? What do you mean by that?
Well, so the story of Around the World in 80 Days, that guy that went all the way around the world, what's his story?
Well,
started
like
in one spot, he ended at that spot.
If you
He traveled in
picture,
one direction.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. If you picture like maybe a dartboard, and you think of the bullseye as the North Pole, and then you think of each circle around, you can go around the dartboard, right? That's kind of how it works as far as our general concept of what we're living on. But I'm not trying to give you any definitive model. I'm just giving you an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah, no.
So you can navigate around a central point. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're talking about curvature. I mean, what do you specifically know about somebody actually doing a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature? Do you know anything about that at all? I mean, if you don't, it's okay to say I don't know. Still there?
God damn it. Sorry, I had a phone call just.
Oh, you're okay.
Yeah, I just missed what you said. You can travel. You said you could navigate around like the point of the dartboard. Yes, that's where I lost
Yeah,
you.
you can navigate at a central point. We're talking about the Earth's curvature, though. So the first question is, do you know any direct measurement of the Earth's curvature?
I don't know how they measure it. No.
Well, that's fine. We'll just say it's a belief. You know, at this point, if you had to put a percentage on what you think that you live on a globe, is it like 80%, 90%, or you tell me?
I would say it's 60% chance that we probably live on a circle, a globe.
Okay, fair enough. So
At this
for the first point, can we agree that it's just a belief in your mind? You just think some smart guy figured it out and measured the curvature? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Point 2 is the actual rotation of the Earth, the actual motion of the Earth, you know. when has that been detected or measured in any time from history up until today? What do you know about that?
That it's spinning incredibly fast and we don't feel it.
You've been told that, but what do you know about an actual by proving it?
I don't.
Yep, it's most people don't, honey. It's okay.
It's okay to say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of roboted there.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not.
Fair enough. I mean, that's the most honest answer. I respect that, man. Third question. I'll let you ask any question you want after this one. The vacuum of space, as we're taught, it's like a near perfect vacuum. You agree? That's what we've all been told.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got a gas pressure system that exists right next to or adjacent to this near perfect vacuum, allegedly without any kind of containment.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we know that the vacuum of space exists as we've been told? Do you have any personal knowledge of that or anything you know about that?
I just I've been told, we have this something holding our gravity and something holding our gases on our planet. I don't know. Make much sense. Gas would be flying everywhere. So it would be flying everywhere. So hold on. So you said I can ask a question. If there's no gravity holding our gases in on this planet, then are you telling me that I could fly straight up off the planet and with no mask on and breathe?
Why would you?
I'll let other people address gravity. Right now, we're just talking about the vacuum of space. We want to know what you know about it. What is, how does our gas pressure system exist next to this near perfect vacuum without a containment? Do you have any information on that, or no? You just trust NASA and their pictures and all that stuff.
Yeah, just listen to what I hear. It doesn't really make 100% sense in my brain either. Like,
that's fair enough.
Right outside of our gas, why would our gas stay right here on our planet?
Well, dude, the problem is that even if I were to give you gravity pulling things down, that gas is not pulled down. Gas moves in all directions. So it's clearly not affected by gravity. And this is at the surface level where the effect of gravity is supposed to be strongest. Like if I have a car tire, the air is all over the tire. It's not at the bottom.
Right. Yeah, good point. That's true.
So just to sum up, and I'll let you ask any of these people any question you want, and I appreciate you participating in this for conversation, because if you actually think about what we just covered, birth is really a disbelief in your mind. You just believe that we're on this spinning in a vacuum of space, and that there's really nothing personal that you can prove to yourself that any of that really is reality. So I appreciate you participating, and you gave honest answers. If you got any other questions, ask these other people. I'll shut up.
That was very, very intellectually honest and sincere, so I appreciate that. A lot of people come up over here and want to troll or not get straight to the point and say, hey, I can admit that this is a belief. I don't know. And if people were being honest, you did the right thing in all three of those questions and answered, I don't know. And that's beautiful. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, of course. I'm very interested to hear what you guys have to say. Thanks for including me. But going on to the questions, go ahead. Being on like you said, we're on a gas planet here, we have a gas on this planet. How come? So if
we're not a planet, remember when you went through the 3 points, you weren't able to provide any information at all about there being curvature.
What do I call it? A disk?
No, you call it Earth. Where the flat is not a description of a shape; it's only a description of a surface. Okay. So, like, flat is not. We're not claiming any shape because we can't go to the extremes of said shape. Nobody has measured the entirety or the extremes of this Earth we live on. But one thing we know is that we have gas pressure here, and gas pressure cannot exist next to a vacuum without a container. The actual description of gas pressure is pressing on the walls of a container.
Oh,
So
okay.
we are in a contained system.
So
There's
we're in
no
a contained
space.
system. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no space as we've been told. And the answers that you gave about not knowing is the same place all of us here had no information that backed up the claim of any of those three things: curvature, rotation, and the vacuum of space existing.
Huh.
Yeah. So in addition to that, as far as count one of curvature, there's been no actual measurement of curvature. What we did is we've taken the numbers that the globe has given us with a sphere of a radius 3,959 miles, right? We took that number and people figured out. Now this is globe math. This isn't something we made up. We took the numbers of the radius and we figured out how much of a drop is over distance. Then we did long range observations and we found that we can see horizons 10 times further than the ball would require with that geometry.
Right. The horizon line is so much farther away than it would actually be if the curvature was actually there. We would see the horizon line as being closer, but really we're seeing it so far away that it doesn't make sense.
Has anybody gone over the Black Swan with you at all?
No, I just got here.
Does someone have the new hotness, the real good Black Swan?
I don't have it on me because
Sonny, just catch you up. He literally just got checked in today.
But I got to get back to work. Having already extended my work way too long.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You guys keep talking, and I'll come back later.
You can listen anytime, come back anytime. Thanks.
Thanks,
All right. Well, we should give you the 3-point participant just so we know when you come back in, you know, that you've gone through those 3 steps. So I don't know.
Yeah, he went through the 3-point system with, I think it was Dave, wasn't it? And he did really, really well. I'm actually surprised most people don't come in here and they're not sincere and straight to it. But he knows it's a belief system, and that's the most important thing. He's like I was when I was younger, where I'm like, okay, yeah, it's a belief system. I know that. Let's figure it out now. You know?
Yeah. Now, it's actually, after that, it's really more of a point of finding out what the sticking points are for them, because they're always going to have them, you know? They're always going to have this reservation in the back of their mind, and it's going to be related to a particular thing, but usually it's the same thing. They all go to this gravity thing, right?
Yeah.
Because they think that's the magic key that gets them out of jail free or whatever, right?
They're gravity container now. That's what I'm hearing all the time. Gravity container. So now we're contained by gravity, but we're not contained.
So
but
what
we're
you got,
contained.
so what you got to do is you got to make them stick to this thing where, like, okay, unless you can show an actual practical demonstration, those words are very important. Practical demonstration of gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without the container. You would have to be able to show that. And so that's what you need to stick to with gas pressure, because if they can't show it, they can't show it in reality, then what does that say about its existence in reality? Well,
doesn't happen. Plain as
I gotta say, Sonny, your mic's sounding good. Did you get a new one or something?
Yeah, I got a professional, not a professional. I got a $30 gaming mic, like headset.
I love you, Sonny.
You know,
He's like, I got a professional. Well, yeah, exactly, $30. They really professional, but compared to what I had before, this is fucking professional.
Oh man, I was so frustrated because someone would say you're too loud, and then I would go to the settings and they'd be like, we can't hear you. Then I thought everybody's just ignoring me. I'm like, going, assholes, you're ignoring me, and I have to scream into the mic.
No, you sound good. You really do now.
That's good. I figure if I'm going to be on here flat smacking this many hours, I might as well be doing it, right.
Correctly. Yep.
and we got Slime 12 has joined us. Anybody want to try to talk to him? Y'all go ahead. Slime 12, can you talk?
Slime 12, are you able to use your mic?
Are they? Because they don't see the role like VC verified or anything. Are they able to talk?
No rolls. I'm only a silver FE, so I'm not able to.
I'm a nobody.
We have a mod here that can give them a voice verified. I don't think we do right now, do we?
I can give voice verified. What's
we got
up?
Slime 12 needs to roll. Thank you.
Slime 12?
Mhm.
Did you say? All right. Let me see.
Thank you.
You know what's interesting about this server? Like after like 3 or 4 months since I've been on here, I still see flat earthers that have been on here apparently for a long time because they have roles and things that I've never seen before. It's quite astonishing.
Yeah. It just depends
Yeah,
when you're
so
hanging out and who you're hanging out with. If you're hanging with Bambi, she might just tag you with them all. So it just depends.
Oh yeah.
All right, I gave him VC verified.
All right, Martov, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. Slime 12, you have access to your mic. Hello.
Yeah, I do.
Welcome
I'm
to
just-
the server.
Hi, how is everyone doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
How are you? Welcome.
Y'all go ahead, Sonny or Stacy.
Hello, welcome.
How long have you looked into the flat Earth topic?
Since I was 17, I'm 20 right now.
Oh yeah. And so, what have you discovered during that process?
A lot of different kinds of questions that have still yet to be answered.
Okay.
But I don't know. It's just more of a curiosity thing for me. Like, I think it's just very, very interesting, the whole topic in general.
Would you like to go through this process that we do here, where it was just kind of a questions that we would like to ask you as somebody new here, and I could show you. I could show you that any belief that you have of the globe itself is actually only a belief. Would you like to go through that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now these questions are only to find out what you actually know about the globe. So in all actuality, just being honest is the best thing. So if you don't know, just say I don't know. You know, if you can't find exact information about what the question is, it's easier just to concede and go, yeah, I don't know. So I'll just go through the three first, and then we'll go through them in more detail. So these are the three primary claims that the globe has. So the first one is curvature. When has curvature ever been measured in history? The second claim is rotation or axial rotation. When has axial rotation been detected, and how was that done? The third question is the vacuum of space. Can the vacuum of space exist as we're told, or is it a place at all, like they describe it? Or someplace.
How to answer the last two questions?
Yeah, I'll just go through them. So I'll just go through back to one. So as far as you know yourself, when has the curvature of Earth actually been directly measured? When was that done?
I can't really recall, honestly. But what I
Okay,
do
so-
know is like that you can't really see the curvature because I don't know, a lot of people like say they can, but I looked at a lot of videos about people who did experiments.
Yeah. Okay. So not to stop you, but we'll get more clarification as we go through this. So there's actually they gave us the numbers of this radius, right? So the radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. So because we know that size of a sphere has certain exact geometry. So in other words, what that means is for here on Earth, if we're on a curved surface, that equates to a certain amount of drop over a certain amount of distance. You get that idea, right?
Yeah. I forgot what the exact amount of distance was for people to actually be able to
Yeah, we'll go into that. So it's 8 inches per mile with the miles squared. So we'll get into that a little bit further. So as far as you know right now, if you can't verify this information of curvature of Earth, in other words, drop over distance, then you would have to say that someone told you that information. We learned it. We all learned it in school. So we kind of just went along with it. It's not that we verified it. So it's really just a belief, correct?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. So now we'll move on to the second one. And that would be axial rotation. When has axial rotation ever been detected in history? And who detected it and how? What was the process that they used or the method that they used to detect rotation? Do you know of that?
I wish.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so once again on number 2, and just be aware, like this is not a debate. You know, I'm not debating. We're just finding out. So
trying to understand each other. I feel that.
Yeah, it's just an honesty. It's just to see, you know, if you're going to be honest about it or not. And there's no right or wrong answer. So we'll get more into depth as we go along. So you say for number 2, if we can't verify this measurement or detection of axial rotation, then we'd have to say we disagreed with what we were taught, that it's a belief. So we'll move on to the third one. Now, the third question is, can the vacuum of space exist, or is it a place that we could go to? Now,
what do you mean by that?
What it means is that we have gas pressure here on Earth, right? So that means it's a closed system because you cannot have gas pressure without a container. The mere existence of gas pressure means that the antecedent to that pressure had to exist first. A container is antecedent to gas pressure of any kind. You cannot measure the pressure of a gas without having it in a container. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So as far as you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, in the context of space, like, is it not in a container? I'm not smart at all. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, the whole thing is we're told that it's an open system.
Oh, okay.
And so there's no evidence. If you're in an open system, there's no possible way that anybody can show gas pressure next to a vacuum like we're told without a container. You cannot have that. You can't have it both ways. In other words, if the vacuum of space actually existed as we're told, we would have no gas pressure here on Earth without a container.
Okay.
So if you can't provide a practical demonstration in reality of a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container, if you can't show that, then it's just a belief as well. So now, so would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
yeah.
So once again, just a summary over this conversation, as far as the curvature of the Earth, that idea of curvature is just a belief. We believe what we were told. As far as the claim of rotation of Earth's surface, in other words, axial rotation, spinning around the axis, we cannot verify or validate that claim of axial rotation, so that is also a belief. And as far as the existence of space, unless we can show that gas pressure can indeed exist next to a vacuum without a container, then that is just a belief as well. And so now I'd just like to open up the panel. I'll go ahead and reseed myself, and you can ask flat earthers any question you want. Like if you have something that's in your mind, a reservation, you go, what about this thing? Then go ahead and ask the panel, and I'm sure you'll find it very rewarding. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and there's no stupid question, by the way. Ask whatever you need.
Well, I pretty much just I appreciate that discussion. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have much questions. I kind of just popped in here to see what was going on, but I've been part of this server for 3 years now.
Wow, that's quite a while.
I know Helioskeptic. I talked to him. I remember him.
Have you? That's good. That's good.
But yeah.
So let me ask you this: since we went through the 3 steps with you, how confident are you right now as far as your idea of this globe Earth being reality? How
I wouldn't really
confident
consider
are you
myself a
now?
globe earther.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So would you say
Like,
it's very little or none? Like you believe it a little bit?
I
Like is there something?
don't really believe it. Nah, it's like
Okay.
pretty much little to none. I'm pretty
Okay.
much leaned towards the flat Earth side.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
It's just validating it more, and it's good that you've been here for 3 years, and
I
it
just
means you
want to
probably have heard
understand.
some comments. Yeah, and that's wonderful. And the understanding, though, is going to come from just listening probably more to or understanding the model itself and what it says. Because for me, I didn't understand it. I just kind of put it aside. I'm almost 38 now. I'm like, forget that shit. I know, but once I understood it again, I'm like, wait a minute, this is bull. And the more you go into it, every single thing you break down, there's no actual proof. There's a bunch of data on it, but no actual evidence that they claim. They say evidence, but what is evidence? You know what I mean? I don't want to go to a belief system.
Well, I started off.
What have we validated, you know?
Yeah, I started off as a globe earther, and then I got here, and then I kind of reconsidered.
Right on.
But
So has anyone gone over the black swan with you in that time that you've been around?
that sounds very familiar. I think they have, but I may have forgotten what it was about.
If you got a couple minutes, it won't take long. I'd like to have you look at there. Thanks, QE.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at the live stream 2 voice text. Are you there?
To voice tag.
Yeah, you see the voice text that's associated with this voice channel directly above this voice channel where all the names are.
Yeah.
Hashtag go to live stream 2 voice text, and you'll see at 40 minutes after the hour, you'll see a video of 2 oil rigs, a short video. Then just below that, there's a white part. If you click on that, it says modus tollens. Do you see that part?
I'm on it right now.
Okay, so the modus tollens is just a logical statement. So if P, then Q. If not P, therefore not, not Q, therefore not P. Basically, it just means if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which I previously mentioned, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Geometric horizon curve calculator is where that came from. So if not P, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, then therefore not P. So that'll make more sense when you look at the image. If you click on that image, where's the horizon in the image of the 2 oil rigs? Where is that horizon? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rig?
Or like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Max distance, Jimmy, 1 point. I'm gonna say between.
Yeah. So this is all. This is completely all about where the horizon is. That's all.
Neither then, because like, wouldn't it be over? Or you're saying where would it?
Where is it? Just looking at it.
No, just where it is now that you see in the picture. That's all. You know what I mean? And then the picture.
Yeah. Where do you see the horizon?
You see the blue water and the blue water line, right? And then when do you see the horizon itself, though?
The left oil rig. I don't even see a horizon. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it's going to be where the sky appears to meet Earth or the water. So there's going to be a line where you can see the sky meeting the water. Are you looking at the one that says bye-bye ball?
Yeah, left or the right or left, where's the horizon?
In comparison with the oil rigs, is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
Am I right? I don't know. I honestly like. What's the right answer?
Okay. What I'm gonna do? No, it's not about what the right answer is. It's only about where you actually see the horizon yourself.
It's past, way past the.
Okay, so yeah, so if you see that, it's past that last platform habitat oil rig. So you see the location of platform Hill House, 6.21 miles. Platform habitat, 9.4. Those are just location markers for distance, right? So now, like the Modus Tollens says, this observer height was 1 foot. This can be verified. This still that you're looking at came from a video from BMSLB69 channel, and we can provide that original video. So we set the tripod 1 foot above the water. It was actually 10 inches from what I hear, but 1 foot. So the maximum distance to the geometric horizon of the sphere could only be 1.22 miles. It could be no further because that is the geometric limit of the curved surface. That's a physical limit. You would not be able to see further than that. Things would drop away after 1.22 miles.
It's over the horizon. Yeah.
So what we're seeing here with the Black Swan, we're seeing a horizon that is 10 times further than what the globe requires it to be.
Fucking bullshit liars, bro. Telling us but yeah, and on some serious shit, yeah. You're right.
So it's not a globe.
It's crazy.
It's not a globe. And
It's crazy.
with that horizon
Crazy,
being that far, even if you just went 10 miles, bro, 10 times further would make the radius over 260,000 miles. That's all the way out past where the moon is supposed to be. So their globe is broken. The radius has been falsified right here. Destroys their whole entire model.
That's actually.
And people are observing this stuff daily. They just don't even understand it. Like I said earlier about me seeing 53 miles growing up and not understanding that I'm seeing something that I shouldn't see. You know what I mean? And for the globe model. But yeah, it doesn't work like that. 53 miles, and then they want to use bullshit claims as why I'm seeing that. They can't prove that.
What's it called? I think I showed like a friend like a similar picture of this, and I think he just denied it completely. He didn't even he said, "Dude, get this shit out of my face." It's just they don't even take the time to like at least give themselves a chance.
Right.
But yeah, dude, that's actually wild, man.
I have another image of that video that I took and just darkened it just a little bit. You know, I took the contrast down. Let me see if I can find that. Sure. One second. While I'm looking for that, here's a Toronto. Here's a picture. Oh, okay. Here's a picture of the Toronto.
Toronto. You just posted. Oh yeah, shit! How far?
That's like 50 miles. Yeah, city of Toronto.
Damn.
I'm sorry, I'm taking too long to find this. I wanted you to see this.
That's crazy.
What I could do is when I find it, I could drop it in your. Oh, here we go. I found it. So here's the Black Swan. It's just a little darker. So look at where this horizon is.
Did you put it in? Oh, okay. Now I see it.
Yeah, click on that one. See that horizon? Slightly darker. It looks to me, and you know, there's actually to the right. There's actually land out beyond there. There's an island out there. Those are the Channel Islands off of Santa Barbara, and you can look at the distances from the beach to those islands. You can see it a little bit off to the right of Hill House platform. There's an island, and that's actually 30 miles away, which would be about 300 feet of curvature, somewhere right around there. Or maybe it's 25 miles is 400 feet, I believe. So 30 would be even more.
That's the thing. Like, I don't have like those calculations at the top of my head like that. But when you explain them, like other people have before, it's just kind of like It's
Clicks
just, it makes
in.
sense.
Yeah, it clicks in. And see, we're not making up this math. They told us what size.
No, yeah.
That's all we're doing. And it
Basing it off
really
of what they
it really pisses the Globers off because we just took the size they gave us. Not our fault. We went out and tested it. It's not true.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Well, I got physics in like 5 minutes.
All right, good for you. Have a good
But-
day, man. Nice talking with you. Come
yeah,
back.
I might pop in later. Who knows?
Right on.
But good meeting you, man.
Yeah, sounds good,
It's good
hon.
meeting
Good
everyone.
meeting you.
Yeah.
And good luck in physics. Damn it.
All right. Catch you guys.
Now you have some new
Bye.
information. Have some new information. to go with.
Yo, Sonny, it's crazy, dude. It doesn't really matter how far it is. Once you can see far, that's it. Like
Yes. That's it.
that's it. So 500 plus miles with infrared, it doesn't even need to come to that.
I know.
Like you just see too far. That's it.
Oh man, it's as simple as looking across, even at something like a shoreline 3 miles away. That's 6 feet. So if you can zoom into 3 miles away, which you can pretty easy, and see these little tiny waves lapping right on the sand. You know, the waves that are like 6 inches to a foot.
Oh yeah, every inch would have to be accounted for.
Yeah.
For
So
sure.
if that's not covered up by a curvature, a bulge between you and that distant shoreline.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
Do you guys know what camera I could buy? I mean, the P1000 is one of the most mainstream ones when it comes to zooming in, but is there something like, I don't know, $500-$400 that would do close to?
Yeah, you can buy a P900 for about $500, a used one.
And how much does the P900 zoom in?
83 times, I think.
Yeah, that's close to the P1000.
Yeah, it's enough to prove that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's enough.
It's not on a globe. And also, they have a 950, which is an in between the 900 and the 1000.
And is it like really risky if I buy a secondhand one, or because I really don't know the market and how these things work?
I keep looking for secondhand ones. It's not. It's hard to find them. If people don't want to let go of those, there are other ones that are easier to find secondhand. Maybe.
Oh, okay, I see.
If you can get a good deal on it, then trust it, because most places you can get it, you return it or whatever. But it's if you're not doing it for professional work and it's all just some sort of a hobby thing, yeah, no real reason to pay, everything for it.
Check it out. I'm going to show you this picture of the moon during a selenelium eclipse that one of our members, Crack Villain, took. Look at this picture from a P900. Look at that. Wait a minute, was that? Oh no, that was from someone else. I'm sorry. That was from this person.
Is it selenilian or selenelian?
Selenelian, yeah.
I know, I don't like forget it.
This one is actually from someone else. That's not the one I was looking at. Let me see. That's still a good one though. Pretty incredible. That moon should not be doing that.
I don't know if anybody saw it. I never got to say anything about it, but what was it? I don't think it was yesterday, but it may have been. Actually, it may have been. God, my days are mixing up. But the moon, I'm in Texas, so the moon here is crazy how big it gets and stuff, and the sun as well. But the moon was unreal. I can't explain it. It was bright orange. It was taking up the huge part of the sky. I have never seen it look like that in my entire life, and I've seen some crazy shit. But it was amazing. I don't know if anybody else saw something like that yesterday or the day before, but I believe it was yesterday.
How big is the moon now? It's less than half or something? Or
yeah, Okay. Well, it was half. Well, actually, it was so hard to tell because we kept saying, or as we were looking at it, looks like it's growing. But it's because I'm sure the clouds and stuff like that we couldn't always see in the distance, you know what I mean, blocking or causing that effect. But so you couldn't verify for a fact, actually, you know what I mean, what phase it was perfectly in, but at the same time it was about half.
I'm gonna have to go out and look. I didn't even go outside yesterday.
Of course, it's when the bottom half is filled, though. Forget what they call that.
Darn. I'm gonna have to organize my stuff. It's so scattered.
Me too. And I'm on my phone now and not my computer like it used to be, so it's so scattered, and I'm traveling to get pictures, doing a lot of stuff too. I'm like, if somebody needs to find something, like, it's not me. Good luck.
Ay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know where it is. I could probably find it in the mail. Crack Villain, where are you, bro?
For real.
Yeah, what's Crack Villain?
We missed
What's up,
Crack
everyone?
Villain. Well, he got.
I talked to him on Christmas Eve and his family, and he was doing okay, and I was sending prayers and love because I'm very close to him. That's my boy. But he told me he was going to be back on Christmas Day or the next day, and he hasn't been back. So, Crack,
I've apped him.
if you're out there listening, get your butt in here.
Yeah, I've sent him a couple of messages, but
Well, he's probably not coming on here then. He might be listening.
No.
but We don't know.
You know, we all got a lot going on in our lives, and like when I had to take a break, I was gone for some time, and then you step back in again. I mean, you're even gone from your all platforms. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what happens with people is they got a lot of shit going on in life usually when that happens. And so lots of prayers. That's not anything bad, but sending prayers out to him, and I'm sure he'll be back soon because honestly, how can you avoid us? You can't.
No.
And he's a freaking Brit. That's why.
Come back on, you funny wanker.
they started today with the magical stuff in the Netherlands, right? The stuff you need to have to be free again. You know?
I know you're talking about, yes.
Okay, look at this photo Crack took of the moon. Look at that. That's freaking incredible.
So
Man, I want to say I'm getting crack withdrawals, but that sounds really bad. He needs to change his name. He's killing me.
Look at all that detail.
Is that with the P900?
Yes.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, Crack said he took this picture.
Yeah, the most peculiar thing with that, they made a whole show out of it, right? In the Netherlands, the first nurse that got jabbed. Peculiar thing is that she is regularly making her entrance in magazines and articles. So
still,
yeah, like no, I think before, right?
Before, yes, yeah.
Correct. So it's almost like what I said before too. It's like they're using theater again. They're messing with their freaking minds here.
I don't know.
They're
Yeah,
putting
but it's
someone
so
at the same time. It's like you don't know what to think. Yeah, this is. We just have to look into it deeply.
I wish they knew how little I fucking care about it.
Yeah, but it's man, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so
it is serious.
I know but I care about the people I love, right? And when I hear about people that want to do it and then I'm like, man, the thing is, I'm getting really tired of convincing people not to do it, right? So I'm like, okay, it's your life, your body, go ahead. But on the other hand, those are people that you love, right? You want to protect them and help them. So it's very difficult.
Yep. That's why I try to do my best to explain it, even the most simplest forms. Even if you don't understand what this new one is, you need to go back to the very, very basics of injection and what that means and what you are putting into someone's body.
Stacey,
It's difficult. I know, honey.
You know as good as I do is that, especially in this platform, people come here and you hit them with some kind of truth, right? And then something snaps and the cog hits, and then it's it's all done. You can talk for hours, but they won't pick it up. They just hide behind the cogniz wall, right? So it's.
I know what you mean, especially on this. Yes, I agree. This is the worst thing that's been done yet so far that people can't get their mind around. It's very difficult. I know, especially when you're talking about our loved ones, our family. Thank God, and I mean this deeply, that my mom has been on this journey with me and hearing me speak about it from the very beginning and even before all this shit's gone down, other things. So, right now she's accepting, but not everybody's at that point. They haven't been through all that knowledge with me. And even my mom is skeptical to what I'm saying, even though she does understand it and is on page with me. But can you imagine not being provided the information? My mom was right there learning about it before it was even on the news, before even the president spoke about it, because I was telling her, the information I was receiving. So for her, it's like, oh shit, this is real. But for others, they don't have that fucking validation, man. And that's hard. Because they trust these people with their life. That's the answer right there. Their life.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it difficult because I know I can reach people and I can talk to them, but is it my duty to? It's, is it our duty? You know what I'm saying?
It's not your duty to make them change their mind. It's not your duty to wake them up, but it is our duty, if you have the information that's truthful and there is misinformation out there, to be held accountable and responsible for that. You have information. This is my opinion. You have information that has to be there to other people, not just yourself. And if you keep that and you hold that only for you, how selfish of a human being can you be? Because that's not fair. What if somebody didn't tell you? Damn, I wouldn't want to not be awake.
I know. But it's.
So I know. So there's that struggle, that pull. I know, honey, I do. It's very difficult.
Thing is, I'm going to a dinner tomorrow, and for my best friend is going to buy a house, and then we're going to celebrate it, and I'm going to eat at his mother's house, and I know his mother for like ages, and he apped today like I'll later you're coming and this and that, and so my mother, don't talk about corona, my mother is wants the vaccine, so please don't talk about it, and yada yada yada. I'm like, okay, it's difficult, right? It's very difficult.
Because I'm walking and breathing this stuff. For me, it's so difficult not to talk about it. And when people ask me not to talk about it, or when people were saying to me around Christmas time and all these holidays, they're like, can we not discuss this? Or can we just get, everything great? And I'm going, wait a minute. That's the illusion.
Right.
I mean, it's Christmas and we're being cut from one another. You guys are literally just falling asleep at the most important times when you should have fire under your ass because you were upset that your rights and your family are being ripped from you. And you're not caring. But see, they don't see it like that. We have this fire that's in us that we can't even sometimes understand where it's coming from.
Right.
But it's that truth. Once you live in it and you breathe in it, I can't turn that off. I can't.
I know, right? I know. Honestly, I'm hoping, because my best friend told his mom that I'm a flat earther. Honestly, I'm hoping she will bring that up, right? So if I can flat smack her with if I can flat smack, maybe she will realize, wow, if they lied about the earth being a ball, what else have they lied about? So honestly, I'm hoping they will bring it up. I'm not the guy.
Because if you can't talk about the one thing, then there's many other things that you can discuss. Don't forget that. And if it's going to take one thing, and it may be, Vax, or it could be 9/11. It can be so many different things that's going to wake somebody up. And the one thing that woke you up may not be the one thing that wakes someone else up. It may not be flat Earth. It may not be this whole thing that's happening now. But there is something that you're going to sit there, and it's going to resonate, and you guys are going to have that bond. And once that happens, It should continue to happen, but how fast? That's the issue. You know what I mean? Because their journey sometimes takes a minute. Sometimes for me it was fast, like boom, light bulb. I'm over at research every day. But for
I know,
some
right?
it's slow, very slow.
Yeah. For me, it was Boston. Somebody pointed me to Boston and showed me the documentary. I was like, what is this? OMG, OMG. So I was like, well, this isn't, if they lied about this and this is so blatantly obvious, right? What else is there to learn about the deceptions? And you go from rabbit hole to rabbit hole. And a guy in a Telegram room told me about flat Earth. I'm like, nah, man, that's batshit crazy, man. Earth isn't flat. Shut up. So he told me a few times now, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to dive in this rabbit hole. I put it off, right? Because I was like, okay, so this was real. They lied about this, and this. So I was kind of afraid of looking into it because I was afraid of it being legit, right? Like, oh, this has so many things that changes my life, right? So I was kind of holding it up, and I went into it with the thought of I'm going to debunk this because it's so ridiculous. This cannot be real. I mean, 9/11, sure, Boston, sure, the school, right, sure, but the Earth being flat, this is crazy. But I went into it and I started with Eric Dubay and then ODD and then, man, I was sucking YouTube dry and yeah, I was basically a big full-on flat earther before I joined this Discord because after you're seeing every argument there is on YouTube, you're like, okay, so what are actual people saying, right? I can watch YouTube vids all day, but what are actual people talking about, and then how is the opposing side dealing with it? And when you hit this Discord and you hear the Globers talk about their beliefs, then you're like, yeah, man, it's truly a belief. It's truly just making up stories and trying to make it real in your head, right? Just amazing.
Right. I think a lot of us put it off because I think deep down, like you just said, I'm almost scared. You don't want to have that taken from you. Your life shooken up like that. You're like, can't be real. That's it.
Right.
Nope, I'm not going to allow that to be real. But you know deep down that something ain't right about that. You know it's a belief system, that everything you have about it. And if you start thinking deeply, you're like, shit, what do I actually know about that damn model? And they don't want to look into it further. Yeah.
I hadn't looked into it, and Eric Dubay hit me with the water and the curvature. I was like, wow, damn, this. How can I rebuttal this, right? How can I rebuttal water? Water is always flat and level. What? Yes, so obvious. I've never seen bendy water.
Right. You know, I watched Eric Dubay, and it still wasn't clicking for me because I watched it very quickly. I wasn't giving it enough time. I was kind of skimming. You know what I mean? At that point, because for me, like I said, I kind of grew up in church, and I felt like it was already flat anyway, belief system. So I didn't really care. It's like, well, what does it matter? No one's going to believe it. I can't really prove it. Go on with my life. It was just understanding that it's, that the radius was 39.50 and all that, and actually understanding where the drop is. Learning that was like, that's it. I'm done. It was the nail in the coffin for me, and you can't go back.
Yeah, I guess first you gotta go with some other conspiracy. Well, not conspiracies. I hate the word conspiracy. They all want to call these things conspiracies, but they're just facts. I think that the best order would be first begin with World Trade Center 7, 9/11. That would be the best. Then you could go with MK Ultra, and after you realize they're lying about words, then you realize they're not lying. They're controlling your mind. After you figured out these two, I guess you can basically pick on anything. You can pick on any politics and you'll find out it's a scam and it's a lie. It's all just a scene. It's an act. Then I guess you can pick on... Oh, actually, banks is a big one. I think banks is actually one of the biggest ones that very few people research.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
money,
a big one.
money.
But what's weird, we were saying this earlier, that sometimes flat Earth at this point in life, in this world, that could be the first red pill or first rabbit hole someone dives down is flat Earth, and that is a weird
That's
rabbit hole to
big.
be down. You know,
Like if you go first of all with EE, that's big. Like,
I mean, then I could legit understand why someone would say, well, why would they lie? It's like, well, what do you mean, why would they lie? You haven't spent 20 years of your life finding out all the different lies that they've been lying about for 20 years of lies? Okay. But
Right.
no, they haven't. This is their first time looking into it, and it's like, wait, they're lying about all this other stuff? Yeah, they are.
Exactly.
World's a stage, people. The world's a stage.
Well, at least we're all a little bit more real. I hope you guys are.
Yeah. Flat and stationary.
But what if you guys are all my background characters? I freaking didn't even think about it. This is all my imagination, and I'm imagining every single one of your characters and personalities. Damn, I'm good.
Wait, what?
Say, wait, what? Am I a background person? I'm not real? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And we're all doing that simultaneously.
Exactly.
Yeah, this conversation with a friend of mine, and he's more into the spiritual realm with Alan Watts, and he was like, well, yeah. And he then went into an infinite regression fallacy, and I didn't quite catch it back then, but like, who created this and that and that and that? So it can be fun to ponder about, but you won't get anywhere.
Yeah, I got probably an 85% batting average, percentage of success. I had fun with that in the joint. There's a lot of people, they just, cognitive pops up. Oh, no, what's going to create that? What's going to create? Buddy, 2 words, irreducible complexity. Pause, okay? No, nature can't create nature. Okay? Laws, buddy. Then they start critically thinking. I'm like, okay, I got you. Something had to create something. Well, what's proclaimed to be all-knowing, right? Omnipresent, right? Omnipowerful. God. Okay. Well, let me jump back into this. So you get your people that want to keep spinning their wheels with the, well, who created that God? But you can have success. The audio's tripping. Mic check.
Mike's not here.
Mike, are you okay?
Mikey, are you okay? Are you okay, Mikey?
You've been struck by a flat criminal.
Sorry we broke your globe.
Show us on the globe where it hurts you. So after all, it wasn't for educational purposes at all to begin with. It was for mind control purposes. It worked pretty effectively, I hate to say. Worked on me for 52 years. So I actually looked at the claims that the globe made. We know what happens when you do that, honestly. This has been Dead Air Dave. Back to the dead air until somebody else talks.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of ideas how to do a like a commercial shot for the Discord, right? Hold on a second. Since it's so quiet, I'll fix that. Whoa, that.
We would shut down the server, worship the globe with fervor, if we only had the curve.
Just prove the Earth's in motion and fix. You finish the rest of that.
Just prove the Earth's in motion, the curve around the ocean.
There you go. If we only had a curve. One thing I've been trying when I have time at home on my laptop without much success yet, but I've been going to like random YouTube live streams and dropping the link and stuff. Who knows? Maybe somebody picked it up. Just trying to get some new people in here. Maybe turn their world upside down. Or actually getting them critically thinking about their reality.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah. Best place on earth to talk about Earth. Mm.
24/7 Discord live. Flat Earth.
It sounds good, Sonny, but the guitar part's cutting in and out for me. Just letting you know.
It's probably not loud enough.
Maybe just me. I don't know.
The guitar's doing the same thing over here on my end. The ball could be official, but see, we're in a pickle. We don't have a curve.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord live."
Cut it out. It broke out. Chopped up.
Cut it, print it, good to go.
Yeah, that'd be cool to have Dave Hinkle do an announcement, like in the style of the old 70s and 80s FM rock radio stations, right?
Yeah.
That was the idea.
Do you say me do it?
Yeah, you do it, bro.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Hold on, I missed the cue. Because I have to do it with my headphones on to talk to you, or else it sounds funky, and then I got to unplug it to play the speakers.
Play that funky music, white boy.
Okay, we'll just have to give it a go like this.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, go, Dave.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Short and sweet.
All right, we got it on the
I could play the rest of that riff. It's pretty killer, actually.
Hey, Dave, you remember the Lunatic Fringe of American FM?
Lunatic.
Lunatic Fringe, I know you're out there. Red Roger.
I guess it depends on what city you were in, right?
Well, Dave and I are from Kentucky, and WEBN, the Lunatic Fringe of American FM.
Oh, yeah, that's station out of Cincinnati, right?
Oh, yeah. So you probably heard St. Louis stations. That's what I grew up with. But
Hey, man cow in the morning.
yeah, that was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, it's been a long time since the rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Mickey's 24/7 Flat Earth Livestream 3-Point Fight Club. Now get in the pit and try to love someone. Ball with the ball, the bang, grab a ditty.
I wish I could have my headphones on and still play through my speakers. That's not going to work. That girl taking selfies while in the shark's mouth. Apparently, Stacy's in the laundry room. How's the laundry room over there? Oh, she can't talk. Okay, so we won't ask Stacy questions.
Dirty.
We'll just talk to Stacy, and there she is.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live with Stacey B. You can't get anything past me.
Right on. I'm trying to imagine what it's like in your laundry room. I'm seeing a window with sun shining in. I don't know, maybe some trees right off the, like, close by.
I have a laundry room that's off the alley because I'm up in the mountains, so literally out my back is a big ass mountain.
Oh, you
so when
live
I look at my window, yeah, it's crazy. It's cool though. It's just an alley though, but the sun's coming in. That's a true statement.
Interesting.
So how do laundry rooms work on a spinning globe, Stacey?
They never get
Like a washing machine.
They never get straightened up. They're always a mess.
That's right.
That stuff be flying all around the room.
I think that's why I keep missing socks and stuff. It's that spin, man. You know, it's freaking, it's really annoying. You know, I just try to imagine myself inside the dryer wall, like, you know what I mean? I'm standing on the outside of the dryer wall, and it's spinning, and I cannot feel it.
When all you really got to do is look down at that dryer and it makes you get dizzy. Like, at least it does me.
Okay, who's up for a serenade?
Go ahead.
Hey, Sonny, you remember that song there? I just posted the video in live stream voice text.
Dude, why is it so quiet all the time?
We were waiting for that guy Fraud to talk, and then we're going to start talking. You seen him?
That's a cool song. I didn't even know that was Pearl Jam.
Yeah, that's one of my go-tos. Like, I'll do, like, what I like to do is go to a karaoke bar and just sing out Some Strange Female, and boom. Yeah, that's where I live. That entire genre of music.
Yeah, I lived through it. I survived it.
That's in the opposite, though, but serenade a man. Yeah, it's quite cool, though, to do that.
I'm surprised I survived it without the drugs. That was hard, tempting, but I made it.
So true, huh? It's crazy. It's in that field or any kind of music industry. It's everywhere. But honestly, it's everywhere anyway. Even our
Yeah,
kids.
because you know, I get up around 7, roll out of bed around 9.
Sounded just like today.
Yeah, I used to get up at like 4:30 in the morning every day. It's been around like 7. I need to start getting back on that schedule that I like getting up about 4:30, getting my coffee, wake up for a second, going out and seeing the sunrise, and then start my day and get productive, and then you have the rest of your day to go. And then by 8, 9 o'clock though, you're going to bed. I can't stay awake.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. I went out. I'm pretty fortunate. I went out the other day, so I packed my bike with my tent and my little yoga pad. Tie it all to my bike, and this thing's electric now, so I can go anywhere, and I can put all my stuff. Go out to this rugged place out, which I'm really fortunate that there is this place in this park I can go take 10 minutes, put my tarp down, set up my tent, park the bike in a nice quiet place where nobody's around, and just practice doing that and sit there with myself for 15 or 20 minutes, then break it all back down, put it all back, and go on the rest of my day. It was pretty fun.
Absolutely. And the more you do that, you might end up finding that somebody might end up coming along though too, and having a conversation, hanging out, but yeah, it's a time for yourself. It's your spot.
Yeah.
And now, Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. Y'all remember that song?
Yes.
That shit was funny. That's back when SNL was good.
It was good then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I sit and think to myself, if I could drive so far that my friends couldn't hear me complain, would I ever leave home? Like, what the hell did that even mean, bro? But it was funny as hell.
Oh, man.
Yeah, SNL went downhill, in my opinion, after Eddie Murphy or Mike Myers, maybe somewhere in there.
Yeah,
I
right.
lost a lot after that.
Right after that. Mm-hmm.
And I forgot how much I love laundry. There's something about laundry that's just amazing. And I know other people may hate it, but for me, it's like that comfort. I zone in and do it, and I enjoy it.
Well, I put it off all the time. As long as possible.
It seems like a lot of men don't like laundry,
I'll wait till I have not one single sock left. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I've been there. I just didn't do it all day long, but yeah, I'm exhausted at the end of the day. But I don't know, the smell of it. I like having clean clothes. I think it really, for me, was going through a really rough time and not having a facility to wash my clothes and having to wash them by hand all the time and dry them, and it was like such a procedure. So when people bitch about laundry now, I'm like, what are you talking about? This is easy.
Yeah, I ought to do mine today as well. Get off my butt. I just sit here too long.
Yeah, with everything going on, I'm kind of taking a break with what I normally would do. Like if you saw me a year ago, is driving around everywhere, walking everywhere, in hospitals. Just I was always on my phone and a Bluetooth with you guys, but I was traveling. I was never sitting at home doing nothing or just hanging out. And lately, I've kind of had that chill moment, need to reflect, go inside. But then I'm kind of having to motivate my ass again some more and get back on track. Like, remember, Stacey, when you never sat down? You need to get some shit done. But we all do that. That's what I said the other day about Elijah. It's that motivation thing. Sometimes we lose it. But it's not like we lose it. We just need to kick ourselves again. Get up. I'm really hoping to be trying to start something new. I think we all should. It doesn't have to be a business, but just doing something different in your life that you aren't already doing. It's good for growth, but I'm going to try to finally kick my ass in gear and get that dog treat business going that I've been wanting to do for a very long time. That's like medical treats, basically. But we're going to come, I believe, we're going to get copyrighted Serious Treats, because it's about Serious Treats, my channel, I think, but make it about how, these things need to be put into the diet, cranberries, and all these things we talk about. The dogs need them too for their bodies. It's crazy that they're not being washed and taken care of. Their teeth, their urinary tract systems, they're being fed the worst of the worst. We complain about our food. See what they get fed.
The only thing I know about Cranberries, it was a good band from Ireland, I think.
Yes, indeed. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger?
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Oh, I caught the world of you. Yeah, I love so much. I think we all do, but boom.
Somebody go scare us up a new person to talk to. Go over to the Game of Pandas and get somebody. So you do that.
Go over there and pull somebody from Panda. They are scared. I've asked them to come over. I mean, when I'm over there, they got no damn problem giving me shit and coming at me, and about 10 of them at a time. And it'll just be me. You know what I mean? But when it comes over here, they know damn well the way they treat me over there, it's not going to happen over here. So that's the difference. Because there's too many people, they're going to shut them down. And even when they try to throw me in circles and derail me, they're not going to let it happen either, even when I stop it. So I think that's the reason that they don't come over. And some of them, honestly, have been banned. Kosho's been asking if he can somehow get back on live stream. He has been saying he's a flat earther now. But we all know that's probably going to change.
Kosho's a flat earther, right?
He's a flat earther because he's in love with me. I'm giving you shit, Kosho. No, but yeah.
I've heard Nikki and Helio both state that anybody that's banned that wants to come over here and have a sincere conversation, they'll gladly unban.
Okay.
So
he's been having more sincere. I've been making him know. I'm not saying making this his choice, but I'm kind of like, hey, Kosho, for real, be intellectually honest with me right now. We're supposed to be friends, right? So, in front of the entire server, and he has been owning up a little bit and conceding and saying, hey, it's this way. And then he turned to play a flat earther, I should say, for a reason, but then he stayed. But then again, I don't like that play flat earth. I am a flat earther. I know what I'm standing on. And I don't know if he does. There's a difference. But I respect him. I respect everybody.
Yeah, you can only take people at their word. I mean, their actions will bear themselves out on you. Sorry, go ahead.
There's only like two things. I leave the realm of, like, peace, and I jump into my war uniform. Somebody with willful ignorance, right? Or just an ass comes into being ass. Oh, I'll just leave all reality and all logic and just go straight full war. Because willful ignorance, choosing to be ignorant of something on purpose and then speaking on it like you're some authority, or just being really obtuse and ignorant, I can't stand it. So I just, when they put those gloves on, I go ahead and put my gloves on.
Oh, I could be nice. Everybody knows that I try to be compassionate. Most of the time, I am in that mindset. But I can be taken to another place like we all can be. And I don't like going there. So I try to keep my energy in a really good spot. But if you go into the lion's den, you better be prepared. And that's what I feel like when I go over there. But there's some times that when you talk about a spiritual war, you got to be careful. Because we can all fall. And I've had my outbursts because it's nonsense. Sometimes we have to stand up for what we know is right. And I damn well know how you should treat people. And things aren't happening over there like they should be. And in reality, in society either. So I'm not going to sit back and let it happen. If somebody's getting beat up, I'm going to come over there and fucking join in and help make it stop. Or whatever's happening. I'm going to sit there and watch. And that's what majority of people do in life. Sit back. Let other people just destroy each other. No, thank you.
I wouldn't even join like a Gem Panda server. From everything I've heard from all the different aspects of his server, it seems like it's just a welcomed, chaotic place where the whole premise is let's draw an audience by being as ignorant and, obtuse as possible. And just people like noise. You know what I mean?
Sometimes we'll have some conversations that go okay, but they are a very small percentage. And especially us actually being heard. Are we being heard? No, not really. So it's kind of pointless. Even the audience is going there is not necessarily concerned about what we're saying. So I haven't tried to pull myself from that because it's becoming very, very, very toxic for me. I always said I'd never go there, but there was something that happened in my life recently. I was just like, I'm freaking pissed at the world at one point, and I was like, if I'm gonna deal with a-holes and non-truthers and all that, then I'll go right into the exact lines then instead of just messing around. Let's go for it. So I pushed myself. Let's throw myself in here, and boy, was it nuts. It's exactly what everybody said and worse, way worse, especially for a woman. It's crazy how you get talked to and treated. So I wouldn't recommend anybody, if you don't have a fucking backbone, excuse my language, to go over there. You have to.
I went there one time about a year ago, and I got banned in about 10 minutes, and I haven't been back.
Well, they won't ban me because they like the entertainment value of a girl being on their server talking, and I know I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? I know what they're doing.
I deserve to get banned, though. If you got back and listened to it, I should have got banned. It was a bad day.
I screamed at the person who owns the server. I'm like, you're a fucking liar. I've gone off on him. Personal conversations on the phone that we've had, calling it out in front of his whole server and everything else. Yet, still not banned. And that's the one thing with me is about intellectual honesty. And even if I'm said something wrong, I'll go back and apologize and say, I'm sorry, that was incorrect. But a lot of people can't do that, and that server is full of people who cannot be intellectual honesty. I mean, it's not even something they can even think about, guys. So that's where you'll hear the double speak too.
That's the key point, Stacey. Kind of like casting pearls before swine, kind of thing. If they're not going to be intellectually honest, what's the point?
Yep, because they hold on to this for dear life. And it's also entertainment for them. I'm not stupid. I have a friend that's actually over there that I think's a good guy, and I won't go into names so they'll get pointed out. But I think he honestly is kind of on the fence, but understands our argument damn well, and is actually starting to realize that maybe kind of like reasons and kind of coming over to the other side of it, realizing what the truth is. But he doesn't want to step away from the friendships, doesn't want to step away from the bonds that people build on servers. No, well, he's one of them too. But a lot of people, you get what I'm saying? Like, we build relationships on this server, so then they don't want to break them. And I'm like,
when I told
but you're living in
about the
dishonesty.
cube, listen, the other people argued with him big time. He said, no, I like that idea. He said, we need to do that. And they were like, no, fuck you, don't do that. Don't do the cube, you're stupid. And he was like, no, I like Democ's idea. He said, I think we need to actually visually do that. And then when it comes back and we're right, then what is your... And they're like, no. Like, even when he was trying to say, well, if it proves you right, why would you not like it? Why would you not do it?
Exactly, Democ. And I think Coach is starting to realize a little bit more, and he is getting shit. And he's trying to stand up more for what's right. Now, am I stupid? I'm the kind of person that I'm not going to put all my trust into people. I know how people work on the internet, so don't think anything like that. But it's more of, I do have compassion, and some people can change their mind by a good person coming into their life or whatever. But you got to give them that chance, right? But also be very, very
These are not the droids you are looking for.
Exactly. Man, you guys, I have music in my fucking heart. It's actually, I hate it sometimes. That I keep wanting to love people, keep wanting to give them a chance, even when I know I'm like, you've done me dirty. You're not a good person. But I've seen change in people. I have. Sometimes it takes 10 years. But yeah, that's just me. I know, guys. I'm too loving.
Sometimes it's easier
for me to be more cold.
Well, they were over there talking about a bridge. You know what I mean? And they were like this and this. I said, well, put some cubes along that bridge every 1 foot and actually put them up to eye level and put them at every 1 foot along that bridge. And we'll see how that looks. And then we'll put them along some level water and compare it. And then you know how they ignore everything that you say.
Mm-hmm.
So this bridge is going with the Earth's curve. And 1 degree for every 69 miles. Why do you even see why can you see so many degrees of arc in the bridge itself? You see more than 1 degree of arc in that bridge. Way more. And that bridge isn't 69 miles long, is it? I mean, they say a bridge is 69 miles long. Would only have an inkling of it till. Do you understand the absurdity of that?
I understand the absurdity of freaking all of it, Democ. I've heard you over there many, 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 many times, and that's why when I came over here, I'm like, no, Democ, are you too? Because you need a space where people are going to literally validate what you're saying sometimes. And even if you're wrong, say, Democ, you're wrong. But you need someone to hear you, and they're not listening to you at all. I promise you that. It's like going to one ear and out the other.
Right. What I'm trying to do, though, is substantiate their claim or not. That's all I'm trying to do.
Hey, what server are you talking about, Stacy?
Jim Pandas, Jose's, Flat Earth Science, for pseudoscience. I've kicked out all of them. All I want's the truth. I don't really care. Look, a Glober can argue with me, a Flat Earther can argue with me. I don't care. I just want to know the truth. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck what anybody says or has an opinion on. That's not my. They can do that. That's not my thing. I just want to know what's the facts are and what we can prove, and that's it.
Yeah, it's like when the truth is proven, then you have what we have here. Dead radio silence for long periods of time unless we strike up conversations. But over there, it's such a damn noisy, confusing, who cares what truth is? Let's just bitch about everything in general. Non-truth seeking, whatever, that they all just like to gather around and, have fun bullshitting. But here and other places that are like it, there's dead air because, we all adhere to that specific truth of the flat earth. So we're waiting for them to come in here and have an honest dialogue. It happens sometimes, right? But you can go over there anytime and just,
Yeah.
Well, they don't like when I speak because I hit them in the heart. They're like, what kind of science could you do that would be new? I would be like, well, I wouldn't feed your kids their own pee and poop back through the fall. There'll be some new kind. Did I cut out?
You did, hon. I didn't know if it was you.
2020.
But I'm pretty sure, yeah.
They told me, what kind of new science, what kind of new stuff would you do that we can't do, that we haven't done? I said, well, you're still drinking your urine and waste. It's 2020. You were still recycling our own waste and urine and putting it back to our drinking water in 2020. You see what I'm saying?
Seriously, I love you, dude. You know what? I just had someone the other day joking with me, and then they were going to the restroom saying, well, I don't know if they were actually joking because they're kind of serious, going, who shits in their house? This is 2021. Who would ever poop in the home? You do it outside. And it's just reminding me of you just going crazy, something like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like if we're so technologically advanced, like, where's the advancements? We haven't got it in fuel. We haven't got it for cars. We haven't been to Jetsons yet. We haven't, desalinization. We haven't perfected that.
I have a theory about that. I think that
they're purposely being dickheads. Yeah.
I think that propulsion technology is being hidden.
It is. The fastest living thing is a poop spore, right?
No, what's that?
It's a spore that grows out of poop. It's a little tube that fills with a liquid, and that liquid explodes. And when it explodes, the spore is like the fastest thing on Earth. That's a living thing that is a living thing, is a spore that gets shot from poop. It's the fastest thing. So I'm just saying, so the explosion from that little bitty tube, it's a little bitty tube in the poop that shoots the spore. So just think if you had a rocket or something at the end of that tube instead of the spore, and you were in the little capsule, we would be going faster than any rocket ever possibly could.
Tim Marker, you making shit up again?
No. No, I'll put it right in the back chat.
It was a joke. Are you making shit up?
Well, the point I wanted
to... No, I'm not joking. No, I'm not joking. It's not a joke. Poop is the fastest living thing to man. The spore. I'll put it in the back chat, Dave.
I think that if we had such thing as flying cars, that it would be far too easy for us to take a trip to Antarctica. And if we had flying cars, a lot of people would be pissed off coming to the realization that they can't go there. And then a lot more people would realize that the Earth is flat.
Well, you could rest assured that if flying cars became commercial, there'd be a lot more military blowing them out of the sky as soon as they tried to approach the Antarctic region.
Yeah.
Guarantee that.
It's not happening. They're not going to ever let us have that technology, people, even if it does exist right now. Never. Come on.
That's just human skeet shooting right there.
Pull. Move.
It's all the more reason why we need to become politically active one way or another. you might not be interested in politics, but politics are interested in you.
Sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
guys see that in the back chat?
God bless you. And
Watch the
I'm
clip in
so
the back
against
chat.
politics. Now listen to me. On the ground level, politics matter, yes. Laws matter. But at the same time, when you look at the politics and theater at play, does it actually matter? Do you have any say in this? I strongly believe no. And that's the problem. So politically, yeah, it'd be great to do stuff. But when you're being blocked politically, then that's not possible. It's like going to Antarctica. It's not happening. So we've got to fix the political system completely to even have one, because it's controlled. So until we have that, we can't fix the on-ground political system that we all deal with every day in every state.
That's when the rest of whoever it is taps people like me, Battle Mod on the shoulder, and says, "All right, we're done. Go overturn this shit for us." Well, yeah, that's when you'll see me getting politically active. But I'm
exactly.
Well, here, I just want to give you guys an example. So, like, from the beginning of 2020 to the end of 2020, I've done it more in past years with other things, but I hand out these, political flyers that show people the Bilderberg Group through a documentary, and, the Trilateral Commission and all these different branches of the cabal and all that, with this really old, like 12, 13-year-old documentary made by Alex Jones way before Trump and I understand Alex Jones has problems. You don't have to remind me. I have pretty big disagreements with him myself, but nonetheless, access to these basic things are important. And basically what I'm saying is I handed out thousands of flyers with all these big crowds in Portland and other places that would say, ban.video and then dash and then try typing into the search engine Endgame or Antarctica. And so they first go type in Endgame and they start to realize, oh, okay, so the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are both two sides of the same coin, and they come to that realization.
Okay.
And then they go to the next one, Antarctica, and they're like, oh, look at that. They're this flat. I know that. And so what I'm saying is, this is a very small amount of, printer toner and paper. This is a very small amount of actual money. And, you can go 100%. Into a big crowd of people and, you can hand out a couple hundred in a day. All you have to do is find a crowd of people.
Oh,
and don't forget, what you're explaining is exactly how it's supposed to happen. Protesting is not the way anymore, okay? Because the political system and the bullshit and the mockery of us. So the only way you can really do it is how you're explaining. And I misunderstood you then if you were talking about politically getting out there and changing the system right this second. But if you're going out there to tell people, hey, the political system's messed up and here's how and here's why, then it's waking them up to the truth of the political system. That's fine. I completely get you on the same page of that, and I agree. And that's how it has to be done, because it's not going to be the other way until people actually understand what's happening.
That's why I didn't join Discord until October, as my ass was out there, person to person, everywhere. Then, I'm like, what the hell's this Discord thing I keep hearing on YouTube? Let me download this Discord app. Oh, hi, guys.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, another part of this strategy that can save a lot of time, energy, and catch the attention of people that wouldn't normally pay attention to you is to simply add on to these flaws search engines that do not track you, and then put startpage.com and duckduckgo.com and just, walk up to a crowd of people and be like, hey, you guys want something that's not Google? You want some search engines that don't track you? And a solid 25%, maybe sometimes up to 40%, depending on the crowd you're in, of people will just, depending on if it's political or not. What I'm saying is, if you go into a political crowd, they even have a higher likely, they're more likely to be like, oh, thank you, with a really serious look on their face, because people that are political more so than people that are not political just don't like the idea of Google looking over their shoulder and tracking them. And so they anyway.
And how you're doing that, though, is exactly how it needs to be done with the Flat Earth and everything. I mean, and by the way, shout out to Spurs Chemo in here. Mad respects, because a lot of people like him have tried to get on their feet, get out there, get the information, shake hands with people eye to eye, and have these conversations. because that's what resonates and that's where it travels on. And that global Eurator, I'm sorry, I hate to bring it up again, but it showed that it is possible, and people are ready for that information. This whole COVID thing happened in 2020. Everybody's quit talking. They're not communicating anymore, and they have a mask on their face. So that's the issue. We're not eye to eye anymore having that conversation. Stand 6 feet away from me. No. I want to hug you. I want to tell you.
One thing I still do is I go to Walmart. I go to big box malls, like here in Kentucky, there's all kinds of, and Cincinnati, the tri-state area. I go to giant parking lots, and I put underneath the windshield wiper, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, windshield wiper, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. Look at this, look at that. Links on the web. I mean, I do that still.
Oh yeah, I've done that. I've lit it myself.
Every once in a while, you catch the dude coming back to their car, and they're first like, "Hey, who the hell?" And then I'm like, engage in a dialogue with them. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes, well, I'll take a look at it later.
But not everybody can do that, and well, they can, but some people feel like they can't, or they don't feel comfortable, or anxiety, or whatever. I have pushed myself, and I think that's what it is, because I get scared too. I go through that anxiety. And I'm speaking to about 200 people. I remember going to an auditorium one time, and there was like 500 plus, and I was scared out of my damn mind talking about Monsanto. Like, oh shit. And I had that information just like we do over here every day, almost like an echo chamber. But once you get in front of all those people, it's almost like you're in a store and you forget everything in a brain fart, and you're going, oh, what do I say next? But it's actually just being genuine. And when you find that you're just being comfortable talking back and forth like you're speaking to your mother or your brother or your sister, is when that information just flows from you. Because it's truth. You don't have to think about it. It comes naturally.
That's the only good thing that I took out of high school, I graduated and all that yummy stuff. But the only thing I really learned was how to speak in front of people during political science, They wanted you to get up in front of the class and narrate this and narrate that, and at first, your lungs fill up and you kind of can't breathe. But after a while, I was in karaoke clubs just serenading women.
Yeah, music will do it to you too, or dancing, all those things I had to do when you're about to go on stage. Like, oh shit, that same feeling, and then the adrenaline takes over your body, your heart's racing, you're trying to control yourself, and it still happens. But once you get in it, you're in it. And it's like you weren't even, like, why was I even worried? It just goes away. You don't even think about it anymore.
Why am I not surprised that Aramistan was in clubs serenading women with that voice? Why am I not surprised?
Hey, look. I'm still guilty. I'll I'll DM somebody and be like, "Would you like to hear a poem?" And I'm like, "Sure."
I bet. That's awesome.
We have that in common. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. That's awesome stuff.
Thanks, buddy.
Soothing voice.
Oh dear.
Nice call.
Hey, a voice can make you a lot of money.
Today?
The monk knows about that. Jedi, you have a good voice too. Look at your voice. We know when Jedi comes in.
Look at my voice.
Look at my voice.
We see
Look at it. Can you find it?
Yeah, D to the V said in the chat, I called it out because I was like, that doesn't sound right. He said, Aaron Miston has a golden throat. I'm like, wait, hey, hold on. That golden throat, there's something weird about it. He gets back on after he researched it, and, well, you could look it up yourself in the Urban Dictionary. Golden throat. That was funny.
I don't want to look it up. I already think.
Just don't call me.
I know what it could possibly connotate to. That word, golden.
Just don't call me iron lungs.
Boom. Or late for dinner.
Iron throat.
See, Jeddi's got that soothing voice like I have too. Don't let him fool you. Brits know how to speak to a woman, and they call them darling and sweetheart, and yeah, Probably
Jedi's
nice.
got that. Jedi's got that Manchurian Candidate shit going where he could have you like walk off a fucking cliff and shit. Hey, buddy, you know what I'm talking about? He's got it.
Exactly.
You're going to take 3 steps forward. Yes, you are. 3 steps. That's right.
Oh, that's good.
Keep going. 2, 3.
Now, when he speaks, he always sounds like you know he's talking about, even if he doesn't. I'm not saying
I
that
don't
you're
really
not.
like black licorice. You're eating the black licorice. Okay, I guess I'll eat the black licorice. You're going to eat the black licorice. Like, okay, damn it.
Like, no, it's red. He's like, no, it's black. Yeah. I know you think it's.
Hey, it's a lot better than, some other people. They have annoying sounds like Jim. He's like, let me finish. Like, oh my God.
Oh, no. I remember one of the first times I came on the server. Well, it wasn't the first. Maybe like, I was sitting in the background there for a while and I hadn't spoke. And then I finally started speaking in Jedi. I made my little ums and all of it. Like, I always do these noises. You guys kind of know that about me now. But when I first came on the server, I remember Jedi and that kind of, I hear you in the background make those ums. I'll mute you. Because you didn't even know who I was yet, Nobody even knew if I was a flat earther or anything. And I'm like, damn. And I was like, okay, Britt, I got you. And from there,
That's a bit.
we
bit
had this
harsh,
relationship.
wasn't
It was, no.
Oh yeah, for sure. Much love and much respect to Stacey B.
You too, sweetheart.
Has anything exciting been going on in the server in the last, say, I don't know, half day, 12 hours or so since I was last here? Any interesting
Well, we did have
conversations?
a couple guys come over, dead someone. I forget what they called dead something. I can't remember the last bit of it. Very intellectually honest and was really cool. We'll be back. Had no problem saying I don't know and believing in a belief system. And there was another person too. So we do have 2 people that came in this morning that was willing to be honest about, hey, I don't know what for sure. You know what I mean? But I don't believe what I'm being told. They're a little bit off on it. So yeah, we have some progress. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. That's really cool. Wonder what time Miggy's going to land this evening. Hopefully he'll be on soon. I can imagine he's probably still at work.
Hey Jedi, what do you do when you see a spaceman? You park your car in it, man.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Way better than Chris try last night. Because that was a fail. God love you, Chris.
Yeah, pronouncing sentence, but don't pronounce the H's. Okay. That was funny.
It's really silly. Like, it's a year ago today, and it's like, if you think about it, only a few months after that, we did a show together. And things haven't changed much. I mean, they have a lot in the way, but
long ago.
yeah, it's fucking been almost a year. full circle. Almost what it feels like, and we're still doing the same thing, but a lot more, tightening of that noose around our necks and control. Have things changed in the past couple of days? What's going on over there more? I know me speaking to Spin and stuff in the past, 5 or 6 days. A lot of things have differed.
The only thing that I can really say is the Hegelian dialectic has most obviously been in play. So we've got the problem, this vaccine, and it's changing and variants and stuff. We've got the solution, all of a sudden the vaccine's ready and we've started vaccinating people, and huge drive to vaccinate people, and the synthesis at the end of it.
I will say that Sven has been reaching out to the Parliament and other places and demanding information that you're allowed to in the UK to have, and how many deaths are actually from COVID only related, and verification and proof of this. We want numbers and not what they're being fed to the media. So we have some people, and that's not the only thing that we're reaching out to. Like, they're trying to change the Humans Act. I mean, what all are they doing under the name of this? You know what I mean? They really are doing a lot. And we said that on the show, is they could do anything under the name of this stuff, this ghost virus, whatever you want to call it. So if you think about it, since we said that, a lot of shit's gone down. A lot. This whole year we've been focused on COVID, but look, have we focused on everything else that's gone down? Because we did it on Algo, and it was like a 10-minute list of things that happened in 2020.
Wow.
Hey, what's up?
There's obviously loads of stuff that went down. What up, buddy? How are you?
All right. Has anyone looked into the blue blood, the horseshoe crab blood that they have to use for this vax?
Oh, that's right, Norris. You told me to do that yesterday, and I forgot. I'm going to do that right now because I've heard about blue blood and crabs, so that's actually very interesting. I haven't. I'm going to do it. Thank you.
And if you go ahead and just look up blue blood for the specific vax that we're speaking of, I mean, it seems like they have to have it. I think the reason is it changes the color or makes something grow a certain way. It's kind of strange.
It's always important, even if it doesn't feel like it is. If it's something that we don't know or seems a little fishy, no pun intended, we need to look into it.
Maybe the oxygen content that they think is in the blood or whatever, however they,
Yeah, the blue blood and the oxygen. The oxygen with like the hemoglobin or the hemocytin or however you pronounce it. Yeah, the blue blood's different, and there's a lot of differences there of oxygen exchange and everything, but I think the main purpose they're doing it for is the color factor. I don't know if it's going to be the kind of like a dye so they can pick up like a translucent color or some kind of color to verify you have what you need to have. I'm not sure.
Oh, how they put the dye in you when they do you for chemotherapy and radiation?
Yeah,
so they can see.
Yeah, because the purpose of it seems to be that it will change the color of a certain thing in your body, or it will, so you could, it would be clear where it is. So you could see a color change, or you could see a like an abnormal growth or something.
Okay, are you maybe mentioning this because there's a possibility if they have this in the vaccination that there might be a chance then that they could see where it's at in your body, where it's left at, and you have been given it? Okay, that's what I figured.
That's speculation. Yeah, it's speculation, but I'm just, if anyone else has any more information on it, I'd be happy to hear it because I've been looking at this whole blue blood, red blood for a long time.
I did hear something about whatever's in it is going to possibly, under a certain light, to make you go in the dark. I forget what my brain's not working to say what exactly that was making it do it. I'll have to verify that again. I don't want to get the false information,
Yeah, and one other thing is, being that we talk about electromagnetism and all these things, we're talking specifically about a higher copper content or a higher iron content, which is why, hemoglobin is more iron, not copper, but yeah.
Well, that's the thing we got to be very clear on. We don't know everything about what's happening with these vaccinations, what's in them. Everybody can talk about them all day long. we still don't know every single thing that's in it. So, but if we go back to the basics, the very, very beginning of it, what vaccinations even are, that's where the key's at. Now, it's going to have a hard time explaining this to people still, but if you go back to the simple basics, no one is actually safe for a fact taking a vaccination and knows it. No, they don't know. They could have an allergic reaction within 5 minutes. Usually a lot of people have symptoms every single time that relate to this vaccination. Your body reacts to it. So to act like putting this stuff in our body isn't causing a reaction to you is nonsense. And it can be proven over and over. The statistics that they even state. So when we want to talk about regular vaccinations, putting poison in your body, you don't know what you're putting in it. It's harming you. And then you want to put in something else that's brand new, that's only been, 5 months been designed? Through a company that shouldn't be doing this in the first place? Huh. No, thank you.
Careful not to call it a vaccination. Just refer to them as injectable vaccinations. You know, injectable is just a manufactured product in a syringe, and whether it's a vaccination or something else, it's an injectable. If you call it a vaccination, you play along with their game, and you let some of the normies think that, oh, well, you're going to be saving the lives of other people if you get this. But if you call it an injectable, then you remind them, yeah, it's just a manufactured product in a syringe. Precedent to say no to it.
I mean, you are absolutely right, but doesn't it sometimes just irritate the shit out of you that we have to keep adjusting our words for these people when it comes to chemtrails, geoengineering, conspiracy theorists? It's over and over and over that we have to adjust for these people because they don't like our words. When in reality, it's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? But I get you.
Well, I feel with you when it comes to other subjects. I agree with you when you say that when it comes to other subjects. But with this subject, it's actually the other way around. When you use the word injectable instead of vaccination, you're the one who's using the English language properly. It's like, you know, it's just like the word liberal. I mean, look at how the word liberal has been butchered. I mean, I am a liberal. I am a liberal by the textbook definition. So if you walk up to somebody, I'll give you an example of this. If you walk up to somebody and you ask them, are you a liberal? And they say, yes, I'm a liberal. I'm a proud liberal. And then you simply ask them, okay, do you think I should have the right to own a gun? Do you think I should have my Second Amendment rights? Oh, no. I don't think you should have Second Amendment. No, guns are dangerous. No, you shouldn't be allowed to own a gun. That sounds like a dangerous idea. Okay, well, by definition, you're not a liberal because that's a liberal attribute. I am.
Yeah. Did you cut out, hon? Well, we are living in a day and age where everything does kind of need to be corrected, redefined. So, you know, because words do matter. Semantics, you talk about, oh, you're using semantics. Well, semantics matter too. You know, so I agree. And definitions and all those things, we got to be careful, especially when it comes to law. You stand in the court of law, your words definitely matter.
Yeah, that's another reason why I'm pointing out the injectable thing to people, because in a court of law, you have much more of a precedent to say no and win the case if you use the term injectable instead of vaccination.
Very understandable. Mm-hmm.
So it's just, you know, it's what it is, you know. I mean, like, you know, don't call it, you know, antidepressants. Call them crazy pills or something more scientific or whatever. I don't know.
You know, it just sucks. There's just so much misinformation when it comes to injectables, vaccinations, whatever you want to call them. Everybody's misguided. And to be honest, if you ask anyone on the street if they even know what the heck's in them, they have no clue.
Well,
No
if you
clue.
go to the library, you might find some stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Library.
The library.
Hey,
And that's what they want to trust, though, too, is that library or the statistics on TV or their doctor, because that's what they're told to do. But the doctor's not even explaining to them what's in that vaccination, do they? No, they do not.
That's why cross-referencing is key, and cross-referencing will set you free.
Amen to that.
Another example of a conversation I've had a few times with people that sounds like semantics, but it's technically not, amazingly enough, just because the Earth is flat, is when they're talking to me, say something stupid like, "Oh, Charles, you're crazy. You think the world is flat?" And I say, "No, the world is a sphere. The Earth is flat." And they're like, "That doesn't make any sense," or something like that. You know, it's like, no, the world is a sphere, but the Earth is flat. Because as far as I can tell, it's, you know, a container, and the container's last year. So yeah, the sphere, but the container below our feet is flat and circular, like a record on a record player. Although technically, I don't really know that it's a sphere, but you know, we're pretty damn sure.
You know, I'm seeing comments in the chat, and I'm not. I don't mean to be frustrated sometimes, please. It's just this subject when it comes to health, so important to me. You know what I mean? I've lost family because of it and everything else too, and I've looked into some of this stuff deeply. And when you understand that the first basic rule is, if you don't want to believe there's copper, if you don't want to believe all these things are in these vaccinations, then you need to understand there's chemicals in these vaccinations, or what are you going to call them? And I hate to keep saying the word chemicals. That are not normal for your body, right? So you're adding chemicals that some are man-made, synthetic, into your body. And your body will react accordingly to that. And every single individual is different. And you want to take that risk without even understanding what they are. And that's what I mean. They don't even understand the first rule. What is in it? How is it made? What does that chemical do to me? It needs to be a first step breakdown. And the fact that they're not even doing the first step, what are we doing, guys? You're not even questioning because you're wanting some kind of answer for this world that we're living in right now that they've created for you because you're sick of it, but you're not even questioning what they're giving you for that answer. Think. And I'm super sorry, but this subject is like, it's happening now. We've talked about it for years, and now it's a push in our face. It's going to be a divide in families. Our kids are going to be affected. They're allowing our kids to automatically make these decisions on their own without their parents. So my child could come home and already been vaccinated without my permission, and no one's even wanting to freaking do something about it. We've got to start caring about what is going into our bodies and asking questions, especially because our kids are about to be affected. And it's so infuriating. I hope people are actually listening to this and really take this on board if you have kids. And if you care about their safety, you love them so much every night when you put them into bed, they care about what's going into their arm or anywhere. No more boxes. I'm sorry. I'll take a seat back.
The Earth is flat and humans can fly.
Oh, sometimes I can fly. In my dreams, yeah. Imagination. I wonder if I can.
Have you ever had a lucid dream?
I think I can. Yeah. Well, it depends what you call lucid, because a lot of people will claim it differently. You know what I mean? What a lucid dream is. For me, I've almost a third-person perspective. I've had some weird ass dreams. I know when I'm dreaming, even sometimes I'm dreaming that I'm dreaming. It's crazy.
Yeah, my definition is, I think the main one, which is, yeah, that you simply are 100% aware that you are dreaming.
Correct. Yeah.
Those ones are somehow much more fulfilling, even if you don't do anything that interesting.
Oh, absolutely. I had a dream that I knew I was dreaming. I was looking down at myself and, watching a dream, understanding it. No language was being spoken, like words coming out of the mouth. My father's already passed away, but he was in the dream, and he was communicating with me, and without opening his mouth. And the last thing I ever heard from him, actually, because it was saying, the world is not what you think it is. It's not what you understand. Reality is not what you know. And then I went on a crazy-ass trip to finding Mandela, and then Flat Earth. So it's kind of like, yeah, those dreams like that, they sure are weird and do matter.
I was just thinking the other day, I've never had a dream that the Earth was a sphere. It always seemed pretty flat, just like it is in regular life when I dream.
I've had dreams of asteroids. I've had dreams of bombs going off. I've woken up out of a clear blue, freaking the heck out, thinking that actually we were at war because it was so real. It was thunder, though. But I was actually applying it in my dream. You know what I mean? So you're hearing the sounds around you. In Indiana, you get some crazy thunder where the whole house shakes. So when I woke up, I actually thought, we're being bombed. So it's crazy how our dreams work and our mind works. Senses at the same time that we're dreaming. Because around us, what's going on in the room also matters. What you're hearing. And you can put that into your dream.
Yeah, indeed. It's funny how that works.
It's kind of like you're in two places at one time. Literally. Or maybe even 3 or 4. Our mind can be broken up in so many different parts.
I'm just hoping that
spiritual beings, I feel.
I'm just hoping that they come up with some technology to help us record our dreams so we can watch them later on a television screen or a monitor.
Yes, I love that, and I hope there's sound, because I'm actually wondering if there's language actually happening in a dream, or if it's more based on emotion and feelings of photography, right, that's playing out in front of us like a theater, and we're putting this language to our feelings and everything that we're going through. But when you wake up, did you actually hear anybody talk? I don't know if I did. I would love to hear my dreams back to see them. That would be cool shit.
He just made a good point a minute ago about, I was thinking about, I've never, in the 52 years I thought I was on a globe, I can't recall a dream that I was obviously on a globe. Everything just looked flat. That's a good point. It's like you dream what you actually experience, basically. At least most people do.
The same thing applies to video games. The Earth is flat in a video game, the Earth is flat in real life, and the Earth is flat in your dreams.
Yeah, you don't picture the sphere. You can picture the nonsense of space, right? Because the imagination of that, what they've taught you, TV and everything. But for you as a human being, you cannot imagine, because you've never experienced that rotation, you've never experienced any of that. So you're like, nope, can't apply it to my actual dreams or what I'm feeling. Because I'm not feeling anything.
It's almost like even your subconscious knows it's bullshit, right?
Yep. Oh, it can't recognize anything else. You've seen nothing but that. Even when you watch TV and stuff, you see this spinning ball, but you know that's not reality. Your brain does not, understand that. You're standing on a ball, and you know what I mean? The whole story is so ridiculous that your brain cannot wrap around that and put that in a dream that you're on a fucking ball. It's just, you know it's not real. Deep down. That is crazy. Think about it. I've never imagined a sphere or seen myself on top of a ball walking or felt like that. You always just imagine this massive place. You know what I mean? And it always looks and appears flat. Yeah, your hills and everything, but you never imagine a spinning ball. No.
Hey, do you guys know what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now?
What's that city?
What?
It's like mayhem, like crazy. They actually guess they broke into the White House, the Capitol, and they're like going crazy.
Who broke into the White House? Slow down, man. You're breaking up. Hold on. Start over.
They're saying that it's the Trump people, the white supremacists and the right wings. They've taken over the White House or something. It's going crazy over there.
What?
What?
Yeah, I want to let you guys
Not
know.
calling you a liar. I just, I need to look into that.
I'm hearing it on.
Do you think I'm a white supremacist? Do you think I'm a right? Do you think I'm a whatever the hell you just said?
Do I think that? I don't know who you are, so why would I? Who are you?
Oh, because I'm just saying, I'm just used to. I'm just used to people calling crowds of Trump supporters bullshit that they actually are not, and it's just kind of repetitive.
The dude's just telling you what he heard. That's all.
Yeah,
I know. I've been listening to it on the radio too, but they're not white supremacists. They're just people marching because they're pissed off about Biden trying to steal the election. That's what they're doing. Now, as far as breaking into buildings go, I don't support that. But whatever. I'm just saying that's what the rally is going on. That's the whole point. They're just simply standing against the election getting stolen. That's it.
Yeah, I was listening to KPFK, the public sponsor station, and that's the words they used. I don't know if that's who is actually doing it. I know that there are white supremacists that support Trump. No doubt about that. But the point is, it's going down like that. It's probably all contrived by the government, order out of chaos.
Well, what's exactly going on? Are they just outside the White House right now doing, because I don't watch, honestly, I've been watching the news at all, and I usually don't. But I hear stories and other little things on the YouTube that I'll try to pull in for a few minutes. But are they walking around, with their signs and whatever, or are they actually done something to the White House, gotten in, taken over? Like, what's actually happening?
They broke windows. All I know is they broke windows, and they're using weapons, have been brandished. Cops have, I don't know, it's crazy. Some crazy's happening. You'll find out, I'm sure, the details. But all I know right now is that they started with a rally, and it's basically exactly what the government's been planning this whole time. Now they're carrying it out.
What's funny though is I don't feel like that's even possible from the things that I've seen from the White House and how close you can get or not get to that. Secret Service is going to be there. Everybody else, they should never. I don't even think they're going to be close enough to do anything like they're claiming. And if they are, then this is somehow done by the system itself, I feel like, then, because how the freaking hell are you allowing people there at our White House and you can't even protect us as we're going to war, but you can't protect us because their own people? Like, come on.
Because it's contrived. That's why they planned it.
There you go.
I just want to let you guys know.
I appreciate it, honey, though. Thank you very much.
Hard to come in conclusion on the MSM report with sketchy details, but thanks for the report. Who knows what's going on?
For shizzle.
Yeah, agreed. But in reality, come on, man. That should never happen. We know that. That's impossible. And if it is happening, people need to think twice about that again. As I'm saying, a lot of people just won't open up their minds to see something for what it's not. Like, just because you're being shown something doesn't mean it's going down like that. That's what they do. It's entertainment, TV, editing, all those things. And that's how they control us. This is ridiculous. So I'm not saying you are, honey, for giving this information. It just irritates the shit out of me how media manipulates us on a constant basis every day. And I guarantee that story is being contrived and manipulated in so many different damn ways. It's unreal. But there probably is some facts to it, but that's how they give everything. A little bit of fact and a bunch of bullshit to go with it. Sad. But people have to see through this.
نیست لبا.
Maybe I'm just too damn awake. I don't know. Or maybe, I just look at the world and I understand it for what it really is. I really feel like I do. Like it's a bunch of nonsense in every single direction. And there is some truth, yes, but it's about not taking the answer that you're first given. Making sure that answer is correct. We need a society to go back to that. I really hope everybody's doing their diligent work out here. We all have a role to play in this. I'm being very sincere about this. I know if we talk about it's a year ago today and we're going full circle, but there's a lot of shit that's gone down. And a year ago I felt like we were already too late, running out of time. Timing is freaking gone, guys. It's now. I don't understand why people don't have that fire in them.
Yeah.
And going to the White House, going out and protesting in front of these people, your downtown, where you live, is not going to be the answer. Nope.
So many purple pillars, boy, I tell you.
We need to organize.
We just got to follow the rules. Hey, they're rules that they've been put by them, but for a reason, right? If they say only so many people can gather together, stick to that. Because if not, they're just going to shut you down. And what's the point? So get your few people together, 2 or 3, whatever the heck it is, and try to get the information out. I mean, for fuck's sake, no offense, guys, I'll put a mask on if I have to, just to get the information out. Because if it doesn't get out, we're going to be in a hell of a lot worse situation in 2022. Can't wait for somebody else to do it. It's us.
We would shut down the server, worship the globe with fervor, if we only had a curve.
We have to start another
Freaking
server
motion, the bending on the ocean, if we only had a curve.
You guys know me. Sorry, when it's quiet, I can go on for hours. There's so much shit to be discussed and talked about, and it's in our face daily. So for me, I could just tell you my life story, and you don't even have enough time.
Yeah, I've got prison stories that would cause USMC war veterans to cringe.
Oh, honey, I bet on that actually, because my uncle was in trouble at one point in prison, and he was going through so much shit that he almost died. He was really telling family, "Don't send me anything because it looks like I have money." And then I got people bothering me wanting money and threatening my life and everything else, taking his food. He was getting so skinny, it was unreal. I mean, people don't understand what actually goes on in these places. You ain't safe there. You better get on the ball and know what the hell you're doing. Get your game straight in there. Actually, get your game straight in life so you don't end up there, please. Please. Because this is a big game that we're in. And I don't mean, the whole simulation thing. No. The game that they're playing on us. I'm glad to hear, though, that you come out and you're not cold and have a hard heart. You know what I mean? Because it can be a cruel place. And it can actually teach people the wrong thing when they come out. It usually does. I've seen that. So it's really nice to hear that you come out and you turn your life around, and so many different opportunities are going to come your way then because of that,
Yeah, I had to go through some tilling of the soil, so to speak, when I was in my early 20s.
I think a lot of men do. Either you don't get in trouble or you do. You know what I mean? No.
Alcoholics have AA. Rageaholics like myself, we well, at least me, I circumvent the energy into romance. When I get mad, I allow myself to stay angry, but I rationalize it, and then I use that energy and focus it into poetry and music and writing. Instead of destruction, I create.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an easy outlet to rage, and you get addicted to that chemicals in your brain.
Yep.
So my AA is creative. It influences writing, singing, blah blah blah.
Hey, do you guys hear what's going on right now?
Yeah. We did. We just had somebody pop in and tell us. Yes, we did.
More shiny things to distract people.
No.
More shiny things.
Give us Crit's report and see if it's different from the last guy. What have you heard, Crit?
Angry mob storms Capitol Hill and a gun battle ensues. Basically, this has forced the House and the Chamber to take shelter as gunplay is happening outside to stop the electoral count.
Yeah, theater. That's what they're doing.
One person dead, multiple wounded, in gun battle outside the Capitol Hill. Capitol has been breached. Police are fighting back mob.
Capitol's in breach. Do you understand how that wording alone puts people into a mindset? Capitol's in breach. That Capitol hasn't fucking been breached. Guaranteed.
That's different from the last guy said it was the White House. You're saying it's the Capitol?
Yeah, I've got Capitol building. Capitol building perimeter has been breached. One person dead, multiple wounded. Police are trying to mobilize to the area.
Just like the movies.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm actually in the middle of watching a live stream at the White House, and it looks super peaceful. Everybody's just standing around and walking around calmly.
Right.
It's not the Capitol building, but it's the White House.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And either way, it's being fed to us in a certain way, right? Worded in a certain way. Semantics are key to these people, how they word it on purpose.
Look at this.
Fear.
Look at these nice shiny things that we're presenting to you while we do this over here.
Correcto. And I keep saying it all the time. All these shiny objects, what are we paying attention to? Even when it comes to the backs, I say, is that another shiny object? I am so used to these shiny objects that I'm wondering, what are we not? paying attention to? What are we missing?
Look at all these colored lights over here. Come on, keep on looking over here. Right at the colored lights.
And it's always good to pay attention to this, but you pay attention, right? You take it on board, and then you go, colors, theater, show. So what are they trying to actually do here? Because if that's a theater, what's happening? There's a reason for this theater again.
Bring in the theater sound effects. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, these aren't Trump supporters. I bet these aren't even Americans. It's all probably, staged bullshit.
Yeah.
Ain't no probably about it.
That's why it's good to have these conversations that we were having, even though nobody's really talking. We were kind of going back and forth because we were talking exactly about this shit right here. How manipulation happens on a frequent basis every day in our lives, and it's being allowed. And it's happening through that damn TV. Everything they tell you on that TV or your radio station is supposed to be real. I remember when COVID first happened, all I heard on that damn radio station, and I told my friends, turn it off, please. Because every commercial, and we know how many commercials they give you, was all about what? A new normal, COVID, COVID, COVID. That's all I fucking heard. They're brainwashing us. Shiny object, shiny object. It's constant, like we're freaking rats.
Mike Pence tweeted just 10 minutes ago, the violence and destruction must stop immediately. Stop the violence now. We will be enforcing the rule of law. Police officers are coming to the area to evacuate the building. Then he responded to that. So then 3 minutes ago, he responded to himself and said, peaceful protest is a right, but this attack on our Capitol will not be tolerated.
Q, where we go one, we go to Mars.
Don't look at the color lights.
I'm going to host a 64D chess game if you guys want to come over and play.
Exactly.
I'd like to see one for one of these events is actually somebody with a cell phone in the crowd actually filming what's going on instead of listening to the mainstream media talk about what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see.
And not just one, because we know validation doesn't go with one, right? Couple. We need more than one.
We're waiting for our Flat Earth report. Washington, D.C. check in to let us know what's happening, please. It's got to be somebody listening to the Flat Earth 24 Discord over there.
So I'm saying, journalism, where is it? I don't want it on my TV because I already know that's not verified. They don't check that shit. They go back, oops, we're sorry about giving that false information, and then they do it again. They did it recently with the whole, when this first started, right, with the Italy footage, CBS, oh, we're sorry about that. We messed up. We gave you fake footage. It was the wrong one. We apologize. Then a week and a half later, they do it again. Come on. They're not sorry. They know exactly what they're doing. This is not journalism. The only journalism that exists is through experiences and people validating it, and it's been us and others out here who are looking for the truth. But it sure in the hell ain't on TV anymore. Well, y'all get me fired up. I'm about to do me a show today. You guys are seriously getting me on a roll.
Yep. Here, this Mike Gallagher, Republican from Wisconsin, urges Trump to call his protest off. What?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, here's the person. A woman was hit in the chest with a round and is in critical condition.
I'm not laughing at that.
Yeah.
Don't know what's happened. Can't verify it. Don't know. I'm not saying it didn't happen. But I want to know what the hell is going on, but not the story that they're going to say. That's funny. Trump's caused all this, right? It's all Trump. Stop the protest, Trump. Come on.
So, Crit, were they inside at the Capitol doing the official electoral vote or something today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're doing the official. Today's the real day where the president is elected.
Of course it is, right? So we got to have something going on. Why wouldn't we? Because if they don't create that, then everything's fine. People are good. They don't give a shit. Next. So they have to create this. So we have this massive divide again. Look what's happening. Just like,
so you
we have a race war. We don't have a fucking race war. They created a race war. I'm sorry. I'm really pissed about this. Because my friends in here know me from Indiana. And at the very beginning when this happened, there was no race shit going down. And now if you look at it, it's every damn day. It's all you hear about and talk about. People are dying homicides like crazy in 2020 because the freaking race war they started last year. Media.
Just so you know, it can still legally be contested right up until January 19th. The day before inauguration is the day when it's truly finalized.
Yeah, this Mike Gallagher guy is a goofball. He also tweeted, I haven't seen anything like this since I was in Iraq in 2007.
Mike Gallagher, maybe he'll come out and smash some watermelons on the crowd now.
Yeah, I think it's a different, same name, different guy, right?
You say we got a constitution. Well, you know, everybody wants to rule the world.
Who sang that?
I did.
Beatles.
No, I mean like the Eagles.
Beatles.
Oh, the Beatles song. Oh, that's right.
I gotta say one more thing, because Cut posted something about the UK on the UK news right now. This is what is so alarming, okay? We're not being fed a bunch of UK news over here, are we? We're finding out all about that stuff that's happening to them, right? No, we don't hardly ever hear about it. But the first thing that they do when all this nonsense happens is throw it on that damn TV in another country. Look at this mockery of the U.S. Another play.
How about that refraction? Radius, boom, 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 radius.
That was a good one. You had me dancing to that one for a second.
Politics.
Yeah, it can be very difficult because there's people like doing the rallies right now in other countries and everything because there's so much shit happening to them deeply. And it's all divided. They'll tell you, like, there's like 20 people on a bus, and do people all have the same understanding of what's going on and believe the same things? Nope. Some people still believe in politics. Some people don't believe the earth is flat. Some people believe
You went down there and you questioned each individual one of those people. They wouldn't have a first clue of any of the issues.
Hey, check out this headline. Politico. Trump supporters breached Capitol Hill in failed, desperate, last-second coup attempt. What a loaded title that is.
That's what I'm saying.
They think it's a coup. That's what they really think is going on.
Fucking joke, guys.
I think they're mad too. This is probably the worst day ever to have the results of the Georgia thing too, because both is it right? Both Democrats won the runoffs.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
Here, the Independent, the British newspaper. Violence in D.C. erupts in complete chaos.
Well, the next thing we get to hear is old Joe Biden with his fucking Palpatine impression. I am the Senate.
Oh, yeah. He's going to disband the Senate.
As all this is going on, you just love the programming, right? This clip flies on my screen too. Hey guys, CNN breaking news. There's been a breach of the Capitol. It's like we're all being notified. Hey, look, watch, shiny object. Just like everybody turned their TV on that day of 9/11, and for some reason everybody saw that plane supposedly hit the second tower. We all had that damn TV on.
Anybody see Poltergeist 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have.
Okay, you know the guy with the black hat and the white hair? Tell me that's not Joe Biden.
Oh, you're so fun. Thank you all for being awake. I don't know what I do today. Like, really? Oh, God. It's nice to talk to somebody who understands, and you don't have to sit here and go through the nonsense explaining, cut right to the bullshit, you know?
Who else remembers Bill Clinton making a presidential declaration at a media conference back in 1994, talking about, in 1997, we're going to land on Mars. Y'all remember that? Who remembers that?
Yeah, they've been saying that since
I remember it.
Well, I remember the statement being made back then. I don't remember it being said by him, though. Yeah, I'll have to go back.
Oh, yeah.
Don't doubt it, though. But you know me. Still have to look into it. Good afternoon, Fighter Solar. Man, I think my brain to my mouth, something's not working today.
Here's Fox's
Hey, good
news.
evening, guys.
Oh, hey. Fox's news headline: Pro-Trump protesters clash with Capitol Police in D.C.
Yeah, all I want to see from any news agency is cutting. Fox News Live reports rocket going through the Earth atmos. I almost said sphere. Holy shit! It hit a dome. That's a container. Wow! Look at that. It stopped right in its path. Okay, back to Guiding Light or whatever the hell you were all watching.
Guiding Light. And these are the stories of our lives. Literally.
Yeah.
Oh, now they found the pipe bomb. Or bomb squad that activated.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, we're going to have like a mix.
Story about the lady. God, it's been a minute. Too much shit's happened. There was this lady who was driving, and it was Capitol White House, somewhere around this area, maybe a year or two ago, and they ended up shooting her, I think maybe in front of her daughter too or something, car, because she was driving sporadically or something crazy around the area. But they stopped it, and everybody was pretty appalled by how they did and treated the woman. But that was a gun shootout too, from a driving car in the vicinity. They shouldn't be where they're at because there's protection. Does anybody remember that? So how the hell are they getting bombs and fucking all these guns in close to the Capitol and White House? I call bullshit.
Hey, Winsett called it though. I was like, I don't know, dude. You really think there's going to be some sort of violent protest in Washington? He's like, yep. And sure enough, I mean, at least it's not if it's real or not, but it is being reported as if it is.
Well, yeah, they do this almost every year, some kind of nonsense at the White House, or every time there's a vote, anything that goes down. I mean, even when there's laws passed, they create some kind of shiny object so they can get a law passed, and they'll post it on the government webpage, and you'll hear nothing else about it, but they leave it there for you to find. But it was done.
Because we had no idea Pearl Harbor was going to be attacked before it was. Gulf of Tonkin, yeah, that was legitimate. The weapons of mass destruction, they were really there. In central banks, no, we're not relying on central banks. No, there's not going to be any violence in Washington. And if there is, it's a conspiracy theory.
I have no fear. Like, nothing that's going on right now. No fear. Now, if they lock us down and create martial law and everybody's worried about that, I still have no fear, because they could do that right this second. They could have done it 10 years ago. I don't have fear of these people, because I'm liberated now, and I understand that everything around me is a bunch of bullshit and theater, and I'm not going to allow it anymore to be in my mind. So I'm okay with that. So when all this shit happens, I go, okay, what are y'all doing? What are you planning? It's almost like, I see you. I hope you see me.
I just write jokes about it, laugh it off. I haven't had a stress level due to politics or anything the world's postulated in a long time.
Isn't it beautiful? It's so beautiful. Not to give a shit about any of that stuff. Yeah. I mean, we care. We care that we're being lied to. We care that we're being literally manipulated, corrupted, everything. I care about my brother and sister. I care about everyone on the server. I care too damn much. But there's only a few of us caring enough to realize what we're actually looking at here. Evaluate it. Oh, there's double speaking. Oh, there's triple speaking. Oh, it's okay. Go back to sleep. No. Nobody's asking questions. You're not with your loved ones. You're being torn apart and told you can't even freaking get near your child. 6 feet distancing. Putting a mask on your child who's 6 and 7 years old to walk into Costco, and I see it. Your child's fighting you. Doesn't want it. Just gotta keep taking this shit, y'all.
I think you nailed it right there, Stacey, with the care part, because a lot of people say, well, I don't care. And then if you think about that, is it I don't care about people, or is it I don't care about myself enough to find out? Why are they absent of that care?
Yeah.
Because once you care about something, you start to do research about it to make sure you can take proper care of it, or that there's an interest in it. And
yeah, you got to find out if it's apathy or if it's ego. You're either too wrapped up in yourself, or you just don't care about anything. It's apathy or ego, if you don't care.
And it's probably most prevalent when you look at someone who's got a religious belief and someone who's atheistic. When they're atheistic, they don't care, not about anything or about anyone.
Yeah. It's
nihilistic. It's like we're talking about this on another server, Nathan Oakley's, that the I suck. The Bill, the actor dude, Bill Nye.
I do get a lot of slack sometimes from people that I know and love, because I can't have a lot of passion. People go in here, thank you for saying about my passion, but sometimes that passion can be overwhelming for some people. They're not ready for it. I've been doing this for so many years now that it's just, I'm over it. Some people want other people to stand up for them and make the decisions, or go out there and do it because they don't have it in them. That's an excuse. I mean, I could have laid back and did nothing too. There was actually years that I did. I gave up after Monsanto and all those freaking all the activism work I did, and nobody gave a shit. I got mad. Yeah, I quit. For like 3 or 4 years giving a crap. I was still doing all my research, but not putting the information out there as much. Until it's like you start realizing, no, it's every single thing around me. And then honestly, when the whole Flat Earth came to me, the complete realization that bullshit is not going to carry with me anymore. I'm not sitting back. I'm not going to sit here and be quiet. More people need to start speaking up.
We were having this conversation, a friend of mine the other day, where we were saying, is there something wrong with us that we actually care? Not only to go and look, or that we have this empathy inside of us. So when we watch something that is about how they're harming children, it disturbs you, and you go and you want to tell people because you want this to change. You want it's like it affected you,
Well,
and then people but then people will look at you and be like, why are you reacting to all this conspiracy stuff? It's so negative, and they don't see the empathy inside of you for you to actually feel that person's pain enough to go and share that message with other people. it's a really empathetic act.
I just posted one of my reasons for everybody in the world in a video. That's my answer.
Right? Yeah. You always have to self-preserve, and you also have to have some kind of happiness in this world that we know is quite messed up. But don't we have a responsibility? That's my issue. Is there's a lot of people that know the truth, right? Or they know they've been guided and they have this misinformation. They want to help people, but they keep that information to themselves. And then they wonder why 20 years later we're in the same freaking situation that we were in, if not even worse. And it's like, you can't keep expecting one other person to do it. My mom said it to me too. I'm only one person. What can I do, Stacey? And I used her book right back against her. Jesus Christ was one man, and what did he do? So why are you using that as an excuse? You are capable. Capable. Yeah, and the children thing, like you just said, that's the one that fires my ass up the most. The most. And yes, it may sound angry sometimes, and I don't mean to, but I am angry. I'm angry what they've done to our kids. I'm angry what they did to me as a child. I understand. I can't put myself in these people's shoes because I lived it. So did you. We all have. So when I come to that understanding, hell fucking no. They're not doing this to my kid.
They had me seeing psychiatrists when I was 5 years old. I mean, I was spitting back their own rhetoric at 10. It's a hustle. And the entire world can be boiled down to one analogy. The local drug dealer on the corner. The entire world is boiled down to that one analogy.
When they were doing all these roadworks and the guys were coming out and the first construction guys and they didn't want to give any information, and he said it was Verizon, and then the other person came out with MCI. It's all departmentalized where they don't know what the hell's going on. But the MCI guy said it perfectly well. He's like, oh, no, I get it. He's like, but I ask, who's my company I work for? Who's MCI? Who owns them? We all have a boss. And at the end of the day, that's correct. We all have a boss that we have to answer to. But the boss I want me to answer to, I ain't answered to that boss. I only answer to one.
I just unplug and love everybody. I mean, even my enemies. You know what I mean? And that's easy. It's like riding a bike for me. Had to learn, now it's easy. Just love everybody. And I mean, truly love them. You know what I mean? You can withstand any hatred. Mm-hmm. It just depends on how strong you are in your love for people. You can withstand it.
I think I'd rather go through the fire for truth, literally every single day, because it feels more comfortable than the other.
I sat in a Sterling, Colorado prison day room and watched a dude get his head sawed off with a can lid over a 99-cent candy bar, right? And then talked to the same guy like 4 months later because he was my cellie, right? And,
God.
I didn't become his best friend, right? But we could relate because I talked to him about it, the great pain that existed in him. You know what I mean? People are awesome.
People are a product of their environment and what they have been, that they grew up in, and that's what we get. But yeah, we do have choices, but if you provide someone of a reality of one way, and some of these people go through some very traumatic things in life, like you're talking about, see things, witness things. They've been tortured, they've been abused. The same shit we talk about. Even the people that are murdering people or hurting people have been hurt themselves. Doesn't make it right? No. But it's why it's happening. It's getting down to the root and the basic of what's making them do these things. A lot of reasons. People are angry, hurt, sick of shit. They act out. That's what humans do. Until they understand it can go internal and twist those feelings to something else productive for them. Because I'm angry too. I'm so freaking angry that I want to, go out and hurt every single person that's hurting children. I think it's freaking insane because I've been there. I was abused, right? I don't know enough that I understand that. I've been to the system, what they do to kids too, asking them questions with your parents. I know the whole thing. I'm angry. But I'm not going to go out here and do the opposite of that and do exactly what I'm angry about. It's like fighting race with race. You don't do it.
Yeah, those of us that are old enough, or maybe even young enough, that's done the research into things like Boys Town Hotline, CIA, foster care, we know where all that is initiated and marketed. Humans on the curb, like out here, they do it on the fringe, but that's a whole market ran by your local alphabet companies.
This world can make you a very hard person, and it could also make you a very compassionate, loving person at the same time. It can. Because if you understand one, you have to understand the other, right? It's just like what we were talking about last night. Up and down, you can't have left without right. It's the same thing with good and bad. You have to understand both and why people act the way that they do. You got to have compassion still, too.
But then I can't understand why the people working in the big pharma planning to put like nanotechnology into human beings so that they can track and potentially even control at some point. They know that they're putting their children into a slave system, and they're continuing to design that kind of in like this zombie mode or an offline mode. And the same people working in the banking sector that are now shifting everything onto this digital currency. Yep. Effectively, they know that this is part of a greater entrapment of the human race. And they're driving this thing forward. And the Monsanto people who know that they're putting in pesticides and all kinds of toxic chemicals. It's like, how do these people just continue to do that? How does their conscience accept it? And the same thing when you realize that that's how completely detached people are from even what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. It makes sense that we were all fooled about where we live.
Absolutely.
You guys ever heard of organic portals? Excuse me.
Portals? Organic portals? Like portal holes?
Organic portals, yeah. Portal, like a hole. You heard of that before?
I haven't. No.
Okay, I posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have. It's some people call them NPCs, non-player characters.
Okay.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
Organic portal is more. It's more specific and more in the spiritual sense because they can be utilized. But anyway, I posted a article right there, and there's a few more. I'll post a couple more, but it's really good because you guys were asking the question, and it's very interesting the difference that some people are like they're empty, and so it really explains it well. So I just want to tell you guys about it. It's a good article.
Like a stand-in, fill-in type philosophy.
It's like I know what it is really. They're young souls. Yeah. I said that before, but yeah, they don't have that. Like you were saying, they don't care. They look at this stuff and it kind of just overwhelms them. They can't handle it, And so I have compassion for them, but then there are some that are really soulless, and it goes into the evil, in the spectrum of evil. It gets so apathetic that they become like completely sociopathic and then psychopathic. So yeah, this article talks about all that.
Well, thank you for that. I will look into that. I do know about NPCs and stuff like that. It gets talked about a lot in other areas of the internet and stuff. You can look at it two different perspectives on that, though. Like they're a non-playing character, or like they're soulless, or they're a non-playing character because they don't understand what they're even in, that they're a character in the first place in this reality. And I'm not meaning simulation. I'm literally meaning they're almost like background people, We are awake. Once you come to the truth and understanding, you're actually walking in reality for the first time. You're seeing for what it is. And everybody else is a background player because they're not on your wavelength. They have no understanding what's going on. And we're trying to get these people to have the same wavelength. Impossible. Okay,
Well,
this has been too many years for me.
They're evolving too, but they're evolving towards the physical side of the creator. And then some of us are more advanced, and we're evolving towards the conscious eternal side, not the physical, but the more spiritual side of the creator. We're evolving, so that's what's going on. They're evolving towards, but they're still very much in the physical. They identify with the body. They're young souls, you know.
Hey, I wanted to point out something. So you have non-player characters in video games, and the Earth is flat in video games, and also in real life you have non-player characters, and the Earth is flat.
Awesome stuff, buddy.
I had to look if Jedi was here because you said awesome stuff, buddy, the way you said it.
Yeah, that was funny too. I've been tripping out on this subject.
It's hard to understand people, dude. It is, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, I was tripping out on this subject for a long time, but once you kind of understand it, then I mean, you start to realize there's probably out of 100 people, there's 5 like you, you know. So
if that.
Right.
I've actually tried this concept in reality, and I tell people to do it too, to see what actually happens, to test it. Like, literally, you have to get in that mindset. I don't know if you're able to do that or not. I'm really able to. So I tried to one morning. It has to be in the right energy. I put on music in my ears, and I go out and I do my thing. And when I walk into a store or anything, I look at, like, y'all non-playing characters, and here comes the main role. And when you do that, and you look like everybody knows what you are, they start smiling, and everybody starts paying attention to you and looking at you like, I'm like, wait, maybe you are a non-playing character. Maybe this is my reality, and I am making it what it is. But then I start thinking, that's probably my energy. You get what I'm saying? That's important. Yeah.
Well, what you're saying is more true if you make sure to not wear a mask while everyone else is wearing a mask.
It's getting really bad out there. You can't. It's getting harder and harder to just be faceless now. You look like such a freak now. It sucks.
Eyes without a face.
You know what I asked? Because I had to get my driver's license changed because I moved from Indiana to Texas, and I was thinking, do I have to take a picture with my mask on? I'm like, this is great. All driver's license should be taking a picture with your mask on, and you just have to go by your eyes. That's it. So stupid.
Eyes without a face.
I had to take my daughter to the GP today, and the GP kept asking me to put my mask over my nose. And I was just looking at her like, oh my gosh.
A mask without a face. A mask without a face.
The doctor is asking me to put my mask on so that I don't infect the doctor. Really. And I'm there for my daughter.
It's crazy. I see families walking where one child has the mask on, one doesn't, and one couple has it on. Like, it's literally, like, what? And then you're not doing it your social distancing. So I don't understand. You're going to go home or get back in your car, right? And I'm expecting you guys to take those off. So why are you walking outside with those on together? You don't even have a mandate to do that. No one's told you here you have to. Now, you're not in Germany where it's a $400 fine if you walk outside without wearing a mask on. $400 fine to walk the It's insane. But people here are already taking it on board like they don't even have to be told. Not even a mandate. I'm going to go jogging with one on. Yep. I'm scared. It's ridiculous.
Despite all my rage, I will not wear a mask on my face.
You know, that was
just tell.
They originally wanted to call that band Jumping Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jumping Jack-o'-lanterns.
I think
you should just tell them. Just tell them it's more contagious. I'd be like, oh, what I got's worse than COVID. Don't worry, it's okay. And then see what they say.
Yeah, I've got gonosyphilades, herpescephalitis.
Right. Be like, oh, I just had tuberculosis. Cough all over him.
Rest in peace, Arthur Morgan.
You guys have been a blessing speaking to this morning. I've ran it on with my Martin Luther King speeches in my multiple boxes probably all day. But I'm going to take a break for a second just so I'm not ignoring anybody. If you ask me anything, I just got to get some shit done. You guys have a wonderful, blessed day.
That's what I'm saying, Mike. When they tap us on the shoulder, brother, I'll meet you in the middle. You hear me?
Mike? Hey, Revolt, before I go. Address and a DM, buddy. I know where you at. Come on.
I don't think he's in the VC.
Funky Covidina.
He's probably listening to us on the live stream, though.
Sheena was a man.
Funky Covidina.
I can't even step away.
With the news and the fake stream media right now?
Yeah.
Yep. Fake stream media.
I was reading tweets in real time of a few politicians.
Hey, if they take my dog collar off, I'll be right there, Battle Mod. Hoorah.
After all, their agenda is called Agenda 21. 2020 was just a precursor. So just stay tuned, huh?
The outer limits, please stand by.
But they cannot stop mocking us through this entire process. There's this little pin that all the people are starting to wear now that represent the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030.
D to the B's in the voice checks. Tell them, Mike, wake me up before you go.
You know, when somebody said almost like hoorah or oorah, well, that's been changed over the years depending on where you're at, Western and all that, and what it means. But it was basically what they used to cry for a battle strike, so, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Marine Corps thing.
Yeah, it was a Marine Corps thing, and they switched it around and made it a different verbal for the Army, and it's like, it's the hoorah, oorah, they've kind of changed it all. It basically means the same damn thing, what they're doing and saying, though.
So I have a question. I mean, I don't know anything about Americans and security, but how is it possible that people can enter the Capitol? What's up with that?
Yeah, I was speaking on this earlier. It shouldn't even be possible. We have too much protection, too much, Secret Service and everything else. They're paying attention to what's happening beforehand. There's no damn way that it's going down without it being somehow manipulated and contrived.
So,
Yeah, I don't
and
agree.
I'm seeing like tons of people outside, and I'm seeing a handful inside, and I'm seeing even more camera people with cameras and photo cameras there. I mean, what's up with that?
Just play that. Just play that Space Force song, Roger. It's the same equivalent. It's all comedy.
It's all. It feels staged to me.
It
I
is.
don't know. And I'm seeing on Twitter a woman getting shot, and the next thing I'm seeing the guy that's standing next to her in front of a news camera. I mean, how did they find him?
Yeah, and I can't stop speaking because the fact that you said it's a woman, don't you realize that they use the women too as like, oh, a woman was hurt. It's the very first thing they pull on that heartstring. Of course it was a woman.
There's too many men, too many people causing too many problems, and not enough love to go round.
I mean, it just...
Can't you see it's just a land of confusion?
It just doesn't add up, man. It's just so coincidental, scripted as if, right? I mean, couldn't
Right.
make it up.
These pictures are so fake. Like there's a picture of some note left by a computer saying that you can't stop us now or something like that.
Yeah.
Some guy sitting on a chair is like, so the cameraman was there just in time, to get that picture, that shot, and that perfect.
It's strange, right?
And like, we will fool the world together, any kind of weather. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
And then I'm seeing it being spin into an Antifa thing, as if this has to be blamed on some kind of group, or right, just to divert from the government themselves, who I think staged it for something, but just a typical Hegelian dialect what's playing here. Just mind blowing again. You think you saw it all, then this happens, right?
Hey, the world is nothing but a big soap opera for us.
I know, yeah. It's a stage. But yeah, again, it's all speculations from my point. I just think it's strange that just a handful of people can wreak havoc, and then even more camera people are filming it, right? Sorry for the interruption.
Well, I'm just thinking of other things. Just sing. Hear a topic, and then boom.
Hey, are any of you guys going to be streaming some of the stuff live, like the videos and whatnot?
It's all on the internet, man.
The revolution will be televised.
Jump on Twitter, man. It's all over.
I was just curious what you guys were watching and stuff, because I'm scrolling through what's it called, Parler right now, and there's some videos and then on YouTube, but I was just curious if you guys had anything interesting.
No.
So what do you guys think with some of the fundamental beliefs of this Discord, especially taken into consideration? Do you think that this is controlled opposition, or what are some opinions?
This Discord?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Republican side.
Did he say fundamental beliefs and controlled opposition?
Yeah, beliefs.
Do you understand what I was asking, or?
What can I get where you're at? I'll show you. I'm fair, man.
Row button.
Yeah, you're row button just a bit. I didn't hear that.
Use some of that water gas and boost your Wi-Fi.
Just go ahead and repeat it. Maybe I did mishear you.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is like President Trump hasn't come out and said anything that, we talk about on a day-to-day basis, any of those truths about the moon landing or, 9/11, for instance, and none of that's came out. And so I struggle with trying to believe that there's a good or a bad side to this. I almost think that they're both just as corrupt as, if not just in on it, making it look like our country's fighting when, at the end of it, we're just going to lose our rights anyways. That's
Welcome
what
to
it
the
seems
party,
like to me.
pal.
That's exactly right. In addition to all that stuff that Trump did, he also did create the Space Force, right? And we're all about no space.
Yeah, we're not controlled opposition, though. No.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. It was vice versa.
I know. I just felt like I needed to say that.
No, I agree. I'm always shocked to see, you had the whole QAnon thing, and I of course came in here and asked what you guys thought about that, because you guys do a lot of research, like in-depth research on stuff like that, and you'd assume somebody as wise as this guy that's posting all this stuff or whatever, making all these claims, that he would actually come out and point some of the fundamental truths of life. That's what I would think, but that hasn't happened. So I don't know what to believe in about that, man.
Good evening, everyone.
We don't need another hero.
We don't need another. Good song.
Yeah.
Fighting over a couple of clowns. They're not presidents. Nobody really elected these people, and we're actually fighting over them.
Yeah.
Right. Is mine not better? Am I better now?
Yeah, much better. What is a president and who is a Trump?
Well, I think that QAnon shit is just to keep people locked into a system that's corrupt and unmanageable, and it's like, in my opinion, it's like this. If you think the nation is in a bad way, and we've all been oppressed, just realize that, and I do think this, for a long time, since the first reset, which was the Great Depression, we're all economic slaves and they control the flow of money. So all you have to do is consider that if the nation was a bus, then the fucking politicians are the bus driver, and that they've been driving the bus. So if we're fucked up because of the bus driver, we're where we are because of the bus driver. So if you believe any politician, I think you're just not a truther. It's that simple.
But the bus driver have a co-bus driver too.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. Yeah, they let people fill the job in.
Yeah,
they're driving a bus, but it ain't going nowhere. I think they've been parked smoking weed for a minute.
Yeah, Q is one hell of a catfish.
And it's not their bus, and the bus has been bought.
Oh, there's another point. Yeah, they stole the bus from some other motherfuckers.
They sold the U.S.
Yeah, it's Japanese made, but they put an American tag on it. It's a Ford with a Nissan engine.
Chinese, Russian, Indian.
Like I was saying, Mike, when the masses tap people like you and me on the shoulder to go do what needs to be done, I'll meet you in the middle, brother.
That's what I'm saying. Look, bro, I come from a bloodline where multiple generations have just been waiting for what's happening right now. We're just waiting for you guys to say, "Where's our help?" Oh, you want help? All right, here, let us show you how to do this. We'll help, but you got to listen. Fourth generation warfare works so much better when it's directed by somebody educated in the field. I mean, if you've never read Sun Tzu or did special operations, you shouldn't be directing a revolt. You should let the people that's skilled in warfare do that. Look to your veterans. Can you hear that dog, bro? He really wants that donut. He's like, damn it, Dad.
You can't win against these forces, man. We can't. We think that we have the numbers. And
What?
We think that we have all the. We think that we have all the numbers, but we actually, if they pull out the big guns, we're done.
No,
you're sleeping.
Not. Yeah, you're sleeping. Listen, we are the multitude, first off. Second off, when revolt happens, how will you know who you're fighting against? This is why it's fourth generation warfare. There could be a group of people on the street, but you don't know which ones are rebels and which ones are conformists. That's what the mask is all about. They're hoping to say, well, the guys with the mask don't shoot. What if the rebels are wearing masks? And the military themselves have done studies. They know damn well they're not equipped to take on a full revolt.
Hey, Battlemod, got a question for you, man. Do you teach this stuff on a channel or anything, like a YouTube channel or something?
YouTube channel like that wouldn't last for 2 minutes.
Oh, I know, bro. I know. We had a web page, but they took it down.
Yo, when I say big guns, I'm talking about starvation and stuff like that. They got weapons that we're not prepared to deal with.
Oh my God, Mike! The news reporter was saying like, "Oh, that guy's sitting at the desk and he's got his feet up on the table. How atrocious is that? That's just crazy."
Yeah, it's actually not atrocious. It's you're not doing your fucking job. Now here I am.
Oh, I know, but she was making a point like, "Oh, he's putting his feet up on the desk." That's just so disrespectful.
I know. So the damn reporter doesn't agree that these people aren't doing their fucking jobs, and the people they work for are fucking tired of it.
Yeah, I know. It was just funny how that's the worst thing she can talk about. It's like, he's got his feet on the table. How dare him? Oh my God.
This damn dog is freaking annoying me. Did I mute in time? He's not getting my donut. It's not a debate.
I got that donut in space for him to go get.
I know, man. It's my donut, damn it. I'm not sharing it. He's over here, but it's got custard, Dad. I can see it's custard. Come on, man. I'm your homie.
Beggar.
Oh, yeah, he just knows, dude. In a minute here, I'll get up and go get him a fucking donut, too, damn it.
How's that impeachment of Whitmer going up there?
Man, to be honest, with D.C., they'll probably use that as an excuse to shut that down. But what are they going to do when they're revolting in D.C. and they're revolting in the capital of Michigan trying to pull Whitmore out the damn Capitol building? Gridlock started here. Y'all better think about it. There's a million people here in Michigan that say, give me liberty or give me death.
What was Whitmer's inauguration song? Wasn't it Walk Like a Man? Walk like a man, talk like a man.
I swear it's Caitlyn Jenner, man. They're fucking trolling us. I swear, the Whitmer is really Caitlyn. They're trolling us, man. That was Bruce. She looks like him.
We got Bashir at every TV commercial. It's like, hi, I'm a cuck and I approve this message.
What the fuck is going on with you nerds today?
Not much. Enjoying the revolt. How about you? What's up?
I don't know. I haven't been on here in a while.
This is the reason why we stockpiled popcorn.
Mm-hmm. I reckon I like that there French fried revolt.
French fried taters awful good.
Mm-hmm. Where'd I put that there sling blade? Mm-hmm. Do I think it will? No. Do I hope it will? Yes. D to the B.
Most of the people are like Squeak from basketball. If you guys rip on me 30 or 40,000 more times, I swear to God, man.
I know. I know. I'm hoping that shit spreads quicker than COVID. More easily identifiable, too. I got 300 damn voicemails from cousins. Hey, it's starting.
Maybe some big cities, but all your rural capitals, your rural counties, they're waiting for the real shit and the real trigger if it ever comes. But places like Seattle, whatever.
Hey, they're sitting at home, rubbing the tips of their bullets, making perfect match. You know what I'm saying? I shoot the same bullet 1,000 times, and I'm willing to put the work in to make sure of it. I know a bunch of people right now that are just keeping right up with this. They're wanting to see it spread like wildfire. But like you said, man, most people are, they take a lot. They're real resilient, man. They take a lot and they don't do shit.
I swear, if you guys rip on me 30 or 40 more times.
These are guys that'll not be able to stand what their city council does, but they won't go to a city council meeting. You know what I mean? Can't stand their fucking mayor, but wouldn't make one move to get rid of him. Shit, we threw the mayor out in our county, Jackson County. We got a new mayor now. He's doing a lot better because he knows if not, his ass is on the line.
Yeah, I got something about them city council meetings. Give me about 2 minutes.
But you got some videos?
Yeah.
I wish I would have videotaped a lot of them that I was at. The last city council I went, downtown was filled. The only reason I got there is because, I got that on time is early ethic, you know what I'm saying? So I got there early and I got in the building. But when I left, the damn whole downtown was full. I was like, shit, I'm not gonna be able to walk to my truck 2 blocks away. And even if I do, I'm not going to be able to drive away till these people leave.
Check out some of these city council meetings.
They were literally threatening people's lives and their citizens. Like, look, we'll drag you out in the street and end it right now, buddy. You don't have the authority you think you do. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah, I don't wait for this shit. My dad was a militant. He's been talking about this since I was a kid.
D to the V, they don't call me the chameleon for nothing.
Here, let me watch this.
But of course my voice changed this evening. Yeah, that's some nice city government right there.
Sorry, guys, excuse my ignorant question, but what exactly is happening in Washington? I've just turned my TV on now. and I'm just seeing red hats and police and.
Well, it depends on what you are inclined to believe.
BLM.
Oh, for the love of God.
Yeah.
I take it this question is being asked by someone who does not live in America.
Correct, yeah. I live in South Africa.
Okay, so.
But I follow the American politics quite closely.
So one guy got elected in the recent election, and it's not the guy who's president right now. And the people who support our current president are kind of not taking it well. Lots of protests, lots of pushback, lots of resentment, lots of attempts to try and see if maybe there was a way he actually did win.
Well, it's been quite obvious that there's definitely been voter fraud. So I think, are they storming the White House in support of him, or?
So they are not. Okay, so the Capitol building, which is the building that they are storming right now, is a different building than the White House. The White House is the executive's house. That's where the president stays. The Capitol building is where the two different houses of Congress convene. We have two houses, a House of Representatives and a Senate. That is the building that is being stormed. And the reason it's being stormed is today is the formal day that Congress certifies the election.
Bro?
Yeah.
No, not you. Armistan. Well, where the hell did you get that video?
Oh, it's from Truth Shock TV. There's excerpts from Florida, from Seattle, from Chicago, all city council meetings and some bigger state Senate meetings. Absolutely, 100% dead on true.
The dude talking should have been shot.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. Military tribunal execution here and now.
That's who runs our government.
Oh. That's crazy. I ain't never seen no videos like that.
Well, that's the downside of freedom of religion. When you
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That is effing crazy. Agnosticism and Luciferianism.
Those are completely different things, my friend.
Not by this Satanist motherfucker talking at the damn city council. What is Gnosticism? Knowledge, truth. What is this Satanist talking about? Knowledge, truth. Demonstrable knowledge, demonstrable truth. I'd say they're two sides of the same coin.
Yep.
As a person who identifies as an agnostic, I have to strongly disagree.
Agnostic and Gnostic are two different things.
Yeah, he didn't say agnostic. He said
okay.
Gnostic.
Yeah, okay, I misheard you then. Never mind.
Yeah, Gnosticism is the search for knowledge. The knowledge of man and putting that knowledge above the creator.
The person who asked about, to the person who asked what's going on over here, did it cover that for you? Or,
Oh, what's up, platypus?
Yeah, I'm the one who's been talking to you the whole time. What do you think?
Oh, damn. Yeah, Gnosticism is the thought that you through knowledge and truth you can ascend to godhood.
Yeah, Platypus, thanks. I've been watching the whole Biden-Trump saga. I was wondering if Biden's actually taken office yet, or if Trump is still in office. Why are the Trump supporters out in number? What's happened today that's triggered them? Or
So to answer your questions in order as shortly as I can, Biden is still the president-elect. Trump is still president, and that is perfectly normal. The new president does not normally get sworn in for a couple of weeks. It's usually the end of January when that happens.
End of Jan, yeah.
Nothing unusual there. Today is the day that the Congress meets jointly, which means that normally the House of Representatives and the Senate do their business completely independent of one another for the most part. But there's a joint meeting of the House today, or of Congress today. And this is the day that they look at the election results and essentially say, yes, this is the election results and this is who the next president is, whether it's the incumbent or a new person is elected.
But have they completed all their recounts in all the different states and all those investigations and all the dead people that voted? And
whether that has happened or not doesn't change what was going to happen today, because eventually you have to step back and say, okay, at some point we have to determine whether this election is done with or not. And from a congressional standpoint, from a big government standpoint, this was the day that the election results essentially get certified. It's like the very last step.
Based on their count from like that 15th or the 20th of November, whenever they said that Biden had won.
Based on the general election as a whole. The entire election. The results from every state get certified today.
Okay.
In the sense that the Congress is supposed to see all of it today as one, big grouping, and everybody signs off on it. It's a formality. It is supposed to be a formality. Today is not normally, the event is not normally it's supposed to make news. Normally everybody would just be looking forward to the end of January when the new guy gets sworn in, and all of this stuff that's happening today just kind of happens in the background because it's just a foregone conclusion that the person who wins the election becomes president. You're catching us Go ahead.
Is there like a vibe in America, like everyone's excited that Biden is the president?
America is very so, especially today, especially in today's world, people are more heavily divided along their party lines and see things very black and white. I'd say you probably have a slightly larger group of people. Overwhelmingly, I don't think anybody is particularly happy with either one of them being president. I kind of fall into that category. I'm not particularly excited about either one of them being president. But, it's democracy.
Yeah,
the lesser of two evils.
Those two sides look at you like some outcast if you're a neutral side.
Well,
I would you like to describe most Americans. Sorry, Platypus, I'll be quick, but most Americans are generally apathetic. They really don't give a shit. Go ahead.
Also true. Both of those statements are true at the exact same time. Most Americans are very opinionated when it comes to politics, but most Americans also really don't give that much of a shit if people on the other side win offices or lose presidential elections. It's like, whatever. 4 years from now, we're going to have another one. It's all going to happen all over again. Most people don't care this much. The people you see storming the Capitol today are a very, very, very special group of people that are actually willing to go that far for it. I will give them credit that they have some balls. Takes balls to try and storm the Capitol building. The only reason that they're succeeding is because they are winning the numbers game.
So are you taking the news, the mainstream news reports at face value, Platypus? You believe that's exactly what's going on?
Say that again. You're breaking up a little bit.
You're taking the mainstream media's reports of whatever's going on at the Capitol as gospel at this point.
Dude, I work 8 to 4. I did not even know until I got home about 45 minutes ago that any of this shit was even going on. So I'm playing catch up right now.
No, I'm talking about
I mean, we all just recently found out. The question is, you pretty much believe what they say, don't you?
With regards to mainstream media?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
no,
voting matters.
No, dude, I take everything with a grain of salt.
A grain of salt.
I don't automatically assume that everything I read or see or hear is true, if that appropriately answers your question.
I mean, I can systematically prove that everything that's going on in Washington right now is inorganic. Systematically prove it.
How do you distinguish the difference then, Platypus?
Between what's true and not true?
Yeah. About what politicians tell you.
Oh, okay, hold on. We're moving on to something different now. We went from trusting the mainstream media to trusting politicians. I got a very different opinion about politicians.
You trust the mainstream media? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Mainstream media and politicians are not exactly the same thing.
They're both part of the establishment that's lying to you.
Both part of the establishment, yes. Broad, sweeping statements that both of those things 100% lie to you all the time. I don't subscribe to absolutes like that.
Oh, okay. Well, when did the mainstream media tell you the truth without, hiding something else?
Suppose it would depend on what we're talking about and, something.
Well, just one thing that you know for sure, that 100% they told you the truth, and that's they looked at all sides objectively, the way the press is supposed to operate, and told you the truth for your benefit.
How would you ever determine definitively one way or the other?
Uh-oh.
That's what I'm asking you. How do you make the discernment between how you know they're lying to you or you know they're telling you the truth?
First thing that I usually do is not get everything that I see, read, or hear from one single source.
Okay, right. But
how many sources did it take?
5 companies. Every source that you're talking about is ultimately owned by only a handful of people.
You mean like the broadcasting companies?
Yeah, any number of things is ultimately owned by just a core group of few.
They all follow the government's rules.
Silence.
Discerning the truth from the government.
Jedi, holy fuck.
Hello, Jedi.
Good evening, good evening.
Every time I log in after a long stint, your avatar is always different, so I don't know where to look for you.
Hey, Jedi, I think Platypus needs to be 3-pointed if you want to do the honor.
Oh, God.
Not had a chat with Platypus before. I'm sure you have.
Oh, he's already been through it. My bad. Okay.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Platypus hasn't been around for a few weeks, have you, Platypus?
Months would actually be more accurate.
Yeah, so he definitely wouldn't have gone through what we called the 3 points. That's for sure. How much time have you got, Platypus? You got 5-10 minutes?
Is this the successor to the Black Swan thing?
Yeah, I guess. Just another way of talking about what we understand to be true. Whilst you're talking about discerning truth from information sources like government and so on.
I think 5 to 10 minutes might be just about all the time that I have. I think my kids are going to be waking up here shortly.
Okay. Does anybody else mind if I do this, or does anybody else want to do this, or
Just real
was there a
quickly,
conversation?
he was just about to explain to us
I
how
implore you,
he
Jedi.
discerns the truth from lies in the news, But I'm down. Whatever, Jedi.
Jedi will get on that.
All right, okay. So, Platypus, I'm just going to ask you 3 questions about your knowledge about the claims of what the Earth is said to be. Just 3 questions about the curvature of the Earth being a ball, the Earth spinning on its axis, and the vacuum of space. Like I said, this isn't really a debate. I just want to know what you know. And if you don't know, obviously just say that you don't know and we can move on. It's not a problem, buddy. All right.
I feel like this is some entry level stuff that you and I have probably gone over before.
Yeah. So let's see where you are now. Right, you've been at least in the server for a year, so. So, my friend, at any point in history up until today, do you know of when or how the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done? So, physically measuring the model.
Which one are we referring to?
We're talking about curvature of the Earth. So, multiple people. I'm talking about the method, and a method that I could reproduce. So, the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. If you know how that was done. If you don't, then you don't know. That's fine.
We've talked about a bunch of them on here, but whatever specific one you're talking about, I'll let you elaborate on it. If that's what you're getting ready to do.
Well, I'm waiting for you to tell me and answer the question. So,
I mean, which one are we talking about? Are we talking about sticks and shadows, or are we talking about whatever? What one are we talking about?
Well, if you want to bring up,
do you know?
Basically, you have to answer the question: would sticks and shadows be directly measuring the curvature of the Earth, for example? No, it wouldn't.
I don't know, it's probably too broad for you, but I'd say trigonometry.
Okay, so that would be the method. How was the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth done with this method? How did we do it? I mean, if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm just going to say that I don't know. Your catch. I was mentally spun up for politics and what's going on in the news right now, and you're throwing me completely off the highway.
Yeah.
So,
of course, buddy. Like I said, I didn't want to interrupt a conversation if one was being had, but we're talking about discernment of knowledge. Let's just go ahead and answer that question. Did you? You probably think it's been measured, though you don't know how. You just believe it to have been done, right?
Yep. Swing away, Meryl.
Cool. Okay, second question. Again, with direct measurement, the actual rotation of the Earth. Do you know in any point of history how the direct measurement of the motion of the Earth was done, and if so, how?
How the motion of the rotation of the Earth, right?
Yeah. Not while we asked the question, how we've directly measured the Earth to be moving. So, for example, looking up at lights in the sky, that's how we get the inference that something's moving.
Based on
measured the Earth to be moving.
Mostly right. Basing that off of the movement of other stuff.
Yeah. So, basing that off the movement of other stuff, but that's not directly measuring the motion of the Earth, is it? Like I said, we get the question from, is the Earth moving? Because it could be the lights, for example. It could be us, for example. It could be both, for example. So how have we measured and proven one to be true? As in, how have we measured the Earth to be moving? If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't know.
Cool. Awesome stuff. So third and final question, my friend. So the vacuum of space, how do we know that this is a medium that exists as they tell us?
Technically, wouldn't the vacuum of space be the absence of a medium? Or do you still count it as a medium? I think we argued about that once in here before.
Yeah, exactly. So not solid, not liquid, not gas, not plasma. Lots of space between the particles of, let's call it, predominantly gas. So lots of area. The vacuum of space, 10 to negative 17 to what we're told, right? How do we know that this place exists adjacent to our atmospheric pressure?
Why do you got to sneak that atmospheric pressure thing in there?
Because it's the vacuum of space. How do we know that this system is true?
I would say the easiest way to determine whether it's true or not is to go to it.
Awesome. So, very quickly, you haven't been there, have you?
Have you been there?
No.
What's the highest height that you've ever been to?
I would say about 36,000 feet.
I'd say about the same thing. I'd say about the same thing, too.
So awesome. So would it be easier to say that this is a belief based on the story that we're told because we can't verify it for ourselves?
I'd say it's equally a belief system to say that it doesn't exist having never been there than to say that it does exist having been there.
Okay, but you understand the demonstration that's required and the violation of a natural law that we can demonstrate to you, and this claim is in violation of that.
What natural law are we violating?
Second law of thermodynamics and entropy. How to keep gas in a place and how to pressurize gas. The consequence of pressurizing gas, the consequence of containment is pressured gas. We are devoid of that. It's an open system, so the gas would fuck off.
See, it's not the gas that's the second law of thermodynamics here. It's the energy that's adhering to the laws of thermodynamics.
In this instance, it's matter. So, yeah, stuff, however you want to term it. The only way to keep this from expanding is to contain it. And then when you contain it, you've got the consequence of gas pressure. How do we know the vacuum of space is real and uncontained from our atmospheric pressure?
Again, number one, verifying space to be real would be, even hypothetically, and I'm saying hypothetically to you because I know you don't believe space is real. If hypothetically space was real, the easiest way to prove it would be to go to it. But you and I lack the means to go to it ourselves. So if it were real and going to it were the easiest way to prove that it's real, you would have to believe a person who has been there or has observed it to be real. Like, because realistically, you and I are not going to go to space if it's
awesome. Real. And I would completely agree with your answer. It is just a belief on the story that we are told. A reliance on authority, right? A belief in that story.
It's not a reliance on authority.
Well, for the story, that's where it comes from.
You have to believe them, even if it's true. You can't go yourself. You have to believe what they tell you. It's a belief.
Yeah, that's true for a lot of things. I have to believe that Madagascar is real because I've never been there or seen it.
Slightly different.
Not really,
because
the island of Madagascar is just as attainable for me as space is.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
I'm never going to go to either one of those places.
I know, but let's be honest with this. How many people have been to space?
I always enjoy coming here and people assuming that anybody who believes in space just has an archive knowledge of everything that has ever dealt with space ever, down to specific
I'm not necessarily asking for that, because it comes with a second question, which will, kind of categorize why I'm asking you this. All right. How many people have been to Madagascar? How many people live in Madagascar? How many people live in any country and can go to any country and then can actually go there? As compared to the people that have gone to space, I'll give you around about 600. So again, a reliance on a story that you were told. But we've already answered this. It's a belief, right?
Only 600?
Yeah, something around then.
It seems like it's got to be more than that. But anyway,
you would hope so. But yeah, it's around that. But cool. I mean, you answered the third question. You answered all three, buddy. So I appreciate that. I know you said you've only got about 5-10 minutes. So I didn't want to take too much time. But just to go over your answers, the measurement of the curvature of the Earth You're not sure how, but you kind of believe it has been done somehow, probably with trigonometry in use. That's fine. The measurement of the actual rotation of the Earth, again, we understand, we get the inference from the stars, but directly measuring the motion of the Earth, again, you said you just believe that it's been done somehow. That's happened. And again, concluding with the vacuum of space and medium that we know exists in the way that we're told, it is just a reliance on the belief in the story that we are told. So all three of those questions, you've answered me with a belief that it's just a belief that these things are true based on the story that you're given, without actually physically doing these things or knowing how, or maybe not. The question has been answered.
Do you also acknowledge at the same time that since you haven't been to where space should be yourself, you is also just a belief on your part that it doesn't exist, since you have not been there to verify it?
NASA says that a dog and a monkey has been first to space, and they told us that there is no atmosphere, a vacuum up there.
Again, it just comes down to this. I know if I want to stop gas from dispersing into space, I have to physically contain it. The gas is randomly and freely traveling all directions until it reaches something that it can't go through, and then it will press. If you contain that gas, you'll have gas pressure. So we require containment for gas pressure. I can demonstrate that to you. I can demonstrate a gas pressure gradient inside a container. I can show that to you. You can't show me your claim. You can just point to the sky and believe it's true. The vacuum up there, I believe that's true, and I believe that, I don't know, let's say gas pressure gradient, and it eventually just fades away to nothing, because that's fine, right? I can demonstrate, we can demonstrate this claim. You're devoid of demonstration. As with all three of those points, you're devoid of direct measurement of actual rotation and curvature of the Earth. You're devoid of physical demonstration of the claim of entropy being breached. A decrease in entropy is what you want, right? You're not going to get that. It's an increase in entropy.
Well, then I would wonder where would you agree that the sun, regardless of what it is or how far away from us it is a source of energy? It's a source of heat, energy being injected into the system.
Yep.
Does that energy go anywhere?
It goes everywhere. You know what radiant heat is, right? It gets absorbed by the ground, it gets released by the ground. We understand that the sun is responsible for starting and helping the production of the geochemical cycles of the Earth, right? We understand this. This is the reason why in your model you have a gas pressure gradient. Why do you think?
You are correct. That is one of the reasons why there is a gas pressure gradient.
Being as I can demonstrate to you a container stopping gas, what do you think stopping the gas? Stopping the gas from dispersing?
Now you're going to make me say it, aren't you? Of
course.
We've done this so many times. You just do this because there's new people here that have never heard me talk to you before.
But that's absolutely fine. I just it's okay having the same conversation again and again and again, but after hearing the information for a year, are you still going to spout the same nonsense? Is it going to be gravity? I'm going to ask you, show me gravity affecting gas. You're going to point to a gas pressure gradient. We're going to go around in the belief system again. You're not going to be able to demonstrate it to me, are you?
Pressure gradient in a gas?
Why does this gas stop dispersing into space?
Well, because it stops having enough energy to move away from the Earth.
What do you mean by enough energy?
Well, in this case, the majority of the energy that it would be getting is coming from the sun. Because that's the primary source of energy injection into... Yes, heat is energy.
Okay. So, for example, are you trying to tell me that when gas gets colder, it stops moving?
When gas gets colder, it doesn't try to move away from itself as much.
Really? Are you sure? Have you been to Antarctica? Fucking cold there. Very high winds in Antarctica, my friends.
Hey, hold on. Remember, I'm one of the guys that you can't. I'm one of the guys that you can't bring up the poles with. We've had this discussion.
I can because no, I can because brr, it's windy and cold.
I haven't been to
Right.
I haven't been to Antarctica, but you know where I have been.
Okay.
Yeah, you've popped up in the North Pole. Awesome stuff. But let's not divert away from the problem. You're telling me that because it gets colder, the gas stops moving and doesn't disperse into available space. Okay, you know what super cold gas is, right?
What about the thermosphere?
Cold gas is more dense gas. That's a fact.
Hold tight. That's a brilliant point. Let's bring up all of your model. Up there, you got the thermosphere. You know what the thermosphere does, right? It's like let's call it an accelerant. It's going to get very busy and excitable up in the thermosphere, right?
I feel like I want to say yes.
Yeah. So what's that doing?
If you ask me to from ground level going up, if you ask me right now to recite the layers of the atmosphere in order, I don't think I'm mentally there right now. I don't think I remember where they all right now.
That's okay. Stratosphere, blah blah blah. There's at least 4 or 5 of them. But we're talking about thermosphere, and we're talking about thermodynamics. I mean, most definitely talking about energy and shit. And then you're talking about gas getting colder, even though that's really not stopping the gas at the moment. All right. So whichever way you go, cold, hot, we're still trying to figure out a way of keeping the gas here. When at the moment it's a physical barrier.
Did I not say gravity yet? I thought I said the word gravity. Did I not say the word gravity?
I know,
yet?
but no, you didn't. But which
so I thought
one
that's where you were trying to get me to.
No, but
why the gas doesn't? Why the gas doesn't fuck off?
Yeah. So why is that? What's the mechanism? This gravity word.
Matt, are you asking me what gravity is?
Of course, yeah.
The tendency for mass to attract mass.
Gas doesn't operate like that, does it? It disperses, collides, moves away.
Now, excuse me. Does gas have mass?
Yeah.
Well,
is gas made of
mass? And the best I would.
Is gas made? Does gas have mass? And is it made of matter?
I'll answer that question for you by saying, if you're going to define mass for me, that would be the amount of stuff.
You put me on. Okay, I was talking about political shit with other people, and you put me on the spot and asked me 3 questions, and I was like, okay, it's a little weird, but I will sit down and I will answer your 3 questions to the best of my ability. All I'm asking is for the courtesy of one of my questions to get answered straightforward as well. Does gas have mass?
No.
Really?
You would have to define mass, right? And in the convention, we can use it within the convention when we start using aspects of math, right? That's fine. But you're talking about stuff, acting on stuff it's not in contact with from a distance that they abandoned 105 years ago because it was ridiculous. We're also talking primarily about things that are solid, right? No, we're talking about gas right now, which doesn't act in this way. One, it's not attracted to itself. It disperses freely in all directions. Expansion, right? Not collapse on itself. Even if you add a lot of gas, the amount of gas isn't going to keep it there because there's a lot of gas now. You're going to need a container still. And observably, if I give this concept of gravity to you, let's look in the physical and natural world and see if we have a phenomena. We don't. Gas disperses freely in all directions, and you just say gravity down because mass attracts stuff to the center of the Earth, so relatively down to us. Gas is still moving freely in all directions here on the Earth.
Thank you for reminding me of the last thing I was getting heated about with people here. It was my attempt at trying to find some middle ground here. Like, I don't understand. Regardless, if we throw gravity out of the window completely, we do all agree here that regardless of what the mechanism is, objects that fall on Earth have a tendency to move toward the surface of the Earth uniformly.
Not
correct.
When we talk about objects, what matter? Not all matter falls to the Earth. Look at the gas that you want to say is mass, but matter stuff, right? That stuff don't fall. it explodes in all directions, mate. I keep saying it. Dispersal outwards gets bigger and bigger, fills a bigger and bigger volume until the volume's contained and it reaches the limitation of its container.
So if you take like so hold on, if you take a helium balloon and you put a pin in it and you pop it, what direction does that gas move?
The gas goes out of the pinhole.
No. I mean, you poke it. You poke it. No. You poke a pin in the balloon, and the balloon pops. It doesn't leak. It just pop. What happens to that helium?
Good helium.
That helium expands into the environment and rises because it's lighter than the gas that it's probably in. Still, the atmosphere, right?
So what's happening to the gas that's not the helium? As the helium goes up, what's the other gas doing?
Get out of the way. It's being collided with the gas.
And when it does that, what direction in general does it have to go?
In all directions and gets out of the way.
Right, but when it's all said and done,
hold tight. Yeah, when it's all said and done, you're talking about a relationship between two gases or more gases. And because of that relationship, we're going to start talking about relativity in a minute, but not the one that you're thinking about. Relative to that situation, this is what happens in that situation. But
I am not thinking about the relativity that you think I'm thinking about. I don't touch fucking general relativity because I don't understand it.
Good. So. That's fine. But if you were to put gas into what was a vacuum, the gas would fill that space. Right? It would press upwards as much as it presses outwards and downwards. Remember, you're saying that the ground...
It would disperse. Filling is a strong word. Filling is a strong word. The gas would disperse until it it reaches a pressure equilibrium. Because gas doesn't get any more gas. It doesn't. Gas doesn't fill space. It just moves from high pressure to low pressure until it doesn't have a high or low differential.
Well, until it reaches a limitation of the volume that it's in. That container. If that container was a foot further away, it'd fill that space. If that container was a bit bigger, it'd fill that space. And I know I'm using the word fill, but it'd be free to move in all of that space, not being able to pass through that container. It would fill more space if the container was bigger. And Correct. If I just kept doing this forever, then just eventually remove the container, the gas would fill the entire vacuum of space. Because that's the space the gas has to fill.
Unless something else acts on it, sure.
And then you would have to demonstrate that's something else acting on it, wouldn't you?
I mean, no matter what, whether we talk about gravity or not, gas at a molecular level is still made of, it's still made of atoms. It's still made of matter.
Of course, it's still made of stuff, but you're going to start talking because it's there and that thing over there is there, and because it's big or lots of stuff in it, it's acting on that stuff at a distance and not being physically interacting with it. You can't demonstrate that. Remember, we're talking about the gas, which is going in all directions. You've got to show me a object of quote unquote mass attracting the gas. You can't show me gas attracting gas. You most definitely can't show me mass attracting gas.
Well, if mass attracts mass and gas is mass, then mass would attract gas.
No, that's only on theory.
So show it. Show it.
Show mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Take anything off your desk and drop it, and I challenge you to give an alternative explanation as for why it hits the ground. I challenge you.
No, because that's the effect. I want the cause.
Do you know what the cause is?
No, apart from what has obviously happened with the physical interaction between you and it. And in this situation, that's what happens. But ultimately, you can't just say, look, I've dropped something, therefore mass attracts mass. No, just making the direct declaration of cause based on your observation of just the effect.
But you would admit that you have no idea what the cause is.
Outside of what has already happened and relative to that situation, scientifically, no. You can't give me a cause.
Scientifically speaking, do you pursue the answer to what that cause would be?
Scientifically speaking, it is relative density.
Relative
Relative
density?
to that situation, yeah, relative to that situation, that has happened.
That does not
The object in
explain.
the
That
medium
doesn't
it's in.
explain.
So
That
you've
doesn't
dropped it.
explain the direction that it moves. You do understand that, right?
Doesn't need to.
Not talking about an explanation at the moment. We're just noticing what happens, and because of what we've done, it has gone in this quote unquote direction. Relative.
Is it gonna? Is
we're
it gonna
still
go in
talking
the?
about-
Is it gonna go in the same direction every time? Assuming the same object dropped over and over again.
Yeah. If all conditions are the same, then yes, the same thing will happen over and over again.
Well, why do you think that is?
This is a law of nature, my friend. Aren't we lucky?
What does that
Aren't we
mean?
even lucky to sit here and ask the question? It's like entropy, right? You can only get so far until you get to I don't know. This is just what happens. All right, cause is outside of natural law, and so far we've scienced the shit out of it. The phenomena we've observed, the effects, and what we've done to cause that to happen, right? So outside of that, it's just how nature operates in this situation.
So being a scientifically minded person, being a scientifically minded person, you've still reached a point at which you're just comfortable with not going any further into why things happen the way they are.
What else can I do?
I don't know. You tell me.
Story. You could just make up a story and pretend you know.
Exactly.
I have a very strong feeling that that's exactly what happens here.
No, that's what's happened
because,
to you.
Again, sorry. Yeah. Again, we have physical demonstration and natural law upon our side. You do not have physical demonstration and just a belief this is going on.
You have a physical demonstration for why the thing you drop goes down to the ground every time?
No, because that's a red herring away from the point. Yeah. We're talking about gas dispersing. You've talked about down and gravity a lot, but we're still talking about the gas. Right? I have a demonstration of the consequent of containing it being pressure that we all work with every day. We've gone through expanding the volume of the container, and eventually, if I remove the container, it'll fill that vacuum of space, because that's the space it's in. We've gone through hot and cold, and that didn't work. Again, I can demonstrate gas not fucking off by physically containing it, and when I when I uncontain it, it goes away. You need to uncontain the gas and for it not to go away.
All you're really demonstrating is gas not expanding because it's inside of a container. That gas wouldn't fuck off and go anywhere if the pressure on the outside of the container was the same as the pressure on the inside of the container.
What's the pressure of space? What's the availability of the space that gas has got to fill?
I don't know. It's like some crazy negative Torah number. I can't remember what exactly it's supposed to be.
10 to negative 17 orders of magnitude.
That's actually a force.
Ooh, somebody said force. What did you mean?
Yeah. The vacuum is actually a force. It has its own force. It starts where pressure is removed. When you remove a gas from a chamber, then you get this vacuum force manifest in that.
Well, okay, if you've got a container down here that is essentially a vacuum on the inside, and then you take the cap off, is it the vacuum sucking gas into it that's happening, or is it the matter moving into the low pressure space that's happening? How do you know the difference?
No, it isn't.
How do you know? How do you know which one of those things is happening?
I'll tell you, because outside of the container, the gas outside of the container is pressing on the walls of that container. The thing on the inside isn't doing anything because there's nothing there apart from one or two gas particles that are bouncing off the container. When you remove the container door, there's no energy here that I've imparted. I've just opened a system, and now the system is open. The gas is free to press or disperse into that available space.
Correct.
That doesn't make a vacuum a force, though, to address the other person.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, for like Jedi, for the last minute and a half, I wasn't really talking to you. I was talking to the person that said a vacuum is a force.
I get that. That's why
I will. Very clear. Hold on. I'm going to be right back. I require much more caffeine for this discussion, and I got to make sure my kids didn't wake up. So I'll either be back in 3 minutes, or I won't be back for a while.
No worries, man. You take your time.
They say that if an astronaut punctures his suit in space, say that your blood begins to boil and it will come out through your skin. So it is an absorbing.
Vacuums are scary. I know every time they've got an alien board a starship, they have to open the bay doors and suck the alien out, so to speak. That always works.
Yeah, and he made one claim before. He said that low pressure always, no, high pressure always goes to low pressure. But actually, if you study the phenomena of vortexes, you find that gases from low pressure go to high pressure.
All right, kids are still asleep. God bless cough syrup. Where were we at?
You demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a container.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what it always comes down to, right? We can go off in these little tangents and go around in circles and spirals and so on. But this is the claim: the Earth's an open system, devoid of containment. We have gas pressure. We have gas still here.
Yeah, but you act like a physical barrier is the only thing that can keep matter where it is and not keep it from going somewhere else.
Talking about gas expanding freely. If you have something that is stopping it, I need a demonstration of that thing stopping it.
Gravity.
We've got part. Yeah. Okay. Then show me it.
Can you
again? You're talking about mass attracting mass. So
I would love to hear any proposal on your part on how to conduct a demonstration like that, where the gravity that you're trying to prove or disprove is not involved in the experiment.
Not our problem. That's your problem.
Because you can't remove it.
Your problem to isolate it.
Yeah, you're asking me to try and okay. So the premise is that the mass of the Earth and the gravity that it exerts on things is what keeps the gas here. And you expect me to conduct an experiment definitively showing that to you in a way that removes the mass of the Earth from influencing that experiment, like here at ground level.
What I want you to do, right, is first give me the observed natural phenomena.
The tendency for objects. The tendency on the observed natural phenomena, as we have, and it is and by the way, it is exactly a phenomena in your book, because your exact answer to the question of why it happens earlier was I don't know. The observed natural phenomena is the tendency for objects to move toward the center of the Earth.
But we've already.
I'm sorry, the surface of the Earth.
But we've already discussed that not all objects, matter, things of stuff do this. We're talking about gas. So with gas being affected by gravity, show me it. Give me the phenomena. You say mass attracts gas. Show me.
I'm wondering what these things are that you're saying do the opposite of that.
Well, gas.
You aren't really talking about like when a helium balloon floats up, are you?
Well, we're talking about gas, and I don't have to put it in the container to realise that gas disperses in all directions. We can talk about dropping solid objects, and the vector direction of gravity is down. Gas moves freely in all directions. Gravity is just down, you don't have a natural phenomena because the gas observably isn't being affected by any gravity that you claim.
You actually watch this gas expand? Because I'd love to, I'd love to know the means by which you make that observation.
What I can do is I can show you an example from a long time ago, because it's in black and white, of a physics lecture where you've got two bowls separated, and I say bowls, glass bowls on either end, were separated in the middle with a valve. Yep. In one side, there is a higher pressure dyed gas.
Yep.
In the other side, there's a area for the gas to fill. When the nozzle was twisted, you could see the gas disperse into that area. We work with this all the time when we're talking about containing gases, how to keep gases in areas for storage, how to pressurize it, right? I need the observation of your gravity acting on the gas. We work with how gas works, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So you don't have a phenomena to base this belief on in the first place. Gravity does this to the gas. No, don't. Well, show me it.
Show me that it does. In this case, you're the one making the positive claim.
No, the claim is I can stop gas from fucking off by containing it. The consequent of containing that gas in that volume is gas pressure. So that's the claim I make. Your claim is devoid of the necessary antecedent to gas pressure, that being the physical barrier, and you can't demonstrate gas from not dispersing in all directions without a physical barrier.
See, your statement operates on the assumption. Your statement operates on the assumption that only a physical barrier can prevent something from moving from one place to another.
No, it's not an assumption. I'm devoid of anything else provided by you. I'm not assuming anything. I'm making it very, very clear. You haven't provided the physical demonstration that you require. We spoke about science and stuff. We're trying to even ask the question about something in the physical and natural world. I can make my demonstration. You can't even observe the contrary.
You can make your demonstration?
Yep, contain the gas. Oh, look, the gas isn't fucking off. Oh, look, the gas inside the volume's pressurized.
You're demonstrating that you're demonstrating that with a physical barrier, you can keep a high pressure system from moving to a state of lower pressure or lower energy. Like, that's what you're demonstrating.
Yeah.
You can't take that and say that what you're actually doing is demonstrating that gas is not subject to the forces of gravity, or really make any statement regarding gravity whatsoever.
No, you can't spin that around on me, because you're the one who keeps saying because of gravity. I've asked you over and over again. Show me it affecting gas.
Show you gravity affecting gas.
Yes.
Yeah, you
take any gas. Take any gas that's denser than the atmosphere, such as natural gas, for example. Where does it go? When I get it, if my house has hold on. My house has natural gas lines in it. My house has natural gas hooked up to it. Natural gas is heavier than the atmosphere.
That's amazing.
When I get a natural gas leak in my house, where does that gas tend to go?
Relative to the atmosphere, it's on the floor. Now, take that gas and put it in a container that's devoid of any gas. We've had this conversation. You keep circling back round to it.
You're asking me for a demonstration, which is what I'm trying to do. You're trying to take it somewhere else right now.
No, because you're talking about a relationship, and we're going back to relative density.
I'm talking about a gas settling into the lower part of the house versus rising up.
Relative density. That's awesome. Now, I want an available volume, a container that's a vacuum. Now, you've got the entire mass of the Earth working in this vacuum, so when you put gas in there, which way does it go?
you're still bringing up a container, which is the part that's confusing.
Yeah. Because you need to demonstrate this without one, but you're talking about the direction of gas. So we've got an available space for the gas to fill the entire mass of the Earth working on the gas, and the gas is still pressing upwards in the container and outwards and freely able to move in all directions. The point that I'm trying to reiterate is you don't have an observed phenomenon of gravity acting on gas.
Well, in my example, it's not expanding in all directions.
No, in your example, you said take a gas that's denser than the air. So that means it's going to go down. You specifically said denser than the air because
what direction is that gas going?
But
what direction is that gas going?
Did you understand that you just proved relative density? Did you not?
What's relative density?
Anything denser than the medium that it's in will go down. Anything lighter than the medium that it's in will go up.
What do you mean denser? What is density?
I'll give you an example if you want one.
I mean, I asked that guy what density is, but you can keep talking if you want.
That's fine. We can do this scientifically, right? Because that's what we're trying to do. So we have an egg in a medium, and the egg is buoyant. It's not at the top, it's not on the bottom, it's in the middle. When salt is added and the medium that the egg is in is made more denser, the egg moves. So the phenomena is egg movement. The thing that you very manipulated is the density of the medium. So density caused that.
Why did it move in the direction that it did?
For this,
why did the egg go up? Why didn't the egg go up? Why didn't the egg go down or sideways?
Because this is the direction that it goes. It's never going to go sideways, right? Again, it never goes any other direction.
Why?
If all things are kept exactly the It's a good question, but this is what I'm getting to.
It's a great. You are absolutely. You and I can agree on that. It's a great question.
This was the question that I asked last night, and I'll explain to you why. You have the egg in the situation, and you add salt to it. Now we can assume that the medium that the egg is in is pressing equally in all directions, right? Top, down, middle, left, and right. Can we assume that? Or is there a pressure difference somewhere else underneath the egg, pressing it upwards more than downwards? But all we've done is added or made the medium more dense. And because we've done this, it's moved. It's accelerated.
Yes, but but it's moved in a predictable direction. Up.
Yes, absolutely.
Relative to the liquid, up. It's moved up. And it will, and no matter how many times you repeat that experiment, it's always going to move up.
Awesome. So
why does it do
all
that?
Things go down? Do all things go down? Do all things go down?
Oh, I thought you were going to say it. I thought you were going to hit me with the. I don't know if QE probably still comes here, but
yeah, he does.
I thought you were going to hit me with the boom boom splash splash nonsense.
Well, yeah, but that will be when we're talking about gas. I just gave you an example of density doing that, right? And that's where we get to. We have an acceleration in a direction.
You've demonstrated how it changed.
Why that direction? Not everything. Yeah, but it always does this in this exact situation.
Yeah, but it also always does it in a specific direction too.
Yes, isn't nature wonderful?
Density.
Oh, and in your example, if you got rid of the glass holding the egg and the liquid in there, both those things would actually go down.
Because it's denser than the medium around it, wouldn't it? Isn't it?
This is correct.
If that was a container of gas.
So guess what? The density of the medium around it is lighter than the density of the item object. That's called relative density.
Yeah, but you're providing an explanation for why they move the way that they do, but you're not providing an explanation for why they move in the direction that they do.
That's a natural law. That's the way it goes up or down because it.
So your answer is your incredibly scientific answer is that's just the way things work.
That's not even that's scientific. That's
my God. My God, yes. Yes, because we're doing fucking science and we're studying the physical and natural world and how it does things and why it does things. And when we vary and manipulate the situation, it does this always. Yeah. Because that's what we're fucking doing.
Yeah, but you're not asking yourself why.
Up until this stage of asking why that happens and then causing it to happen with our prediction of what it was, past that stage, no. Because it always does
Just the same thing with entropy.
I would. You and I agree that it always does it that way, but I would challenge you to try and find an explanation for why it always happens that way.
Well, why this entropy?
That would be.
That's what it does.
That would be an incredibly scientific pursuit.
But you understand that why?
Again, with what was just said. Sorry, buddy, you're cracking in and out.
Yeah, I got it.
But you just said entropy. You said entropy, right?
I did. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I haven't bad internet.
So,
yeah, you're roboting really bad.
But again, this is like entropy. All right, we can vary and manipulate the situation and see this law of nature work. We can vary and manipulate the situation and see this law of nature work outside of what we're doing and causing nature to work. We're just observing nature working, and now we know what we've done to cause it to move. Right, Elbow, Fork and Chino, I can notice your internet's having a bad day. See, Batamod is typing. Good to see you, Batamod.
He was in here talking and then he left.
Who, Batamod or Operator?
Yeah, Battlemod was talking when I first got here and then went silent without letting anybody know he was going, I think.
Okay. So.
Anyway.
Back to science in the shit out of reality, right? Where's the observed natural phenomena of gas not dispersing?
The observed natural phenomena of gas not dispersing.
Yeah, I want the observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas.
So just like liquids would be the easiest one to deal with. Just like liquids, gases are subject to just like liquids, gases are subject to density, correct? In the sense that they will separate based on density. Is that true?
We're talking about gases that will freely expand into their environment and that are limited by their environment by containment.
They don't truly do that, and you know that. You know that's not truly what ends up to. That's not what ultimately ends up happening to helium down here at ground level, for example. You and I both know it doesn't stay down.
Yeah, relative to the atmosphere that it's in. Yeah, relatively, yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Because that's nature, man.
See, that's not yeah, and that's why you're giggling at it. That's not it. It's okay to just say you don't know and you're trying to figure it out. Like that's okay. But to say
what I'm trying to get to is this is as far as you can get. But this is as far as you can get. All right, you can only get so far with entropy, right? Before you don't know why. It just does it. You can get so far with this situation, and what you've already manipulated has caused the acceleration in this direction. And it's always going to cause this acceleration in this direction.
Ooh, that's a great one. Thank you for bringing up the word acceleration. When things fall down toward the surface of the Earth, do they move at a constant speed or do they slowly accelerate?
Slowly accelerate, but let's go back to the egg, and that's not going down.
What do you have for acceleration to happen?
Force.
Yes. What's that force?
The person that picked it up.
Oh, and it's constant force, which means it's constant. It's constant acceleration.
It's not a constant, bro. It's not a constant. It's an approximation. Sorry, Fuzzy.
No, I was just saying he still hasn't demonstrated any of the claims, and here we are demonstrating examples of actual experiments and scientific laws. He doesn't even understand what a scientific law is.
Yeah, acceleration's never been measured. It's an approximation. It's not a constant.
It is an acceleration, though, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
To know an acceleration, we'd have to have an absolution on origin.
In order
end.
in order to have acceleration, you have to have force. It's just that simple.
Well, it's not true.
An object, nothing moves faster than it previously was without the addition of force.
Well, I've just added density to a medium, and it's moved.
Is density force?
That's what I've done.
It's moved. That's not directly answering my question. My question is density force?
Let's look at it from a relative perspective.
Why can I just not get my question answered? Why
so
is it so
time
hard?
dilation a force?
Is what?
Is time dilation a force?
Time dilation?
Yeah, because relativity is you want to go to Newtonian acceleration, but
dude, I don't. Hold on.
It's been overwritten by relativity, and gravity's not a force. So you keep saying force, but gravity's not that force.
Mike, I don't want to cut you off, but I don't touch general relativity. I don't. I'm not that smart.
I really don't care because Newtonian physics have been overwritten. They're canceled out. They no longer apply. So you can't say a force and then be talking about gravity.
I actually didn't say the word gravity. All I did was ask him if things. All I asked him.
No, you said acceleration, and that's little g. Listen to me. Acceleration is little g, right? Oh, it's a law. The law of gravity.
Acceleration is always represented as little g when. Is that what little g is? Little g is.
Oh my God! Let me finish, dude.
All right, hold on.
Little g is the law of gravity. Big G is the universal law of gravitation. So little g is just a scientific law. It states that this happens under the same circumstance every time. It makes no correlation or no attempt to correlate cause with effect. It only says that in the medium of the atmosphere on Earth, things fall at a certain speed. That's what we observe. It's an observation. It's a statement that rings true under the same circumstance every time. It doesn't prove anything because it doesn't attempt to prove anything. So it doesn't even apply. It doesn't even imply a force, nor does it prove a force.
Acceleration implies a force. Accelerate. It is.
Gravity, listen.
You want to talk about necessary antecedents? You want to talk about necessary antecedents? Force is a necessary antecedent to acceleration.
Gravitational theory doesn't have a force in it.
I'm not talking about gravitational. I didn't even use the word gravity. Not when I was talking to Jedi. Not one time did I use. Yeah, but I was talking to Jedi. Am I not talking to Jedi anymore?
You're using Newtonian physics, bro. Whenever you use Newtonian physics, what I'm saying is attributed to your statements.
Dude, forget Newtonian physics. Forget Popeye's chicken physics. All I was talking about was things
rate of
falling toward the surface of the Earth.
Doesn't prove a force. It doesn't attempt to prove a force.
Acceleration in and of itself means that there is a force.
You cannot imply force from the little g. Period. You can attempt to, but it'll be rebutted every step of the way.
I would challenge you to show me acceleration without force.
If I say you want to table,
show me the force.
You want to table? I'm going to show
Listen. You're roboting, bro.
Democ, you're still roboting really bad, dude.
But you're trying to reverse the burden of proof fallacy. So you stated a force. I'm going to ask you to prove the force.
You tried it. Oh no, that's horseshit. You guys try to say that there has to be a contained. Hold on. Without physically going to it. Without physically going to it, you assume or you state all the time here that there has to be a container. That there has to be a container for there to be gas pressure.
Listen, now you're trying to change the subject.
And you're doing that just by virtue of there being gas pressure, there must be a container.
You made the positive claim that things fall because of a force. Now I would like you to prove that force. Just back up your statements, your assertions with proof.
Cool. When something falls back towards the surface of the Earth, it does not fall at a constant speed. It slowly accelerates. By virtue of the fact that it slowly accelerates, that means that somewhere, somehow, there is a... Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. A force of some kind. A force of some kind must be acting upon it.
You're asserting a force. You're not demonstrating the correlation between cause and effect. You're just saying this has to have a force.
Mike, can you have acceleration without force?
That's not the question here.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You want me to prove that? You want me to prove a force? Correct?
I want to do the same.
You want me to? Just to be clear, you want me to prove a force, right?
No, you have to prove that the rate of fall is caused by a force.
I'm going to make a drawing of this later.
You keep saying, you guys always say acceleration, but you're taking it out of terms. It's just
the gas pressure. No, the gas pressure. The gas pressure without a container nonsense is the exact same thing that's going on here with the acceleration and force thing. It's the same thing.
Listen, quit obfuscating, man.
It's not obfuscating.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You're obfuscating.
You think I am because I'm not agreeing with you.
No, it's got nothing to do with agreement. You're changing the subject.
What's the thing you want me to prove? One more time.
A force causes the rate of fall. You said it.
Things fall. What things fall? Tell me what things fall. What things fall?
I don't know. In this exam, for this purpose, it could be a rock. Let's say a rock.
A rock.
If you want to be really picky about it, it would be
throw it, or did it fall?
It would claim.
Hold up. A rock falls. How do rocks fall? They're generally at rest in the medium. So they were encountered by a force in motion, your body. You conserved energy until to rest.
The conserved energy thing would apply if when I let go of that rock or I threw that rock up, it continued moving up at a constant speed.
No, the conservation of energy is where you use up all the potential energy in the source.
Right, and what stops that rock from continuing to go up at the same speed at which I let go of it?
It doesn't have the amount of energy it needs.
No, but for the fact that you...
What causes it to lose that energy?
It does. It's not a loss of energy. It only has the potential. Listen, it only has the potential that you exchange with it when you throw it. It can only use up the energy you gave it.
Am I roboting still?
For that brief second that you just spoke, you were not roboting, but try saying something for a more extended period of time.
Here, I'll let you obfuscate. Go ahead, guys. Thanks.
All right.
Sorry,
hey, Mike. Mike. Let me jump in here real quick.
I was just going to say real quick. If I put that guy on the table,
so I think.
Hold on. Before, because I'm kind of the guy that's on the chopping block right now. Before hold on. Before anybody.
Sorry, Platypus. I really have to administrate here. We did the 3 points on Platypus. By the way, Jedi informed me. There's no need to engage Platypus any longer. As far as like any of these staunch globers that come in here, once they go through the 3 points, they become obsolete. They're believers, zealots, religiously parroting pseudoscience. You don't need to engage them any longer. They cannot provide evidence that the Earth is what they claim it to be. Therefore, any further arguments will only lead you to the weeds and frustration. So,
anyway. I just wanted to point out one thing to him about force. Can I?
Hey, he said his kid woke up. He's out. Go ahead, man. Do your daddy thing, bro. We know how it is.
That's all I was trying to say before, because I saw Fuzzy started lighting up.
Bring your ass back once you tend to that kid. Bring your ass back when you're done with the dad stuff.
It probably ain't going to be until about 9 o'clock, so I'll see you guys then.
Oh, come on, man. There's 5 guys here that want a piece of that ass. Bring it back and pass it to the room.
Really. Not me.
No, Miggy just wants to stomp a mud hole where the ass used to be.
Yep.
I'm amazed. This is the longest that Battle Mod's been in here talking at the same time that I'm talking, and not one semen on the poop deck joke has been uttered. This is a record.
Oh, I thought that got old. I got
It
good
did.
connectivity, and
It really
I
did.
don't want to waste it on redundant jokes. I'm thinking of new ones.
All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Good to hear you, bro.
But just tell it's not a force. It's just no resistance. If you're sitting on a table and they pull the table out from underneath you, you're going to fall because there's nothing resisting you.
When you fall, do you fall at a constant speed or do you slowly accelerate?
I thought you
now
said
I got it.
No constant speed. Nothing's a constant. Nothing is a constant.
All right.
What's a constant?
I thought you said you were leaving, Platypus. I hate long goodbyes. Anyways, yeah, usually when
He forgot to tell us what force there wasn't. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're gonna keep him in the. He's actually got to leave. So usually when these staunch slobers come in here and they get 3-pointed, man, there's really no need to engage any longer because you're just engaging a person who believes something. They don't know it. So it's really a weeds argument after that. That's all it's going to be.
Yeah,
if you want to entertain and be in the weeds, be my guest. Do that. But if they don't provide any evidence for the Earth being a globe, I mean, it's game over, man. Like literally, we can wave bye to all the staunch globers, and they could sit in here with their belief. That's just fine. I mean, that's okay. They could, but as far as like getting into it with them,
force though. That's
yeah.
the thing. He's just
Here.
force.
Just saying, man.
Yeah, but it was interesting after the 3 points. I mean, just to catch up with what actually happened. So for all three of them, the first one, measurement, right, curvature, he tried to bring up Aristosthenes, but asked him if it was a direct measurement, and conversation stops. There's just a belief in that one. The stars was his best answer for actual rotations, so not a direct measurement, but just a belief that it had been done. And he was quite happy to, crack on with just, the belief of what it was. Then the vacuum of space, and we did get the concession here, it was just a belief. And rounded it off, but we just had to go back round to the gas pressure thing, because it was Platypus, and I hadn't spoken to him for a while, so
yeah, I know.
I enjoyed doing that with him. But obviously it got a little bit out of control at the end, but it's fun.
Yeah, I just like pointing that out because, I mean, this is it, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have got the 3-point stomp them out of here, right? Like, that's it. They could stay in here with their beliefs all day long. But if you engage them, that's on you now. Like, you're going to stay in there and get frustrated because you're arguing with somebody who just believes the world around them is what they're told that it is. And at that point, you're arguing with a person who just believes something. You're not arguing with somebody that has evidence. They don't have evidence. So, I mean, it's something to chew on, right? Like, if you're going to engage, these staunch globers that way. Now, if they have evidence, that's something different, right? But they don't. So, Jedi just took him to the 3 points, so.
Just got him in that corner and just battered him.
That's it, man.
Battered him. Yeah.
That's it. You got to work the body, man. Once you do, get the body blows and a couple uppercuts and they're done, man. TKO.
We travelled around and we got to science, we got to agree on things, but it always comes down to, if you're going to say that gravity's doing that with regards to gas, show me. Let's try and do some science and give me the naturally observed phenomena of gravity always going down. That's like gas being affected by it, but it's just not. So.
Yeah. So we're getting all the stunt, but I'd say we're doing like a roll call now. All the staunch globers that used to be in the server that are coming back in here again, like Unorthodox, Platypus. I think Zanuck, I did the 3 points on him. We're kind of rounding them up, and once we do, they're done for. We just put the 3 points participant tag on them, and if anybody wants to engage them in a future discussion, that's okay. But just remember, they have no evidence. You're arguing with somebody who's just a believer. I believe.
Good though. You go around in the gravity kind of gas circle with them, and every moment you get it. Just so this is just something you believe them, right? You can't demonstrate it to me, can you? You just believe this is the case.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how if he turns blue in the face. And look, you guys aren't understanding. What doesn't matter, man? You failed at bringing evidence to the table with the 3 points. So really, I don't have to. No evidence. You're just a believer. I could disregard everything you say from here on in.
Lots of fun. All right, let's have a scroll. Who have we got in the chat there, Mr. Miggy?
I think M Beans
He's just above you.
Popped in.
Yeah. Welcome to the server, M Beans. You've got voice verified. You can speak anytime you want to. Heard Poundley was trying to jump in earlier. Good evening, Poundley. How are you doing, my friend? Reasons has jumped in. Hey, good evening.
Saying today. How you doing, Mickey? Right, guys?
Reasons? What's going on, man?
What up?
Just chilling, man. Just chilling. Just listening to some actual common sense. I've been arguing with nonsense all day.
Do you take those 3 points with your reasons?
No, I need to learn the 3 points, to be honest. But I'll never be able to get through a 3 points session in a dog pit. There's just too many.
Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, you can't do that over there.
Yeah, no. But
bring him in here.
Apparently, I think BioJewel will probably come over. He's actually pretty reasonable. I think he's starting to get some of the points that we're postulating, but he won't concede still. What was he talking about earlier? Basically, just gas. When you take the, gas expanding in a balloon, showing it doesn't have a bias downwards, and it expands in all directions equally. When you decompress a vacuum, you see the balloon expand, and he said it's because there's no pressure on the balloon. So by removing the pressure, it lets the gas expand. But also, I think it could be also looked at as the entropy is increasing, wanting to fill the gas around it, and that's where it breaks the balloon. So they both kind of make sense in different ways. Depends how you decipher the information. But yeah, gas doesn't have an inherent down. They keep saying it has a favoritism towards down, but it also goes in every direction.
That's so stupid. If you have one, all you need is one black swan, right, to disprove all the white swans. All swans are white, and that would be gas. Goes every direction, right? Once they concede to that, they're like, there goes your downward bias. I said to them.
In every explanation they give, there was like saying, I said, well, how come every gas molecule is independent? And if gravity's pulling down on it, why are you trying to say the whole atmosphere works as together like the sea does? And he goes, oh, well, if you had a ton of sand and I tipped a ton of sand on your head, you still feel a ton of pressure come down. And I goes, well, not a ton of sand compressed would be like an instant impact. So if you tip it, you wouldn't get a ton of pressure instantly. But I says, why are we talking about sand? Are we talking about gases anyway? They're trying to convey the problem with the point with individual grains of weight.
Yeah, because they try to associate it with something else so they can help their case. But you need to bring them back around to no, you're not talking about the specific thing I'm talking about. You're talking about sand. So
if you tip 1,000 pounds of or a ton of air on me, I'm not going to feel a ton of air land on me, even if it's oxygen, helium, whatever gas you want to tip on me. I'm not going to feel a ton of it because gas will just go in all directions, so I won't feel the weight even if you do contain it. So the behavior of gas is completely, nothing to do with solids, but they keep making that comparison. They'll wrap the gas in a solid and then try to claim the behavior of a gas wrapped in a solid as the gas's behavior. But that's like arresting or restraining that gas from being natural, and then trying to make arguments on its behavior when it's been restrained or pushed together. So it's just stupid that they don't get the argument.
And then they probably dogpile you while you're talking to that one guy, so that doesn't help either.
Exactly that, man. Exactly that. It's fun though. I've exercised my arguments enough now. I feel. I don't know what I do to myself. I must be like a rumpus, just like being spanked.
Well, you like punishment, dude. You're a boxer. You're a fighter by nature. So there's that, right?
Well, I know to move my head now. I need to get around all the stupid comparisons that they got. All the tricks in the book. Getting familiar with their behavior patterns, and so.
By the way, D to the V, we did have one. It was called the Flat Earth Initiative. It was before anything. Remember the Flat Earth Initiative, Jedi? D to V was putting in the live stream 2 voice text that we should do like a radio show.
The Flat Earth? Of course I remember the Flat Earth Initiative, mate. Absolutely. Yeah. That was awesome. One of my fondest memories.
Yeah. Oh, Miggy, did you see? I got a Glober to admit about that having a gas pressure gradient inside of a vacuum was a problem. So basically, he admitted. I'll send you. I'll put the video in there. It's about 10 minutes long, but towards the end, he conceded that it was stupid to have a gas pressure gradient inside of a vacuum. And I said, well, that's the model, isn't it? You've got a gas pressure gradient inside of a vacuum. And he goes, no, just because you don't understand the model.
No,
goes, well, you'll show me gas.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, though.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he's showing me gas in a bucket, and I said to him, well, a bucket is a container. Like the ball, the earth ball, is an open surface. So you've got a gas pressure gradient on an open surface inside of a vacuum. So can you show me that? And he was like, oh, that make no sense. I goes, well, that's the model. The model don't make no sense.
That's the problem we're having here. It don't make sense, yeah? Get it?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm glad you should have told him. I'm glad you see the point now. Like,
if you do get 10 minutes, though, have a quick watch of that. Nathan and Oakley's also laughing at it as well, and Sleepy Mario, they find it hilarious.
Yeah,
Probably get into.
It's the what do you call it? What like when they're just like a dog chasing their own tail, and they finally realize, like, what the hell did I just say? Like, because they're always trying to make it sound like they know what they're saying. But within the tangled web of lies, they catch themselves every now and again. You get a little gem like this, where they're actually saying, he's actually conceding the point. You're like, thank you.
I feel with me, like, I'm generous with gravity. I'm generous with everything. So they feel comfortable that they can talk about these things because they understand it. When you say what's gravity, what's this, when you shut them down at the gate, like quantum or whatever, then they feel like, oh, you're doing tactics. You're not really letting me debate fair. But really, you're not. You're shutting them down from postulating things that they don't understand. Whereas I will allow them to talk about the things they don't understand. And when it gets to the point, when the crunch time comes, and I say, well, if what you're postulating is true, then show me a gas pressure gradient on an open surface inside of a vacuum. And they was like, oh, that's stupid. And I was like, exactly, not stupid, bro. When the penny drops, he's like, apparently it was my fault for not understanding the model.
Yeah, they do that. They do that. That's their only out reasons. That's their only out. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you don't understand. Who are you? You're not a physics teacher. You're just some college dropout, whatever.
I like it better that way. I do, anyways, because it gives them the understanding that they got nothing. That somebody who is nothing in the eyes of these guys who are educated can take down an idea like the globe. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Yeah, they've got a bias to protect. They've got their career to protect, haven't they? So realistically, they're the last person you should go to for independent information because they've got their possibly their job on the line, or the thing that they hold their greatest achievement in their life is probably their education. So to find out that it's flawed and it's just repeating what Google says, then it's an insult to them because it's their greatest achievement. So it's kind of pissing on their chips, really.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a podcast with Jedi or something. Just me and him kind of hanging out and like talking to Globers every now and again. Get people in there to talk to. That'd be fun.
Yeah, good.
We had a really nice time with the FE initiative. The problem that I was having there was it's a time limit, man. It's a lot of work for one person because I was actually producing the show myself, so I was kind of getting the material ready for the to talk every day, and I would rush home from work, and it was a bit hectic for me. So I just started to get burnt out, like after like 2 months or so that we were doing it constantly. I was doing it every day. Then we do Friday night fights. It was FE initiative on the daily and Friday night fights on Fridays. And then the weekends were like, if we wanted to do an extra show or whatever, we could. But
it'd be a good idea to put something together. I mean, why not? I mean, at the end of the day, we've got some good players around the place, and there's a lot of education that we could do, and obviously there's a lot of entertainment value for the people that think that we're talking at our ass. I don't know what just even just a general chat, really, just to kind of get everyone else on board with the arguments, because I do think a lot of people don't really understand the arguments. I hear a lot of people arguing things, even a lot of flat earthers, And I'm thinking, they could have worded that better, but probably just, if we teach everybody else to kind of how to, that'll help, Well, I do a lot of self-research, I study everything, I study a lot, but I don't think everyone is able to do that, so maybe we could do something where it involves a lot of the flat earthers to actually, engage them and teach them what the arguments are concisely.
Yeah. My thing is, dude, I really... Go ahead, Jedi. You first.
I was just going to say this was one of the things that me and you were speaking about with regards to the server that we're on, because that's what FE initiative was about, was kind of highlighting the genius and the expertise within the server regarding let's call them specialized arguments within the genre of Flat Earth, Globe Earth. Mike, Battle Mod, me, we're talking about surveyors and people who practically use this in everyday life. People with specific knowledge. It was about highlighting, those people, but specifically that argument from their knowledge base and getting people to hear it, to understand it, and to do what they could do with understanding that argument when they're talking to people. So it was one of many main reasons that we thought about those ideas. And I was just sitting here thinking, I don't want to go on too long, so I'll just quickly say this. I was just sitting here thinking that compared to, say, when we've done the FE initiative, say, over a year ago, compared to the amount of people that we have in the server now, I'm talking about, say, regular people that we have on the server, the panel and the variety of people that we would have. For example, let's just pull a number out, like one show a week. We would have, I would suggest a decent panel of around 7, 8, 9, 10 people throughout the evening, but because the amount of, regular, decent people that we have in the server at the moment, the likes of Sonny, Roger, Dave, Hank Hill, Jimbo, all of these people, Elijah, we're just going to name people now, but loads of different people with loads of different ideas about Flat Earth, and maybe it might be an idea to reignite that fire with, something.
I've been thinking about it, Jedi, and the reason being because I feel like we're moving into a different area with the argument, including the 3 points. To me, it's just such a knockdown win, like every single time. There's no argue. Like once we present those and we're done with them, the person that we put them through, especially if they're just a staunch believer, they become obsolete. We don't need to have an argue with them anymore. It's just we can put them on the shelf of believer, until they on their own come off the shelf and be like, oh, I don't believe this any longer. But we don't have to engage with them anymore because there's not a need to get into the minutia of their points. They don't have any points. It's almost like they're arguing from, I would say, ignorance, right? Arguing from ignorance.
I do find flat on flat more and more productive. More about the actual argument. Where I find the Globe flat versus Globe just more of a Globe just being arrogant, relying on the body of science and. They're just criticizing. Well, how realistic is it? All these people in the world believe that their arguments are all robotic, like very unlikely. I mean, we think about it's the same shit. There's no actual talk about the actual details between things because they think they've got all the answers. So that's why they're falling behind. Also, because you guys are actually making progress in understanding the actual science. They're just relying on Google.
So with that, I think that we can have a really nice panel, and maybe if there was somebody that wanted to, I don't know, maybe call in or use a Discord link, come in there and start, having a discussion with us or whatever. I think that'd be great to do that. So I think at this point, I mean, I could come in here and flat smack, but it feels like with the 3 points, it's almost like a tank running over, a car or something. Like I don't. It's not even the way it used to be. It was a challenge. You get in here, we're like, all right, let's see what this Glober has. I'm like, it's just, like you've ever seen that the anime, the One Punch Man? Like he becomes so strong. He becomes so strong that he's invincible now. Like he's just like, yeah, okay, another Glober in here. Let's beat him down. Yeah. But it's not for me. It's like I want to talk to the deceivers, not the deceived. Like all these little guys that come in here, they're just deceived by the deceivers. Get me the big guys.
But
let me talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? That's who I want to talk to.
The value is in the flat earthers, right? The value is in the flat earthers. What's the interest? What's all these Globers earning off? All these Globers are on YouTube getting flat earthers in, trying to make them the entertainers, and then they're the ones that benefit from it. So really, the value is in the flat earthers. Flat earthers is the interest. You know, the Globers are not. They're not nothing. None of them are anything new. They're all. They haven't got the value. I think it's time that we guys realise that what your worth is. And you know, we've got a big enough community within ourselves to do like the show that you're saying. Maybe organise something, get a certain format. Maybe, you know, I don't know, but there's definitely a lot of value there that's not being resourced.
Yep, it's untapped. Yep, untapped. I agree. Maybe me and Jedi can put our heads together, and you know, because it started with me and him to do this again. It'd be great. Yeah. Hey, that would be that we can't use that music metal. That's the only problem. If we even think about it has to be something. Well, we could use like something original from Flat Earthers. I mean, they got music out there. You just pull some music from those guys.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
They put on a Tommy Henge production. You know, like a.
It could do that. Yeah. Been around the world. I'm just saying, man. Laps. That one. Measure the horizon, globe collapse. Take the red pill, or you're bound to relapse. You don't know when to bait it. You think it's traps.
I'll tell you what, we always had this idea when we did the Flat Earth Initiative about the introduction and the ending music. And we banded this idea around of, you know, using Flat Earthers for that. We seem to be building up a bit of a library at the moment of Flat Earth tunes that we could just use as introduction and ending for the show.
Absolutely. And Witsit song's really good as well. You know, his introduction, it's really chilled out and that as well. Like, you know, you've got some good stuff there, man. We can... Yeah, I think we should definitely do that.
One of the reasons why I got Jedi the mic is because for this specific reason, because in case we're going to do a show in the future, he'd already have a good setup so that he could just get on there and, you know, get that professional sound, you know, like he's in a studio. Like that to me was kind of something that was valuable to me, to have a co-host that would be with me in the same, you know, sounding equipment and all that. Like, so that's why it was like I was interested. So to me, that's why I felt like, you know, he's the guy, he's the man. By the way, you know.
And I think which you could do that as well. It's only a couple $100 you can get like a sound card, a condenser microphone. You know what I mean? Run OBS with you could probably make like Zoom meetings, or you could do it through. I think Zoom meetings are more professional. It's that you know, set up a nice little background. Make sure people have got a microphone, camera, you know, make it entertaining, make it engaging.
I think Jedi, you have most of the setup, right? You still have that camera. I don't know if you still have it or not.
How's my mic sound?
Hey.
Hey, really good, man.
Hey, Meggie. Thanks, Jedi. Thanks to everybody. Good to hear you all here. Yeah, I got it myself. So, like I said, how's my mic now?
I don't know. You still got a little crackly, like when you speak. It's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little crackly. Like, I don't know if it has something to do with the connection or something.
Right.
It's just a teeny weeny bit crackly. Anyways, we probably have to come up with a name or something for this new program. But
leave the door open for any like, you know, any fucking pretender clown Globers to leave the door open, like say, like people can join this chat any given time, like any of the flat earthers, they're welcome to come to our panel for once, rather than you guys feeding off all these flat earthers on your channel, on all these Fight the Flat Earth, all these other channels that we can talk about. They're the ones getting in, the flat earthers, they're the ones, you know, benefiting from the free thinking from the mainstream. You know, they are the what's the word? They're the anchor. They're the value. The value is in the flat earthers. The value in the Globers. They're just hosting it and benefiting from it.
Yeah. What I like is the professionalism that being Jedi, you know, brought to the table. It was always coming across the board as, you know, we're not just some, you know, random YouTubers or just people that are just saying things. You know, we keep it organized. You know, there was a format to the show. We had an opening. You know, Jedi would kind of give a brief overview of what Flat Earth is all about. Then we jump into the topic, maybe announcements. You know what I mean? Like it was, the show progressed, into the main topic. We had zany space
You've got enough
news.
experience too now as well. You both got a lot of experience speaking to people, and you know the behaviors of globers and how they spiral and how to keep the on point and how to control. You both are very good at that. Like definitely. And you don't get rude, you don't get loud, you don't get obnoxious. So there's no excuse for no one to come over and to engage with that either. So you guys got the formula.
Yeah, definitely, man. We just probably need what avenue we're going to take it into. I was keen on the idea of having like a podcast, because I heard that people can just, podcasting, like you could just download the podcast and it's a bit more efficient than just hopping onto YouTube. It was like,
yeah, you can structure it better and you can choose what goes out and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. And you can chop it down as well, because I think sometimes when things are a bit live, they're a bit scatty, and they're not as fun to watch. You watch the live for a good 5-10 minutes for the beginning, it's really good, and then it just gets a bit stagnated. Whereas you can cut out all that kind of crap, can't you, and make it more fun and spicy.
We could
do a bit of both.
Right. I like thinking out loud in this forum, because everybody can give their input. It's about the community, guys. That's what it's about. If we were to host something, it's because all of you have contributed to it in some way, shape, or form. You guys are the reason why Flat Earth is what it is today. Because you hung around, you listened to the arguments, you are now being an activist, taking the fight to them, so to speak.
I don't know what we could do, Miggy.
What's that?
We could shut down the server and worship the globe with fervor if we only had a curve. Check the earth in motion and check the bendy oceans if we only had a curve.
There you go.
I like it. I like it.
You can almost hear the
Didn't Helio have a song too? Like it was what was it? One of his FE songs were that way too. He kind of pasted over.
I don't know, man. There's been so many songs.
Keep forgetting which one it was.
Yeah, me too.
Helio covered "I'm a Believer" by the Monkees with "Glow."
That's it.
Then I saw the glow. Now I'm a believer.
Yeah, I like that one. He does a really good rendition of it too. Like if you've never heard it, like it's really good.
Is that the Flat Earth music guy? Was it a Flat Earth? What is he? Flat Earth guru or something?
What, Helio?
Oh, that was Helio's good.
It's Helio's
channel.
I see.
Yeah, buddy.
But yes, Miggy, definitely we should put our heads together. I mean, there's not really much stopping us now. I mean, we're in a position that we want to be in, I guess. And like you said, things are necessarily changing, your year and all that. So moving forward, I guess.
I feel really confident with where we're at in the argument. Like super confident, like almost invincible. Like there's nothing that could deter us from like moving forward and like making this really popular. So if you guys are on the fence right now, I mean, we already have the formula for the slam dunk argument. Like this is it right here, man. The 3 points is where it's at. And the method is simple, effective. I mean, it gets the job done. And afterwards, you don't have to continue to go into the weeds any longer with these people. The zealots, the religious zealots that like to parrot pseudoscience, you don't have to have the argument anymore. You can just say, okay, we're done. C'est la vie,
anyone can do this. That's the whole thing. Any one of us can do this.
That's right.
Sometimes I don't want, because I've done it enough now that like I know it pretty well, and I'm getting more relaxed in the conversation where I'm just asking them questions. That's all I'm doing.
That's it.
And we just point, and it's a beautiful thing.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing though? Like I've been trying to. I know Sonny when you first started and Jedi was kind of getting his grip on it too. But when I think you were the first one to actually come in there with the 3 points, man. To be honest, like you were the one.
I'm quite happy with my little middle road at the moment though, because I'm able to dip my toe in sort of like. I mean, today I was talking about quantum mechanics not fitting with the gravitational general relativity, and I was talking about how trying to learn how the equation works and talking about the Planck length and how they can't see past it, but that doesn't mean quarks are coming in from nothing. And I was talking about like things that they tend to believe, and just showing that I understand their ideas. It's kind of sympathetic. It's kind of like it's a bridge builder.
I think that needs to be done afterwards, after you go through the 3 points, because if you're into that already, you're in the weeds immediately. You're never going to get out. You'll never get past the second point or first point.
Yeah.
You just won't.
No, I don't mean like. I'm just saying like, but I'm not saying where it should fit in on a show. I'm just saying like, if people come in and they kind of like, it's a bit like science porn, isn't it? And they like to, and still when you completely shut out all that stuff, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of big audience there that feel like that we're just throwing everything out, dismissing evidence, and it just gives them the reason not to even engage.
Well, think about it like this: what are we here for? In this server, why does it exist? Because there's people who wanted to challenge the mainstream idea that the Earth is not what they've been told it is. So the whole point, I mean, yeah, you like it. Sonny was saying you can have those conversations, but those are secondary or tertiary to the main point. The main event is you got to bring evidence to the fact that the positive claim, or the three of positive claims that describe the globe in a solar system, galaxy, ever-expanding cosmos, is even real. So if you don't have that, I mean, you got squat when it comes to the physics that actually correspond with that whole idea. So yeah, you can talk about all that good stuff. I mean, but that's always secondary to what the main point is. If you never engage the people that like to talk about that, then there's an audience there they're missing out, and that's all I'm saying. I think that's an avenue for growth. Yeah, I know. But like I said, it has to be secondary. If it's not already stated that you can have that, but I'm saying
Panda.
If you don't establish that foundation, you're really not going to get the people to actually see your point, because they're going to be like, well, yeah, this guy's talking about flat Earth anyway, right? Like. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though you have that conversation with them, you're still not counted as anybody that knows anything, because they're going to be like, you believe flat Earth.
I know, but you still have to show that you're not disregarding anything that's been postulated, and that you can at least like understand it and work with it, even though you don't believe it or you don't follow it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, it seems like a dismissal, and it just means that
that's a Jim Panda server thing right there.
Yeah, if you
doesn't matter. Forget it.
That's a Jim Panda thing.
It doesn't matter.
When you come in here, you got to have your legs cut off.
Doesn't matter. You don't get it.
I get it perfectly, but I'm saying
you don't.
They have to come in here.
You don't, because you're talking about Jim Panda stuff. I don't give a damn about that. I'm talking about the fact that if there's an audience there, they're not all going to agree with the same sort of thing, right? So it's something. It's an avenue for people to at least see.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they don't agree. You have to face natural law and bow at the mastery of it. Doesn't matter what you agree on.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. You don't get it.
So reasons. So the whole thing is, if you don't go through that part that's crucial, I think, to the conversation that Miggy is talking about, is that if you don't get them through that honesty meter in the beginning, you will never know. You'll never know.
Since when has the words come out of my mouth? When has the words come out of my mouth? Ever been speaking about the 3 points or Gem Panda server? That's nothing. I've never postulated any of that. I know, but like I know. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't even show the intellectual capacity to understand what they do tend to be true, you cannot begin to even. I know you guys are going to talk about the 3 points again, but so let's just forget it. Let's leave it there. You're not going to get my point.
No, it's okay. No, I think those conversations can be had. Like, I don't see any reason why those conversations can't be had, but I disagree. I just like the
it's cool. That's cool
that we use to the point where we're actually talking on the same playing field, so we know what their knowledge is before they start extrapolating all of these different, more complex and more complex and more complex.
Yeah, but let me put it this way then. Nobody goes to Gem Panda server because it's circle jerking and you never get a point finished. No one comes to the Flat Earther because the Flat Earthers don't allow certain rhetoric. Understandably so. But that leaves the void between the two sides, doesn't it?
Well,
I
for a
think
good
I'm happy
reason.
with that.
For
I
good
think I'm happy with that.
reasons. That's my entire point. If for good reasons there's a disconnection and a separation, that's exactly my point. By saying that's what they do solely over at the Gem Panda server, is speculate all day. It's cool to talk about things like the ether, but let's first establish that the person we're talking to understands that there are absolute truths, and then there are beliefs. That's my point.
Yeah, the most of the staunch Globers that are in here, they like to have those conversations, and I don't care. I really don't. They can do that, but at the same time, a person that has those conversations with them can't get upset. I mean, you're just gonna have to be like, okay, that's your speculation. Okay, that's what you think.
So I got it pretty well.
You can't get mad at the guy. You know what I mean? Like that's what happens.
No one's getting angry. What I'm saying is that you guys are going to have basically another platform where it's going to be nothing new. It's going to be one side versus the other again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm happy without the pseudoscience. It'll be a happy day when the pseudoscience isn't being spoke of any longer. we don't. It's garbage, man. We don't need any of that. When they talk about, all these crazy ideas that don't pertain to reality, man. They got people's heads in the clouds.
But that's how both sides are always going to see each other, unless, for example, if two countries hated each other and they'd never see eye to eye with anything, any sort of ways of living or anything like that, then they'll always be at war. The war needs to be there, but the peacemaking between the two, or at least the welcoming for both sides, so that at least that can take place, if that makes sense.
So yeah, what do you? Right. So what do you see the middle ground being reasons? Like you have something in mind? Because
I said, that's kind of what I'm postulating. But obviously, you guys don't want that in there, or you don't want any of that, which I can see why you don't. But I personally think that would be a good something new.
So you would allow like a conversation about gravity to start off like the first conversation and go straight there? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think basically like, for both sides to be allowed to postulate their side. So whereas at least you can at least dip your toe in what, even if you don't agree with their fancy and you look at it as all belief, which is fair enough. But at least allowed to dip your toe in the water and say, okay, we understand what you're saying, we understand. But now you have to believe it, like listen to what I'm saying and what we're doing, and it's like a bit of give and take, And that way,
so you don't want us to take the globe away from them just right away. You want at least to have a few good conversations before we say, okay, now it's time to take the globe away from you. You think that'll be better?
No, just a bit of give and take to make people more at ease, so it's not so cutthroat for them. Because then it makes them more welcome. It's more inviting. It's more. It will get you a bigger audience, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but
I kind of agree with both standpoints and kind of in the middle. It always depends on the person who comes in and who you're speaking to. So we always like to think about ideal situations and how that conversation could possibly go. The conversation is very reflective. They come in with an attitude, it's responded. However, that level is brought down so you're both on the same level to then have a conversation. Sometimes you have to kind of chew the card a little bit, get a few things out of the way, and it like in a boxing
that's what happened
match,
with
right?
you in. Sorry,
you like in a boxing match, mate. All right, first couple of first round or so, you're just feeling each other out, right? And then you can start letting go. So, but I understand it. But it's for me, the flat Earth has always been about trying to keep it as simple as it can possibly be. Okay, so three things then. All right, so that always has to be brought around. These physical claims, we have to speak specifically about the subject, because the subject can go off into the weeds, it is down to us to keep it on
Yeah,
track so the
exactly.
learning can be logical, right? And we were asking you this, and then they have to understand why we're asking in the first place. That sometimes that takes a bit of time. Sometimes people don't listen to the question. Right? That's why the questions are formulated in the way that they are. So, I mean,
I know there's method to the madness. I'm not. Well, you know, when you and Mary Mom got through to me, I mean, one of the things that was good is that you allowed me to spew my shit, and then, you know, there was no insecurity from you guys because you guys knew that right now it's mine. Because Mary Mom remember saying, if I listen to your argument, will you then at least listen to me go through the Black Swan after? And I thought that's quite reasonable. So I said everything I had to say. Oh, you know, refraction. Oh, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. And then she went, right, now it's my turn. And then I went through it, and I was like, okay, because you allowed me to kind of sprue my shit. It felt like that, you know, it's only fair that I listened to hers and yours, because Jedi, the Cavendish, for example, I was hot with that, weren't I? And you allowed me to say everything, and then you goes, now I explain to you why that is not an experiment. I explain to you why that is not this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? And then I sat down and listened. But if you never allowed me to get what I said off, I would have felt like I'd have been in defense mode and thought, well, they don't let me say anything. They don't let me say what I've got to say. It's just I've got to sit there and listen to them. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
and I think that bit of leeway and that bit, yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think this is one of the things that the 3 points tries to do. I'm not saying this is the method and we should all, I'm just talking about these types of conversations, because ultimately it's about, what do you know? Yeah, we can have this conversation, but what do you know specifically about, you know, what you believe, you know, what you understand the Earth to be, you know, what do you know about it specifically? Yeah, how do you get to the conclusion of your knowledge base? Right, and we all understand it's all just a belief, but when you, for
hello, is anyone disconnected?
You're good.
Hello.
Mic check. Good.
Did he disconnect? Was it just me?
Yeah, I don't hear him.
Yeah, Jedi, you just. Oh, that was getting juicy then.
It's just you. What's up, bro?
Sorry, reasons, but I'm the Reaper, dude. That's the way it's gonna be.
No, but you should never change, bro. I don't want you to be. I mean, I think that's something that I could feel. Don't think you should ever change. Like, what you do is absolutely remarkable. You know, but that would be an angle I could probably work.
Hey, if you're the Reaper, if you're the Reaper, I'd be creeping like the Riddler. What's up?
Hey, reasons. Like what Nathan Oakley does over there with Rumpus.
AK Blasting Assassin. Sorry.
I actually want to be called the Wig Snatcher. I'm going to change my name. That's what I'll be called from now on. How about that? Miggy the Wig Snatcher.
But yeah, I know that a lot of Globers, what they use as a defense mechanism not to engage in Flat Earth or Flat Earth Discord is that, they're heavily moderated, they don't let me speak, they don't let me say what I gotta say. And I think, like, we can let them say spew their shit, and then we can just take it apart. Or, you know, take it apart, at least explain that we do understand the shit they're spewing, and that at least then they feel like their PC, their computer programmed rebuttals are at least being heard.
I like that.
We gotta glatterize that. Reapus Wig Snatches.
Well, I was gonna say, reasons while you were talking about that. Maybe you could, if we do happen to have a podcast, why don't you be that guy?
I'm happy to do that, because that's genuinely
that's who you are, right?
Yeah.
That's who you are. All right.
I've got claws. I've got claws still in me from the globe, even though I know that, like, you know, I can't. That is a belief, and there is
Well, maybe that's. I know what I was thinking. Maybe that's why you feel like you got to have those conversations with those guys. Maybe there's that part of you wants to kind of just go through it with those guys. Go ahead.
I can sympathize with them. I can sympathize. I understand why you think that people are unwelcome into your view, and why they have to be so harsh on stuff. But if you actually listen to it, you know,
it's the Reaper and the Riddler, the Wig Snatcher and the Debate Killer, Gorilla.
Debate killer.
My name's Michael, and Miggy's the thriller.
That's pretty awesome, dude. The wig snatcher. I like that.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, you dropped
sorry,
out,
I cut out. The only reason I was babbling.
I'm stoned. Get ready for the rumpus.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah,
we'll get this out.
Hey, listen, you did disconnected, bro. It's all good.
No worries, man. No worries. Right. So what I was trying to conclude into is, yeah, we can get through the understanding that it is a belief with those 3 points, and having that conversation, and however we get there, let's say it's an ideal conversation. Then comes the slaying down of those beliefs, and I think it's how we leave these people afterwards. Miggy's quite assured that just we don't have to speak to these people. It's their belief. It's however they want to deal with it or come to terms with it. That's fine. But they're only going to come to the realization of their beliefs by sitting around having more conversations, because they still might just want to throw up gravity. That conversation might still need to be had, because people need to. It's not just 1, 2, 3, right? There's A, B, C associated with 1, 2, and 3. Why the intricate details of measured curvature, the history of it, what we actually observe, optics and shit, like motion and that argument within that, and full quartz pendulum, why this and not that, and your gas pressure without a container. We can
don't tell me it's
bang it into people's heads. It's brilliant. Oh, I hope not. But who cares?
No, you still like somebody saying it's brilliant. It's a brilliant.
Cool.
Yeah,
but you understand what I'm saying, though. So
absolutely.
The conversation doesn't end at the 3 points, but that's the beginning of their journey, and it's how we, facilitate.
I agree with that. That's what I agree with. And that's why they're still here. Like Platypus is still here. And, Unorthodox, he's not. Yeah, he's banned though, right? Well, the guys that come in here and they still believe the Earth is a globe, they could be in here, man, and have those conversations. But as far as when they're actually trying to prove a point, yeah, that's not gonna work.
No, of course not.
They could be in here having good conversations like the ones you want to have, reasons, and you're just a guy to do that. But
I know. I've been through the 3 questions myself, and I know that literally. There's certain things that the stories that have been brought up and embedded into me. That's a religion, a culture, or a belief, and yet them things were so real to me. Now to kind of be 100% sure the way, it's very difficult. So I know it took me 3 years of arguing against flat Earth in order to conceive these ideas. You know what I mean? So these people that don't have that unbiasedness, that they have certain problems, and I can see a lot. What I do see a lot of is after the 3 questions, they feel like you say, yeah, you can ask us any question you want. But when it gets to that point, they're already spiraling, and they don't feel like they're being heard, and they don't feel like they can ask stuff, and they've got no one to sympathise with. And I know you don't get
thank goodness we got you here. Otherwise, yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of people that maybe have come from your point of view, reasons, and they do. You guys want to have that conversations? I don't care. Guys can, have those conversations.
It's a different approach.
I just think it's funny, Miggy. Counsellors are on standby. Once we snatch the belief away from me, counsellors are on standby.
We got the therapist. He's going to put you on the couch. So how did that make you feel? Can you tell me how you feel after the 3 points?
The Reaper, the Riddler, and the therapist.
That sounds like a start of a bad joke, dude.
I could write a rap around all that.
I'm telling you, man.
Within seconds, bro.
You can see Reasons. No, Reasons pushing up his glasses with his 2 fingers. But all right. So I hear you saying things like Coriolis effect. Now we can just discuss that more in depth. We can root out that issue.
Yeah, that egg got cracked 10 minutes ago, and how does that make you feel?
Oh god! So your whole world has been stripped away from you. So talk me through this moment, this traumatization.
Right. What would be the proper manner for an intelligent man to carry on knowing this fact? And how does that make you feel?
Yeah. Yeah.
How are you going to move forward with life now after your whole life's been stripped upside down? Oh, God.
So maybe this stems back to your past. Tell me about your mother.
Yeah, there you go. Take them back to their childhood, Battlemod. Take them back to their childhood.
Yeah. Did she make a good roast beef sandwich?
Can you show me on this teddy bear where Miggy touched you?
It's difficult in your family.
I was ringside. I was ringside watching the debate, and his third point went right in my pooper, bro. I'm telling you, I feel molested.
A wigless bear. Snaps.
There was no warning even.
Yeah, man, that's not bad, you know. And I think it kind of like, you know, licked their wounds a little bit, you know.
But yeah, in essence, though, that's kind of what it is, though, right? You're actually talking to them on a level where you're like, all right. You've been through the 3 points, but what do you have to say? Let's get it out, man. Like, you know, kind of.
Yeah,
I need to read about these sticks and shadows again. How does that make you feel?
Yeah.
Hey, Reapus Wig Snappus comes up in the joint, straight to the 3 points, no lubrication, no debating, dry humping, no hesitating, killing niggas and sending them to the therapist. You want to hear this?
Falsification is independent replacement. So you're left with no globe. What's it like?
You know, we can
how
go back
does
and get
that
the
make
soundbite,
you
right?
feel? That'll be the hook. And how does that make you feel?
What's it like? No one being a numpty dipshit of extra proportions, sir.
It's okay,
yeah.
cry.
That's not a bad idea. I think a debrief would also give us a more of an idea of how they responded to the 3 questions and kind of get more into, you know, the emotional state and kind of trying to, because like if I pay attention to how they come in and then I make notes of that and then I can say, well, look, you know, you came in, you was like this. Obviously,
Hey, I want to respond to Soda. Did Battlemod just say the N-word? That was only for my pimps and my killers. You know, the real ones. Just having fun.
So we do have the Adam Meekin just join us. Welcome, Adam Meekin.
The Adam Meekin's in the house. The Adam Meekin's in the house. Come on, Adam Meekin. Come on, Adam Meekin. Come on, Meekin. Say
He's in the house.
I'm ready, bro. Yes, bless fam. Hear me now.
Hey, let me get one of them Ritalins. You know what I'm talking about? That man's geeking like he snorted too. Did you bring enough for the whole damn crew?
Even everyone.
Meekin's on the show.
Two gangsters. Hey, my aunties are black and brown. I think I got an N card. I think I got a pass card. My aunt will forgive me. Either one. My grandma's brown is the night in the ground that you walk on.
What are we talking about now, Michael? Where are you taking us to?
Oh, soda, man. They're all up in there stuck on the N-word.
Oh, well, let them argue amongst themselves.
Yeah.
There was no ER. It was an A. That's my boy, you know what I'm saying? Who got the echo?
I don't know. I was trying to find that.
Not me, said the flea.
But yeah. Adam Meekin, we've been... Cool. So, Adam, we've been talking about the 3 points and moving forward and how we, you know, progress. And Mig and I have been talking about doing a podcast or a show and things. So, just catching you up with the conversation, mate.
And I was listening about on YouTube. Ended up on you as often do. I've been there for probably 20 minutes or so. So I've been listening to it and then just realised, oh shit, I'm sat on YouTube. I'll jump in and
awesome stuff.
Wait for Jedi to shout me out, so I have to run to the mic. But I was ready. I sat.
It's ready this time.
Yeah, I mean,
see, I've got you on edge.
I think it'd be good for you to take it forward. I think you've got a lot of good things that go off here in different ways, and I think the 3 questions is a real strength. to have. I appreciate what Reasons was saying in terms of wanting to bring people in, but there's only certain people you want in, and if they can't get past the 3 questions, then frankly, there's very little point in having them be there. In terms of from a flat Earth viewer's point of view, I mean, respectfully Reasons, I don't see the point in sucking up to someone just to get them on and saying, "Oh yeah, I'll put up with this bit of bollocks for you, just from you." Do you know what I mean? And then have to and deal with that bollocks at some point. You're better off moving from.
I'm just suggesting you don't have to do it. You know,
point of view, if you get.
I understand, like you just chew them up, spit them out, just keep doing that. You know, if that's what you want to do. I'm just postulating.
I think you're saying Reasons. You're talking about the people that actually make it all the way through, right? That have more questions.
I'm not even. I was just thinking. You've got so many like flat versus go. You know, they hate them, and there needs to be. I just think there needs to be something that kind of bridges the gap to make it more appealing. That's all. I mean, if you can figure out where that could be or where you think that would be most best, then go for it. But I think that's just my idea. No one agrees with it. That's fine. But it's like trying to get 2 different worlds to agree. So you're not going to get agreements. You know, you're going to get more rebuttals on this side.
What happens though?
Rebuttals on the other side also.
I've talked to people about this before. We do have the people that come in here and they don't make it past the second point. I mean, they're stuck with this idea that they're not going to budge. That this is the evidence of this particular point. Mm-hmm. And at that point, Wiggles. It's like, Wiggles is prime example. Wiggles, right? Mm-hmm. And he was like, yeah, observation is a measurement. And I was like, no, it's not, man. You're saying that you're looking at something and then you're already making a judgment as to that is how you measure the curvature of the Earth. But you have to actually measure it. You can't just say that you're looking at something and then that's the measurement. But that's what he was saying. Just by making an observation, that's.
I tried to talk to him as well, and he just steamed all over himself. And I was quite generous with him also. So I mean, I know that it isn't going to work with everyone. I'm not saying it will. Yeah. I mean, if we knew the answer to fix with everyone, with all people, I mean, that would be it. That would be a revelation, right? That'd be the ultimate fucking equation. And I'm not claiming to be perfect. All I'm saying is that this is something that is missing out the 2 sides, a bit of a bridge gap, and I guess both sides are not willing to give up an inch, and that's the problem.
I mean. You could approach it like the way police do when they have a come to Jesus meeting with the perpetrator to get a confession. You know, the police enter the mind of the convict, right? Just to have a come to Jesus meeting, relate to him, come down to his level, you know, convincingly enough so that it's an open table discussion.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a level. We were having this debate with Elijah and bringing up some of the if you allow the amount of refraction even they magnify, work with 7 over all the nonsense, and we're having this debate, and Nathan and you are having none of it. I'd say Reasons there is a point of just to slap them, as I said to the guys, just to slap them within their own paradigm is quite useful. Allowing them to ramble it isn't necessarily, do you know what I mean? But like with what Eli did, which was to take the fact and say, okay, I'll give you 7 over 6R, but even with 7 over 6R, it's still not sufficient to put the horizon where it is and pretend it's geometric. So I think there's a role for that.
I mean, look, we've got loads of platforms where it's just one-sidedly heavily biased and just there's no regard or anything like that. There's loads of them. You want to be another one of them? Then go for it. I'm not stopping you.
I got a bit of administration, guys. Attention in the server. Quantum Eraser has just joined us.
What up? What's
Hey, where are your videos on YouTube? How do you find you on YouTube? Because I got to send your stuff to somebody.
Battle ready.
What's up?
My hand is steady. My aim is ready.
What's up, guys? Is North absolute?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, carry on. Thanks for the shout out, Mickey. Appreciate it. What's up, Adam? Get stuff.
Yeah, I've not
Hey,
missed that.
Quantum,
Not
how do you
had that
find
for
you
a
on
while.
YouTube? How do you find you on YouTube? I can't
I'll
find
hook
you
you
on
up.
YouTube.
I'll hook you up. 1 second.
Yeah, just send it to Fry, please.
His web.
No, I'll just put it in the.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, please, thanks.
Yeah, 1 second. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
The website's really good too. That breaks down a lot of things in verbal, written word.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him the whole spiel.
Miggy, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. As I said, I was listening a little bit, and you're talking about developing the channel, and there's one thing that this place has, and I don't know who's present here that would fit into that bracket, but it has a unique thing, ladies' night, and it has not just one lady to. You have a real craft. Now, if I was doing a channel, that is a very USP that you've got. Those ladies, and I think that's something that if you bring it to YouTube, it's very few and far between. You've seen Cammy do Witch's Brew, you see the odd bit, but actually, female perspective and just female voices is actually, I think, useful for us men to listen to as well. And it's something when you do it, I always try and get there and listen to that. So I think that'll be something a great thing you've got in the box.
I think me and Jedi were, talking about the different avenues of like, if we were to have a show again, I'm still kind of, it's up in the air about the name, but if we were to have a show, then it would encumber like all the things that happen on this Discord, because the people here, the community, there's some wonderful people, right? I mean, it's just, we've been through thick and thin with like arguments and whatnot, and sometimes a bit of infighting, but throughout it all, like we're kind of just one big family. So, yeah, I mean, just using all the resources we got, right? I mean, I would dare say even, like you and Quantum, if you have like a special guest or something, kind of get on there and plug your channels. And
that's a good point. You could do different sorts of days, isn't it? You could do like a day for this, a day for that. You can't get everything into one show. And like you said, ladies' night, you can get a couple of girls around and get a couple of, get a special guest such as QE and Nathan Oakley, Arwin, Witsit,
Yeah, thanks, reasons.
I don't know who you are, to be honest.
Adam
I've only heard you a couple of times, Adam.
Holy smokes, dude.
Who's Adam, then?
Adam Meakin.
Does he
So
have a
at this time, we're gonna have to demote reasons from.
I never mind. I don't mind. I don't know who he is.
Adam is a ballbuster. Is a crown member of Ballbusters team.
The Ballbusters. Okay,
Yeah.
Isn't that the people? Is that Bob and all that?
No, wrong people.
No.
Wash your mouth out.
I don't know the difference. I only study what I only know what I know. I don't know what I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know.
Wash your mouth out.
I'll differentiate the two for you. So Globebusters, that's Bob Nodell and Jerenism, and he has his show. The Ballbusters, that's Quantum Razor with Chuck.
Oh, okay. So you got Ballbusters. Oh, I think I've been on. I've seen Ballbusters. Which one's a Razors one? Oh yeah, I've seen that show. I didn't know that was a separate show with Adam. I didn't know that. But when you said Busters, that just reminded me of something like I've heard Busters, so it's got Glow Busters, so that's where I related that. But no, I don't know. It's not. It's no offense, but I
was only talking about. Sorry.
But what's? I'll have to check in. What's going on then? I suppose you've done a lot of stuff then.
I think to pull it back from that, Miggy, you have got a lot of resources and people that are connected. And if you wanted to do anything that would be pulling people in from whatever, I mean, we were trying a bit of mud flood. Martin Leake is one of my oldest friends in Flat Earth. If you want to start to look at stuff like that, I'd be happy to try and Mark Sargent, whatever, no Mark, you know what I mean? And the guy, a lot of the guys. So if there's bits that you want to promote the channel, then I'd say use the friends you have that are here. Oh, for fuck's sakes, who's put that in there?
What the hell? Is that you?
Yeah.
That's me at the Colosseum in Rome on the Flat Earth tour, shortly after getting punched in the bollocks by that little fucking Nazi Kojak.
Yeah, I've actually seen that. I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't know who that guy was, but now I do. It was you.
The guy whose head you can see next to mine, he was the plainclothes guy. I only asked him his name, and he just saw his arse, and he wanted my passport. And I had it in my bag there, but I weren't giving it him. I saw it's in the camper van. And we kind of fucked around for half an hour, and as I walked off then, I said, little Mussolini there just came and rumbled me. An hour and a half in Rome Central Police Station, and then I was set free again. So it was all highlight of the middle of the week.
Oh, you rebel.
Yeah. Have you seen that Reasons?
Yeah, I can see
the days were allowed on
to no good.
Yeah. That you just gained a lot of respect from Reasons. The Reasons already like, yeah, I can dig it.
He's out there fighting the globe, man. Physically, he's not messing about behind the computer. He's out there doing it.
Hey, man, that's his street credit right there. So if anybody asks, there you go.
That was one of the nicest. I know it was weird that day, but I've been kicking around on YouTube for a while, and to see like to get out and to see things like Adam Meakin's kidnapped. There you go, look. And to see the messages across the plane was it was one of the most heartwarming, beautiful days I honestly I've ever had. It was weird to see that community there and the way they responded for me, the way so many people, got in touch. Are you all right? And yeah, it was a really good day, man. Apart from the punch in the balls, obviously.
You took one for the team, let's just say.
Yeah, fair play to you, mate. Fair play.
It was great. I mean, that was obviously what you make Mike Casillo, but whatever in Rome. But we had some amazing days. Like the following day in Pisa was absolutely brilliant. Just meeting people, talking to people, just literally just down from the Leaning Tower, and then the next day in Milan, and we got rumbled by Interpol. It was brilliant. Got all our passports taken and everything as Interpol just swept on us. We had the banners out, and they just kind of swept on us. By this point, I wanting to state common law passion had kind of waned a little bit, especially when it was Interpol. I just handed over, and in the end, we got the leaflets, and there's Jack from Slovakia, and we both called him over, and the head Interpol guy called over his copper mates and sort of said, come and listen to this. Started chatting to him, gave a good chat, handed a few leaflets out. They said, thanks very much. And we come up into St. Stephen's Square, and we've just parked outside to see we've got 2 plainclothes policemen, 2 traffic police. And they're quite cool, where we ended up giving them leaflets. The plainclothes undercovers, his wife and her daughter were both into it. So they took leaflets, and the traffic cop said, I'm going to give you, he gave us like I think it was a €60 fine for parking, literally, St. Stephen's. But he said, but actually you've done all right, because it'll cost you about €80 to park in the car park down the road for the whole day you've been here. So, and then he gave us an address for a really nice pizza restaurant to go to, and wished us well on our way. So it was, good journey. And if anyone wants to see, that was just Italy I covered, because I've got a house out there. But the thing went all around Europe, and Dave, both Daves, Dave Mannon and allegedly Dave, covering either sides of me. I mean, it was a amazing trip, and we impacted on thousands of people. I mean, we had some great conversations. With 1 person, 10 people. Yeah, go look at it. It was good fun. That.
Well, why don't you give us your family tree with it?
All right, I enjoyed that. That was the last time. That was like my last proper holiday. The time I got out of the house.
and Reasons, he's too modest. He has an actual degree in science, so he's an armed man. So you better be careful around him.
That's nice to know. So you pick his brains for a lot of facts and stuff. That'll be interesting. If I ever come up with some good, I know the man to ask now.
Well, he's a little bit nicer about it, so he'd be your man.
That's definitely down. That's what it's about, bro. Like
reasons. We have spoke, bro, a couple of times. The first time was me supporting you when you turned from the dark side and came back to Nathan. You know. And then the second time was you being a dick to me and Gem Pandas. So, because I was stealing your limelight.
What was that?
So.
Was you?
Yeah, you obviously wanted to speak and you thought it was nicer just to railroad anybody, frankly. But I realise I do recognise your MO, my friend, so no offence taken.
No, that's fine. I don't know what was it over though. I mean, there's always a reason.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just because you stated the thunder. I think sometimes, I think probably because I don't know. I can't remember exactly what it was about, but usually it's over something, or whatever,
I think it was actually over stuff like what I just did there, where I tend to go on a little bit of a ramble, and you called me an old man.
Yeah, that's definitely me. I go curved in that as well. I start doing like I said, I punch my throat, and if I punch my throat and smoked 1,000 cigarettes, I'm just going on it. He's old. He's on his way out. His last few days, I just going at people's age and stuff like that because I'm a bit of a dick like that sometimes, I guess.
I can't. There's many things I can defend, but unfortunately, at my age, I can't defend that one. So.
I'm on the way there. I'll be there soon. Anyway, I'm catching up.
Don't rush, son. Don't rush, son.
I ain't trying to, man. I just can't slow this time. If I could figure out an equation to slow down time. Hopefully, Globers have got that remedy somewhere. I can fucking write down some fucking numbers on a piece of paper. I might be able to fucking change my reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you got science education, that'd be interesting. I mean, I try to do a lot of self-education, but as soon as I come up with something that I don't know, then I'll definitely ask and see what we can find.
Well, why don't you ask him what his education's in instead of just plain natural science, which is not science, it's natural science. So why don't you ask him?
What's your education in? What field of science?
You want my CV sort of thing?
Yeah, just yeah. Sir.
So I graduated in '96 with a degree in pharmacy, qualified in '97.
Pharmacy! I remember you now, the pharmacy guy. Yeah. No way! I remember now. I remember someone was talking about I've got my pharmacy number. Check out my number.
There you go.
I remember you now. I remember that guy.
I was blagging. Yeah. And I was like, oh, fuck off then. Here's my number. Oh, that'll get you doxed. You've already doxed me.
I remember that now. You was on about. I can't remember what you was on about. There was something about. I remember now. The pharmacy completely rings a bell. And I remember there was a big. Because you was on about. You knew about it, but they were saying that you weren't a proper pharmacist because you can't prescribe the drugs or something. Whereas you're kind of a support pharmacist.
They were trying to make out I was a dispenser when in actual fact I'm a superintendent pharmacist.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
And they were trying to make out that superintendent wasn't a real role, which is obviously nonsensical. And that's where it kind of got boring reasons. Where you having to justify your job title.
Yeah. I don't think it was me who was squeezing you for the credentials though of your actual job.
No, there's a couple of the ballers, weren't they?
So what do you know the intricacies about chemistry and that, and what sort of cures what and what's good for what?
Well, yeah, he could give you some serious trans and cis isomers in the eye. That's how I found them.
That was funny. That must be 4 years ago. I was describing cis and the difference between cis trans isomerism and stereochemistry on Iron Realm, as you see on my t-shirt there when I was a member. But
that's where that's where I found them. I targeted them right there.
But yeah, that's a useful guy right there. You can talk about the chemistry bonds between certain things and cures for things and what's good for what and how the body works. There's a lot of information there to be sourced.
What I will say is, John says targeted. He's probably right. He did, and he slapped me hard. Because I think if I'm being honest, you can probably go back to the Iron Realm and from my understanding. Then I was brainwashed to the point that science doesn't really prove anything. You only ever accept the null, really. You know what I mean? I was in that kind of mode, even though I was still a flat earther. I'd not been fully reawakened to fucking third year GCSE level. You know what I mean? And I thank John for that kick in the nuts. It was unlike the one in Rome, more than welcome.
I thank John for the kind of like the evolution, the data, the information in the DNA. You know, the realization that there's the signatures and relationships between what the globers claim as evolutionary relationships, which really is just designer habits. You know, the mark of the designer, and I think that was very interesting enlightenment for me.
Adam's ace when he's sleeping.
Because, you know, like if you don't ever, you never hear a teacher really teach you about, you know, this way of thinking or this way of looking at it. You just get them telling you, oh well, you know, DNA. We always fish in the pond one day. We was all in the sea and we all crawled out into these animals. And then we turned into different things. And but evolution don't work that way, but it does. So it was interesting to learn. Just think about it. Like, it's stupid, and the relationships that they are seeing could be misinterpreted. So it totally makes sense, and yeah, thank you for that, John.
You're welcome. But this night's Adam's night, so let's talk about Adam.
Oh, my bum's nipping. I thought it was Miggy planning moving the 24/7 Discord, which I think is a cool thing.
What?
I say I've been around this for a while. I feel at home here. It's a lovely place to be, and it's because of the way it's been set up. And I think you shouldn't change that. You should take it forward. But all I was saying there was, if you've got friends that have been around a while, you should call on them. QE's another one, you know. And I remember when we were setting up QE's channel and bloody intros. But not only that, with Nathan, in coordination with Nathan, getting that out. I mean, the way we got QE's channel from low subs over 1,000 so it could monetize was epic. And I think you should call on your friends to help you if you want to really go to the next bump, if you know what I mean. Which you should do. The content's awesome.
Okay. Wow. Mr. Watergas. What do you got to say about that? Maggie.
All right,
I'm back.
I blowed the biggest smoke up his arse.
Yeah, not even here to listen.
He's in the toilet or somewhere.
I had to dip. Somebody was knocking on my door. What'd I miss?
He was just saying he should use balls being washed. It was saying that you and Jedi should employ, other resources of all people involved in your show. I think that's a great idea because I think if you keep it the same, it can get a bit too samey. You could have kind of a special night. You can have, one of the nights you bring the girls in, bring the heavy hitters, the people that take no shit. People are a bit more middle road, and just mix it up and make a show out of it, an intriguing one, a bit different for all the right and wrong reasons.
You know what? Reasons, right? What you're saying there, right? If you're going to do something like that, then you could have like bullshit night where you allow what you.
To you, it's bullshit night, though. I get it. Like, I get that.
All bullshit will be tolerated or tackled.
Yeah, I
you think we're gonna handle that, Jedi? Bullshit night.
What, heliocentric story corner? Yeah. We could have heliocentric story corner.
That's no way to talk about ladies' night, guys. You got to give them a chance first.
Oh shit, dude! You gotta get the ladies riled up, man. Then I can't save you after you do that. You're on your own.
I've always said this, right? Even within this kind of narrow genre of just talking about the Earth and shit, there's a lot to talk about. Right? And we're not really, going to be searching around for things to talk about. The only problem is we were doing it all the time. So after 2 months of doing it every single freaking night, eventually it got to where it got to.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if we just have, for example, 1-2 hour show a week or every 2 weeks or something, then that's going to spread out, man. And the people that we can have in, if it'll change, the topics will change. It'll be kind of organic in that kind of structure.
Mm-hmm. Ultimately, you got to find out what you guys are willing to put in, also. But you two are a really good dynamic, as I said, and it'll be refreshing. You've got your little trademarks. You have got a lot of potential there. You definitely should harness, and obviously, like you said, there's a lot of resources there, and a lot of people that can help. Also, catapult, get it a good start, and get it to a bigger audience. So together, stronger, and. Yeah, definitely. I think you're in a position to do something a little bit different, which would be interesting.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Jedi to get his mic, and then we're gonna probably plan to do something. Got to get a name going, at least so we can have a trade.
Just get a Jedi and a Reaper. Like the Predator with all these skulls, he goes around collecting skulls.
It's got to have a nice ring to it too.
Wig Snatcher and the Jedi.
The Wig Snatcher.
I just like it. Makes me laugh.
Or Jedi and the Wig Snatcher. That sounds a little bit better.
Whichever way you want to put it around. Yeah, whichever way. Funny. But yeah, we always had this idea, always had this concept, man. So it will happen.
Gentlemen, if you do go that far, I don't get a call for can I have an intro?
Adam, can we have an intro? Make one then.
Well, I need to know what the show's called before you can make a bloody intro to it. If I start with the Wig Snatcher and it's bloody Jedi and the Wig Snatcher, it would be awful, wouldn't it? Even if it was just that. But seriously, what I'm saying is, even stuff like that, I like geeking out, having a bit of fun. I'd be honoured if
that would be awesome, man. Like any help that we can get, that would be like. I'm glad that people actually want to pitch in, and like that's all I'm grateful for. Well, we'd have to get together and kind of really put something down. Like you couldn't just be spitballing; it'd have to be something. What direction we're really going to go?
As long as you're not as demanding as QE, I'm more than amenable. The amount of re-edits that man wanted, honestly.
Well, I think with his show, is that what you're saying? With the,
I did.
Did he have another show?
Star and Ballbusters and Nathan's, haven't I? So,
well, right. You got the Globe Busters, Ball Busters, and Space Busters.
Who's Space Busters?
I just heard them. I don't think I've ever seen them talk before.
One of Cammy's friends, American guy, I think, into Electric Universe.
Yeah, so those like what sort of it's some way of inviting people, right, and talking to them, and kind of just asking them questions about what their belief systems are and why they are belief systems, and then presenting them with the facts. So it really kind of goes. I mean, I know Jedi and the Wig Snatcher flows better, but it's like first you have to let them know there's a belief, and then let them know what's actual true, or what they know.
Flat Earth Discord live.